Columbia Point on the campus of UMass Boston. It's senior day today as the UMass Boston Beacons play a crucial doubleheader against the Castleton University Spartans. My name is Alex Barth. I am joined by John Scudris. And John, the Beacons, obviously senior day, there's a lot going on there, but they're also playing for another chance to come back to Monin Park in the conference tournament.
Yeah, like you said, it's a critical afternoon twofold. One, of course, because it is senior day, and two, because with a sweep today, the Beacons have a chance at hosting the Little East Conference tournament later on this month. Of course, the Beacons would need to take care of Castleton today in their doubleheader in both games, and then they would need to hope that the Plymouth State Panthers can overcome the Southern Maine Huskies, who currently have the pole position in the Little East Conference en route to getting that top spot and hosting the Little East Conference tournament. Maybe even threefold a big day, because this is the first time that Castleton and UMass Boston battle here in Little East Conference play, and so establishing dominance over a future and now current rival could be critical to the Beacons now and in the days to come.
Let's take a look at those conference standings real quick. So there's a couple ways this can play out this weekend. Southern Maine has one game tomorrow, and if they end up tied, you'd go down to the third tiebreaker. The head-to-head is irrelevant because they split, and the common conference opponents, they split as well if Southern Maine loses tomorrow and UMass Boston wins out. So you would go to record versus non-conference road opponents. It's a whole thing, but basically the Beacons can help themselves out with a sweep today. They also helped themselves out in their last conference home game. They helped themselves out big time against Western Connecticut. That was back on April 19th. Let's take a look at the highlights.
One out for Catraro, who ropes the ball out to center. That ball has a chance to go, and it's gone. A home run to dead center. First pitch he's seen of the day, and he ropes a two-run homer to give the Beacons a 3-0 lead, just 4 batters in. His career hit number 148 for Herzog. And Lopez is going to add a hit of his own. That's going to get through the left center field gap, past Campbell. It's going to score 2, and Lopez has 2 doubles in 2 at-bats. The Beacons have doubled their lead in the second. It is 6-0 UMass Boston, and it would be to play teams here in the city of Boston. The 2-2 is swung on and missed. Aruda picks up his second strikeout of the game and comfortable 6-0 lead. Riley hits that one very high. It's got a chance. Herzog hit his 4th home run, and Riley answers a solo shot to start the third. The Beacons now have 5 homers on the day, and it is 7-0 UMass Boston. I would say he's the Beacons' hottest hitter as he ropes one out to right. This has a chance to be a 3-run bomb, and that is an absolute missile over the bullpen. Going to score, and Catraro's thinking 3. He'll round second. He's going to be in there standing up. 2 homers and a double. He's got 6 RBI on the day, and the Beacons have put up 18 runs. We'll see if Collazo can do the same. Freshman out of Stamford, Connecticut. Hits it through the left side, and there's the first hit of Danny Collazo's young career. 1-2, hit back up the middle, has a chance to get through. The shortstop's not going to get there, and it's back-to-back hits. Back-to-back first collegiate hits for Beacons freshman. And there's 2 on. Penny hits it hard out to left. It should be at least a sac fly. It's going to be a lot more than that. A 2-run double from Kyle Penny. A clean swing there. And the Beacons add on 2 more runs. It's 22-1.
We're back getting ready for the Beacons and the Spartans from Castleton. Alex Barth along with John Scudris. And John, as we get ready for this one, we start to focus on the Spartans, a couple things to keep an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 things to know with regards to the Castleton Spartans. Of course, as we said, this is the first time ever these 2 teams are meeting these programs. Castleton, one of the newer entrants in the Little East Conference in recent years. It's going to be interesting to see how they fare in the days to come. In their first year in the LEC, not too bad. 7-7 as their conference record, 16-17 overall. Good for a top 4 spot, tied with UMass Dartmouth right now. Of course, the Beacon seniors 9 seniors on this Beacons team. Brendan Eigerbrot said it's the best senior class that this program has ever seen, which is saying a lot considering the likes of Dan Mantoni, Jamil Moquette that we've seen in the past. There's no doubt that this team has been outstanding behind these seniors. 129 wins, the most in program history. And as you take a look there is your senior class. 2 LEC regular season and tournament titles. And, of course, the program record for career wins and saves. One of the key contributors to that, of course, Bobby Tramandozzi, who has been the closer of the last couple of years. Finishing up those 4 things to know here on the pregame show. You taking a look. Davis Michael ranks 3rd in D3 in on-base percentage with a .586 mark and 5th in batting average at .479. He is the key contributor on offense, batting 2nd and playing first base, hitting .479 with 5 bombs and 32 ribbies for the Spartans. And the Beacons have won 9 in a row, scoring at least 7 runs in all 9 of those games. They have been smoking hot at the right time, Alex, heading into conference play. And so whether or not they get home field for the LEC tournament or not, if you're the Southern Maine Huskies, you know most likely your road to the NCAA tournament and a conference title is going to have to go through UMass Boston.
And you mentioned that senior class, 6 of them in the starting lineup for game 1, including the first 3 batters: Nick Herzog, the right fielder, Josh Lopez, the second baseman, and Kyle Boudris, the designated hitter, will get things started for the Beacons. Nick Contraro, a junior's in left field. He hits cleanup. Eddie Riley, another senior, he's batting 5th and playing third base. Danny Brown, the junior's in center field. He bats 6th. Batting 7th behind the plate, the freshman Nico Kides, the junior at first base, number 16, Ryan McCormick. And rounding it out, another senior, the shortstop, Charlie Huegi, with the senior Fernando Burgos on the mound. Meanwhile, John, defensively for the Spartans.
Yeah, for the Spartans defensively in left field, you're going to have a talented player in Pat Mumford. In center field, it's Deegan Poland, the leadoff hitter. And in right field, it's Dylan Benham, number 10 for this Castleton squad. From left to right on the infield, you have Mitchell Karen. At shortstop, it's going to be Dylan Bailey. At second base, it's Matt Jackson. And at first base, Davis Michael. The battery mates, Joe Gratton on the mound. And behind the dish, John Stewart, the third, batting 8th. As the rain, Alex, begins to trickle down a little bit, we hope Mother Nature holds off long enough to have this doubleheader.
Yeah, it's starting to come down a bit here. And it's coming through on the radar. It's a thin band now. We're supposed to get heavy stuff tonight, but that's tonight. There's no reason for us to still be here when that's supposed to come through. So we'll see. This is only supposed to be a 10 to 15-minute thing, and we'll see if they get started or not. We're going to talk a lot about the senior class today, but let's hear from a member of that class himself. Nick Herzog talked about his 4 seasons in Boston and the influence he got from his upperclassmen when he was a freshman and how that still plays a factor now.
Coming in, I didn't really know much, to be honest. I did a visit here my senior year of high school, walked around with Gamble, with Eigerbrot. I had an idea of, that they were getting the new Monin Park, new, couple $1 million facility. But just as far as college, I didn't really know much. This is really my only school I kind of had on my list coming in. So I kind of felt like I was going into something I didn't really know. When we came in as freshmen, it was really a totally different experience just from high school baseball. Luckily, we had great, upperclassmen when we were younger. Guys like Dan Mantoni, Anthony Searles, Luke Nagel. They kind of helped us, kind of build us into the players that we were supposed to be, and kind of allowed us to now, as upperclassmen, kind of do what they did for us for the freshmen this year. The sophomore year was unbelievable, making a run to the College World Series. Because coming in my freshman year, I didn't really know anything really about regional rankings or the College World Series. I didn't really know anything about that. And then our freshman year to make it to the regionals and realize how good we were, and then to see the progression again sophomore year and make it to the College World Series, it was an unbelievable experience that I don't think any of us are ever going to forget. Early in the year when things weren't going that well, Coach always told us to not panic. Things will kind of figure itself out. And, for whatever reason, it seems like April we always do really well. And right now we're on a pretty good streak. And, when it comes to April, I think we always play well in April because Coach always stresses to get better as the year goes on. You don't want to peak too early. You kind of just want to be peaking at around the right time, which is right now. So we just continue every day at practice to just work hard, and you kind of see how that pays off every year at the end of the season. We're always doing well in April. That's pretty awesome. I didn't know that. I think you got to give a lot of credit to, again, the older guys that were here when we were freshmen, because they kind of they set the stones, they set the path and the direction that, we need to go, and they set the bar for how hard you need to work in practice, how hard you need to work in the weight room, and how much extra work you have to do. So I think, as much as those wins are going to be attached to our class, I think a lot of the classes before us should get a lot of credit for that too, because they kind of impacted us, to be who we are.
Playing right field, number 34, Nick Herzog. Batting second.
And you hear these starting lineups going on behind us, and I checked the radar during the break there. I said 15, 20 minutes. Try like 2 hours. That band was not as thin as it looked, but the nice thing about the turf field, as long as there is no lightning, which, knock on wood, does not look like it was all green, right, in the radar, none of the yellow stuff. As long as there's no lightning, we should be good to go behind starting pitcher Fernando Burgos for the Beacons. And he's pitched in some less than ideal conditions throughout his career. Obviously, with Monon Park being right off the harbor behind us, he gets some intense wind, some big rain. So, kind of fitting for him to finish his career out like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fernando, as a senior, knows what it's like to play in this weather, and the Beacons know what it's like as well as we get set for first pitch here from Monon Park. We're going to pause for the national anthem here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. First pitch coming right up.
I'm Alexa Capion. I'm from Messina, New York. I'm a junior on the women's ice hockey team, and I'm an exercise health science major. But when I got here, I met Coach Harris, and I saw the facility, and I met a couple of the girls on the team, and I pretty much got a feel of the program, and I knew right away that this is where I wanted to go to school. We have all league games for the rest of the year, so that's going to be a huge test for us. We need those points to hopefully come out with a good standing for playoffs. A couple of highlights from the last couple of years that I've been playing was probably last year when we won our first Codfish Bowl. We made history that year. I was really excited to be part of that. I don't have very many goals, but when I do score, it's definitely a big deal.
That's a goal.
For the past 3 years, we've had Emily. She is a member of the Team Impact program, and that's for children with illnesses that want to be part of a collegiate program. She's great. She comes and watches all of our games. She has her own jersey. She has her own stick. We've got her all this equipment. It's really awesome to have. She gives us a lot of motivation, and she comes in the locker room and talks to us before games, and it's really cool to have her here and be part of our team. When I graduate, I definitely want to go to graduate school.
We may need a windshield wiper up here in the booth, but we will do our best to get you this game as Burgos takes the mound and gets ready. Fernando Burgos on the year, 5-0 in 10 appearances, 8 starts, a 3.26 ERA. In 47 innings, he's allowed 52 hits, 23 runs, 17 of them earned. He's struck out 31 while walking 17. And like we said before, given the weather, he has a task in front of him. This is not going to be easy.
Yeah, he certainly does, but there's one thing that we know about Fernando, and they say all the time the most important ability is availability, and over the course of the 4 years, Fernando's been a consistent, reliable starter. The Beacons may have seen pitchers come and go that were more talented, but Fernando comes out and he pitches every time. Brendan Eigebrod asked him, he said 5-0 with a 3.26. Doesn't get much better than that, and he is going to have a tough test today with a very good lineup, supported really by Davis Michael, their 2-hole hitter, as we'll get you that Castleton lineup here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
Yeah, the order he will face starting off in the first inning, you kind of see what we're looking at there. We may have to do this like it's radio here. Seriously. He'll face at the top of the first, Deegan Pohl in the center fielder, Davis McKell the first baseman, Dylan Bailey the shortstop. If anybody reaches, Mitchell Karen is the cleanup hitter. He's playing third. And 5 through 9, Dylan Brenham in right field, Matt Jackson at second, Josh Farrow the designated hitter, John Stewart, the catcher, and Pat Mumford, the left fielder, rounds it out. Burgos comes in with 23 wins. That is a program record. He is 6th among all active D3 pitchers in terms of innings pitched, including 4th all-time in program history. So this is a guy who has been a workhorse for the program, and he's gotten it done, like you mentioned, 152 career strikeouts. That is 3rd in program history, and he has a chance to move into 2nd today, sitting just 7 behind Dan Mantoni, who graduated just 2 years ago.
And Dan Mantoni was one of the finest right-handed hurlers and right-handed bats the Beacons have seen in recent years. And Fernando Burgos, as you said, he'd have to have a pretty good day today, but against the Castleton lineup that outside of Michael really doesn't have the offensive chops that some of the other teams in the LEC, he certainly got the chances. We're all set for some baseball, Alex.
And look, he's going to have some nice for a guy who already has good break. He's going to have some nice break on his pitches today. He's going to get a little help as the first pitch is inside, ball 1 to Deegan Poland.
Poland on the year, Alex, hitting .282, 11 driven in.
Has played in and started in all 33, now 34 of Castleton's games as he takes pitch 2 wide for the second ball, and Burgos quickly behind 2-0.
Got an on-base percentage of .377 on the year for a Castleton team that's won 5 of 8.
Kicks and delivers. Swing and a miss, strike 1. I want to say that was a fastball. Yeah, it's kind of tough to tell from up here. It looked like a fastball.
We're dealing with the precipitation just as much the players are.
Here's the 2-1. That is grounded to short. Slow roller. Huegi is there. Fires just in time to get him. And there is one down.
6-3 on the putout for Charlie Huegi. And Charlie, another one of those seniors and a player that we're going to talk a lot about here over the course of the doubleheader. One of the more phenomenal defensive shortstops they've seen in recent years, and this is a team that's had some good ones. Brian Fiala just a few years ago. But Charlie has put together a spectacular career, 144 career hits. He's trying to become just the 13th player in Beacon's history to reach 150, something he could do with a spectacular performance today.
Davis McKell steps in and takes strike 1 on the breaking pitch. You talked about McKell, another guy who's played in every single one of Castleton's games. This is his 120th at-bat. He's hitting .479 on the season. The 0-1 misses for a ball, and it squibs away from Kites, but with nobody on, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, he's basically the straw that stirs the drink for this Castleton squad. Normally you see them bat third or fourth, but Mike Trout with the Los Angeles Angels bats second. You're seeing that more often these days.
Yep.
Their best hitter batting in the top 2 in the order. McKell leads the team, triple crown, in hitting, home runs, and RBI.
A number of other categories as well. The 1-1 just misses for a ball. Today's umpires behind the plate, Mark Piantadosi and Joseph Peters, is on the bases. 2-1 the count. Burgos peers over the top of his mitt, winds and fires. And this is chopped foul. That will even the count up at 2-2. Now that leadoff hitters aren't just speed guys, they're guys who can get on at a relatively impressive clip. The idea of having that guy hit second, that guy who's going to put the ball in play, is so popular because if you steal second, you can be up 1-0 just like that.
Absolutely. It'd still have your 3 and 4 hitters up in short order.
Here's the 2-2. That one is low for a ball, low end inside, and the count fills up.
Fernando came back with a fastball there. He'd been attacking Michael with breaking pitches for the duration of the at-bat. We'll see when he decides to go 3-2. Don't want to give him anything to hit, though.
The payoff pitch. That one is hit into center. Brown steps back, now comes in, makes the catch, and there are 2 down.
And Alex came back with the curveball, and so he decided to pitch him a little backwards there, the 3-2 curveball, and it worked out to get Michael to fly out lazily to center.
Here's the shortstop, Dylan Bailey, hitting .250 on the season, 22 runs driven in. He will step in from the right side against the righty Burgos. 2 outs, nobody on. Burgos made quick work here in the first inning. And he delivers a first pitch strike on the outer half of the plate. It's the 11th pitch for Burgos through 2+ hitters. The 0-1. And that one misses 1-1. Burgos works very quickly. You love to see it.
You certainly do, especially on a day like today
Yeah.
with the rain scheduled to fall for the immediate future.
Grounder to short. Huegi slightly to his right. Fields throws and got him. A 1-2-3 first inning for Fernando Burgos. We've played half an inning. Castleton nothing. UMass Boston in the books. Let's take a look now at the UMass Boston starting lineup. Talked about how it's senior heavy, including the first 3. Nick Herzog, the right fielder. Josh Lopez, the second baseman. And Kyle Boudris, the designated hitter. A junior batting cleanup, Nick Cotraro, the left fielder. Eddie Riley, a senior, bats 5th. He's playing third base. Danny Brown is in center field, the junior. He is batting 6th. Batting 7th behind the plate, Nico Kites, the freshman. Another junior hitting 8th, the first baseman, number 16, Ryan McCormick. And rounding it out, the shortstop, the senior, number 29, Charlie Huegi. And that will be the order they go against Joe Grattan.
And Joe Grattan on the year, a solid campaign. He leads the team in appearances among starters with 13. 5 of those considered starts, 5-3 overall with an ERA of an even 4. He does have the only complete game for the Spartans. In 45 innings, he's given up 55 hits, 24 runs, 20 of them earned, while striking out 40 and walking 11. And for Joe Grattan, a native of Pittsfield, Massachusetts, last year named first team All-NAC and part of the NAC All-Tournament team in his first year in the LEC. He has been solid for a team that certainly needed it, as they have not had the pitching depth. They have only 4 pitchers on their entire staff with ERAs under 5.3.
And I'll say, you talk about a team that needs good pitching performances. We talked about what's at stake off the top for UMass Boston, but it is worth mentioning, and you briefly touched on it, Castleton sits in 4th place right now at 7-7. Tied with UMass Dartmouth, just a game back on Rhode Island College for that 3rd spot. This is a pretty big weekend for them as well.
And Rhode Island College and Dartmouth play today in a doubleheader from Rick down in Providence. So it's going to be interesting if one of those teams sweeps or one of those teams split and Castleton sweeps, then the Castleton Spartans have a solid chance of getting the 3rd seed in the Little East tournament, which would be quite a remarkable effort considering this is their first year in the conference. As we take a look at the Castleton defense here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. As we mentioned it briefly in the pregame show, from left to right, Pat Mumford, Deegan Poland, and Dylan Benham in the outfield. And in the infield, Mitchell Karen is at the hot corner, Dylan Bailey at short, Matt Jackson at second, Davis Michael at first, and John Stewart behind the dish for Joe Grattan, who's ready for the first pitch.
And the first pitch to Nick Herzog is taken for a ball. Herzog, a senior. Only 2 have played more games for this program than Herzog, Dan Mantoni and Sal Froscino. Although Herzog ties for Shino today, so now tied for second. He hits this one into left, way back. That ball is gone. In his 173rd game, he starts it with a homer. Nick Herzog puts the Beacons up 1-0.
And he did not wait long as he takes the first pitch all the way out to left field over the monster here at Monin Park. What a deliverance from Nick Herzog as the right fielder hits it to left field. And the Beaks are on top 1-0. Talk about getting your senior day started.
Yeah, one to remember right away, and it is worth noting a rarity here at Monin Park. There's really no wind today, so you have the rain, but nothing to stop that ball from going out. That can be a tough spot, as tough a spot as any in this ballpark to hit the ball out, but Herzog got all of that one and then some. As stepping in and briefly showing bunt is Josh Lopez, the senior second baseman.
Lopez, Alex, has been quite a revelation since returning from that long-term injury where he missed almost 2 years of play. He is hitting .500 with 11 RBI in just 14 games since coming back and missing the first month or 2 of the season. What a pickup he was mid-season for Brendan Eigerbrode's club.
Misses for a ball. Count goes to 2-1. The pitch. Off-balance swing, and Lopez now will have to protect with the count at 2-2.
And worth noting, Alex, that's now 126 career RBI for Nick Herzog, just 1 behind his teammate and senior Kyle Boudris.
Lined into center field, and that ball will get down for a base hit. Lopez continues his hitting streak. In his first appearance, he came in as a pinch hitter, went 0 for 1. He's had a hit in every single game since.
And now another senior in Kyle Boudris, who just saw Nick Herzog inch closer to him in the career RBI total. And with an extra base hit, he's got a chance to move back up by 2.
He will step in on the left side against the righty Grattan. By the way, only the 3rd home run allowed by Joe Grattan this season. Checks to first. Here's the pitch. And that one is hit into left field, fading towards the line. Looking back, that ball's going to fall and one hop the wall. Brown had to hold up initially to make sure it wasn't caught, so he will get as far as 3rd. Into second with a stand-up double is Kyle Boudris, and there's 2 on and nobody out.
Inauspicious start here for Grattan, who coming into play today had struggled a little bit with the extra base hit. 9 extra base hits he'd given up. Now he's given up 2 already as the first 3 hitters reach. And a couple of Beacons in scoring position for Nick Cutraro, who has quietly been one of their hottest hitters, hitting .358 with 19 driven in.
Here's the pitch to Cutraro, and he swings at the first pitch, hits it into the gap in left center field. That ball's heading back, and it will hit off the base of the wall. That's going to score two. Cutraro into second standing, and the Beacons have opened it up to a 3-0 lead before Castleton can record an out.
When it rains, it pours, no pun intended for Joe Gratton, as he gives up the initial home run to Nick Herzog, and then two more extra base hits sandwiched around the Lopez single. It's 3-0 Beacons before you can even bat an eye. And an opportunity now for Eddie Riley, who's hitting over 300, to continue this merry-go-round on the bases. Still nobody out, as you mentioned, Alex, and for Gratton, he's got to find a way to bear down and at least get one.
Cutraro becomes the fourth Beacon this year to hit the 20 RBI mark as this is cracked into left field. And it will hang up. The wind knocked it down. I got too excited the way this inning was going. Cutraro will stay at second. There's one down. Cutraro, the fourth Beacon with 20-plus RBIs now. He has 21 after that double. That's a false start on me. That's my bad as Danny Brown steps in.
Who can blame you? Eddie Riley's a guy who has got power. He's got 4 home runs, which puts him second on the roster, and he had an opportunity there to make it a high five, but unfortunately, as you said, just got a little bit under that first pitch breaking ball.
And the Beacons are just jumping all over Gratton. They've seen him well. Gratton looks back to second, now comes to the plate. And that pitch swinging on the first one as Brownie fouls it back. So Herzog homered on the second pitch. Lopez actually got 5 pitches into the at-bat, and then 3 Beacons in a row, all swinging at the first pitch, 2 doubles and a loud fly out to left. And then you have Brown swinging at the first pitch and fouling it off.
Well, they're jumping early on Gratton, probably something that they've seen from the scouting reports of this right-hander for Castleton, and it's proving to be a solid decision, as swinging and missing there for a no-2 count now is Danny Brown.
Have not taken a pitch since the second batter of the inning, Josh Lopez. Runner on second, that's Cutraro. He's already driven in a pair. Beacons lead 3-0 with 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Gratton looks back to second, comes to the plate. That one is fouled back into the netting again.
And the Beacons, offensively, they feel good. They've scored over 9 or 10 or more runs in 7 of their last 8 games. That's pretty meteoric offense at any level, let alone at this collegiate level.
And 7+ in all 7 of their consecutive wins. And on pace to certainly do so again. Gratton looks in. 1 out, runner on second. A long look in, and time is called. The rain continues to come down. It's coming down pretty steadily here at Monin Park. You got to wonder if Gratton maybe is having trouble with his grip, and that's why he's been putting so many balls out over the plate. Another long look in, checks back to second. Huge hole between the first and second baseman for Danny Brown as he fouls this back. You have the first baseman, Mikkel, nearly playing on the line, and Jackson playing right by the bag, holding on Cutraro. So if Brown, a lefty, can just kind of get a hold of one inside the hands, he can roll it down and get a base hit and probably an RBI. Here's the pitch. Instead, he pops it up in the infield. Bailey stepping onto the outfield cut, and he makes the catch for the second out. There are 2 down. Nico Kites will step in, the catcher.
One problem for Gratton this year has been his opposing hitter's ability to make contact. He's got a good strikeout-to-walk ratio at 40-11, but he's given up those 55 hits in 45 innings. He doesn't have the swing-and-miss stuff that some of the players at this level have. He does it a little bit more with deception. But right now, at least through the first 4 hitters, the Beacons were not deceived.
Opponent's hitting .289 against him as Kites takes a first pitch ball.
Nico, another one of those players who's had to step into a big role in his first year as a Beacon starter, and he's done it with flying colors. Perhaps not as much at the dish as handling the pitching staff, but he has picked up where the past backstops have left off.
Takes a strike on the outside part, turns around, asked where that one was. 1-1 the count here, 2 outs, runner on second. Beacons lead 3-0. First 4 hitters of the inning all reached. Home run, single, double, double. You still have Cutraro out at second. Time is called late as that pitch still comes in. Gratton's not going to be happy about that. Wind has picked up a bit, blowing across the field from right to left. Grattan looks in. He has taken his time with that runner on second base. Comes to the set. Looks directly back at second. Double takes. Now comes to the plate. And Coyotes looks at a breaking ball inside. The count goes to 1-2.
It's a nice pitch on that breaking ball that cut away from the right-handed hitter Coyotes. And now ahead of the count here with a chance to get out of it finally is Grattan.
Here's the pitch. Fouled straight back. Grattan has thrown, this will be his 20th pitch of the inning coming up. And it's always important in game one of a doubleheader to get to that bullpen early and limit the options your opponent has. The Beacons right now are on track to do just that. It is still early, but anytime you make the opposing pitcher go over 20 pitches in the first inning, regardless of run production, you've done your job. And, 3 runs, not quite a cherry on top. I don't want to brush it aside like that, but the Beacons have to be very happy with the way this first inning has turned out. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 got him, and Coyotes is set down, but the Beacons played 3 on 4 hits. There were no errors. They do strand one man on base. After one inning, it's UMass Boston 3, Castleton nothing. Keep it here. You're watching Little East Baseball on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
All right, we're back here at Monin Park, and they're already working on the mound. Not a great sign, and that is the turf field. You still have a dirt mound, so that is the one part that will be an issue. As you can see, Fernando Burgos looking on. It was not an issue for him, though, in the first inning. He retired the side in order and did not have to throw a lot of pitches to do so. He will face the 4, 5, and 6 hitters once they get the mound set here to start the second. Mitchell Karen, Dylan Benham, and Matt Jackson, if anybody reaches Josh Farrow. And he had a bit of a wait there in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, a little bit for Fernando, but I think you ask him, he'll say he's more than happy to wait out the 3-run lead. And
certainly,
like you said, the home team staff cleaning up the mound, getting it ready for Fernando, just a little bit more home cooking. Grattan had to go out there with the mound as it was, and then Fernando gets to have it nice and tightly packed for him as he gets set to make a few warm-up tosses prior to the Spartans coming out here in the second inning. And while we talk about the offensive proficiency lately of the Beacons, Alex, the Spartans have been solid as well. They beat EastCon 15-2 in the first of their doubleheader last week, and they've scored over double-digit runs a couple of times here in the last month, including a 16-10 win against Plymouth. So this is an offense that knows how to put together runs. We'll see if they have anything in their bats in the top of the second inning as they go 4, 5, 6.
And it looks like they're still doing work on the mound. I'm not sure. One of the members of the Beacons coaching staff, I can't quite tell who that is, just went out there and dropped something down out there on the mound, maybe a fresh rosin bag. As Burgos continues to get warm.
First man will face will be Mitchell Karen, a 6'2", 200-pound right-handed hitter and a senior as well from Augusta, Maine. And a player who has struggled at times this year, hitting just .235. He is hitting .224 with both of his home runs coming away from home for this Spartan squad.
Burgos still fiddling with that mound as he warms up. And I think this is going to kind of be the case as we go on here through the next, 17 innings today of pitchers just kind of grooming that mound the best they can. And then, the other guy's going to come out and he's going to change it, and then you go back out. And it's going to be a huge part of this game today is what the pitchers do to the mound and how they manicure that hill out there.
Well, it makes for great TV, Alex. So
Certainly.
It should be exciting for our fans at home.
If you're a fan of baseball and yard work, boy, do we have something in store for you. As Karen digs in, like you mentioned, hitting .235 with a pair of jacks. He's driven in 15 on the season. They will play him relatively straight away. Lopez is back on the green cut at second base. Here's the pitch, and the first one comes in breaking ball for ball one to the Castleton third baseman.
And Karen's really struggled in the second half of the season. He hit just 157 with 5 RBI in the month of April.
Breaking ball that time in there for a strike, and a guy who's got to get going. If Castleton wants to make a run at this, you can't have your cleanup hitter in a slump. And today's not the kind of day against this pitcher in these conditions that you normally get jump-started, but we will see. That one is in there for a strike. Gets the lower outside corner. Nice breaking ball from Burgos. He's given all off-speed offerings to Karen here for the first 3 pitches. See if he sticks with it or goes to the fastball to punch him out. The 1-2. It is a fastball, and it is fouled. Back and away.
Looks like the rain is coming down a little harder. You're looking just at the bleachers. You can see the droplets affecting the metal down there. And as we said, it's going to continue to probably rain for a couple of hours, although who knows really with meteorology these days.
I would guess at least through most of game 1, maybe into game 2, as this is grounded to short and it eats up Huegi. And they're going to score that in E6. So Karen is on, courtesy of the error.
Not something you see very often from Charlie Huegi, typically one of the Beacon's more sure-handed infielders over the course of his career, but of course on senior day, maybe a little bit affected by the weather as well with the wet turf.
Yeah, taking a look at the radar, this band is just starting. May help them out as that long first inning by the Beacons. Looks like it's not going to be out of here until, what was that, 6 o'clock? 5 o'clock, a little after 5 o'clock. Here's the pitch. That's in there for a strike.
Dylan Benham, 244, 25 driven in on the year. He's stroking it away from home, hitting .290 with 21 of his 24 ribby away from the friendly confines.
The 0-1 runs inside for a ball. Burgos sets again. First time he has pitched with a runner on base today, and that one missed.
That was the 10th error of the season on Charlie Huegi that allowed Mitchell Karen to reach. 36th of his career.
Burgos continues to dig away at that mound. And you mentioned kind of the higher numbers on the road for Castleton. And I don't have the official measurements here, but I'm looking at their facility as this is fouled back. Count goes to 2-2. And it looks like a pretty big outfield there. They may have some balls that get kept in the park that otherwise wouldn't be.
They do play a lot of neutral site games, of course, early in the year as well.
Right.
They played out in California for the first few weeks of the season.
The popular spots, California and Florida, for their early season tournaments, as that misses for a ball. Count goes to 3-2. It's neutral site baseball, not like other sports. The actual field where you play factors in more in baseball than just about any other sport. There's the payoff pitch to Benham, and that one is cracked into right field. It'll stay in and hold up for Herzog. So got that one squarely, did Benham, but it didn't have enough to leave the ballpark, and there's one down. Matt Jackson will step in. Jackson hitting .245 with a home run and 11 RBIs for the Spartans this season. Burgos comes to the set. Here's the pitch. First pitch fastball is in there for strike one. We've seen him mostly start out hitting hitters with breaking balls so far today, a rare first pitch fastball to this point from Fernando Burgos.
In fact, looking at this Castleton schedule,
that one's in there for a strike.
Castleton's only played 4 games at home this year.
Oh, really?
So that's
would be why.
It's pretty impressive that they're 7-7. They've only played 4 actual home games. Other ones were either on the road or neutral site. Even when they were at home early on against Whitworth, that was played in California. They've only played a few games in Castleton, Vermont.
The 0-2 is hit into left field on a line. Petraro over, he makes the catcher's 2 down. That reminds me a lot where I went to school. I went to college in Ithaca, New York, Ithaca College, and our field had the drainage equivalent of a bowl of soup. It was up on a hill. It just nothing. We played I was there for 3 spring semesters. I think we played a total of 4 or 5 home games, true home games. We played a number either at Syracuse or Cornell or whatever, but yeah, we never actually played at home. And it's the story for a lot of college baseball teams in the Northeast. The Beacons lucky enough to have this turf field, which solves a lot of problems, but like you see with Castleton, they all aren't other teams aren't all as lucky.
No, absolutely, and the Beacons weren't always lucky. They had to travel to Brockton to Campanelli Stadium for a while there, and still a pretty impressive stadium, home of the Brockton Rocks Independent League team, but Brockton's not an easy trip.
Grounded to first. It eats up McCormick initially, but he stays in front of it and will take it to the back himself to retire this side through 1.5. It's UMass Boston 3, Castleton nothing. Keep it here. You're watching Little East Baseball on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Back at Monin Park, where guess what? They're doing more work on the mound as we get ready to start the bottom of the second. And we went through half an inning, and they had to bring fresh dirt out there. And does look like no, rain's not letting up. Thought for a second maybe, but still coming down pretty good on the bleachers.
It looks like it from here. You literally have to look at the bleachers to be able to tell where you can see the puddles, because from this angle you can't really see any rain coming down in midair. But as you said, the mound again being worked on as they till that dirt there to make it hospitable for the pitcher, Joe Gratton, who had a real lot of trouble there early on, Alex. He gave up home run, single, double to begin this game before settling down a little bit as he got to the bottom of the order. But after the 8-9 hitters, Ryan McCormick and Charlie Huegi, it's going to heat right back up to Nick Herzog, who we know is one of the most proficient hitters at D3 level. So it's not going to get any easier for Gratton, and as we always know in baseball, the more you see a pitcher, the easier it should get. And we'll see if that bears fruition for UMass Boston here today as they continue to work on that mound as Gratton gets his warm-up tosses.
And he still doesn't quite seem comfortable out there. He's thrown 5 or 6 pitches, and after each one he's turned around and looked back down at the rubber. And he picks up the tongue depressor that UMass Boston brought out there. That's what that object was last inning. Got a tongue depressor to clean the dirt out of the cleats. And he will have to go to town. They've brought one of those the things you can dig into, I don't know, cleat plate, whatever it's called, out there for the pitchers. So that'll help. But certainly has been a battle for Gratton, both against the Beacons hitters and the elements, like you mentioned. McCormick, Huegi, and Herzog due up. If anybody reaches, Josh Lopez will get to bat. Gratton faced 7 hitters in the first inning, allowed the first 4 to reach. That drove in 3 runs, and this one gets away. Ball 1.
McCormick hitting .255 with 16 driven in this year as the first baseman for UMass Boston.
Here's the pitch. Outside ball 2. And early on in that first inning, the Beacons were jumping all over Gratton. Joe Gratton, you saw 4 hitters in a row swing at the first pitch. 3 of them made contact, as that one's in there for a strike, and it's 2-1.
Perhaps the most impressive thing about McCormick this year is his eye. He's got a 42.5 on base percentage, as that one misses. Excuse me, that one strikes the zone for strike 2. 31 walks to just 15 strikeouts for Ryan McCormick.
The 2-2. And he lines that one right to third, and Karen doesn't even have to move a step. There's one down. I'll bring up Charlie Huegi, the senior shortstop. Huegi is doing his best to try to become the 13th player in Beacon's history to reach 150 career hits. He is 6 shy. He's got the doubleheader today. He's got the game against Brandeis this week, and then the tournament. Here's the pitch. That one is fouled back. Ranked second in program history in assists with 374. Ryan Walsh holds the record with 449. The 0-1. Takes that one for a ball count, evens up at 1-1.
No chance he catches Walsh in that mark. Impressive number, 449 assists in a career. Ooh.
That one goes behind Huegi, and Grattan kind of throws his hands up. That's the second pitch that's gotten away from him this inning.
Charlie hitting 241 with 18 driven in this year. When he gets on the base paths, watch out, he likes to go. He's attempted the 3rd most steals on the team.
The 2-1. That one misses, and it's 3-1.
7 of 11 is Charlie Huegi. Also leads the team in sacrifice hits.
In there for a strike. Huegi maybe with the red light all the way on 3-1 as he watched that one go all the way back into the mid. And it will be a full count here, 1 out. Nobody on. Bottom of the second. Beacons leading 3-0. Here's the pitch. Huegi lines that right back up the middle off the pitcher's mound, and it's a base hit. He will hold at first, but the Beacons have a man on with 1 out. Nick Herzog coming up. He hit that absolute blast to left center field to get the Beacons started in the bottom of the first, so safe to say he saw Joe Grattan well. And we'll try to replicate that here.
Safe to say, and it didn't take him many pitches. For Charlie Huegi, that's got to feel good after the error last inning to come back with the bat here on senior day and be a table setter from the bottom of the order, something he's done pretty well all season long.
Grattan checks to first, comes to the set, now throws over to first, and Huegi is back in time. 53 career stolen bases for Charlie Huegi. That puts him 6th all-time, just 2 off the top 5. Drew Tambling, a graduate in 2010, ranks 5th with 55 steals. So Huegi can move within 1. If he can swipe a bag here, that's a ball to Herzog, and I don't think Herzog's going to see much to hit here from Grattan, at least not early in the count.
I would agree. I would stay away from him, but it doesn't get much easier with Lopez, Boudris, and Cotraro afterwards. Pickoff moves not in time, as Grattan knows Huegi likes to run.
Grattan comes to the set and delivers. Herzog thought about it, didn't pull the trigger. The ball gets away from Stewart. Huegi into second. He is safe. What I believe will go as a pass ball, or does he get the stolen base on that? And they're going to give him the stolen base, so Charlie Huegi now 1 outside of the Beacons' top 5, his 54th career stolen base. And he dives back in first. He wants that top 5 spot.
He probably knows what's up. He knows what's going on here. I mean, he's a guy that, as I mentioned, likes to go. He's now 8 of 12 on the year after they give him the stolen base there. It's always nice to have the hometown scorers as well.
2-0 the count to Herzog. Here's the pitch. That one's in there for a strike, off to third. He'll get in standing.
Now that's a pass ball.
That's a pass ball. Can't get all of them. Now does he try to steal home?
Make for a memorable senior day.
I was going to say, look, that's the kind of thing that if you're going to do it, senior day is the time to do it, as Grattan wants a new ball and he'll get one.
Probably wouldn't be the most fundamentally sound move with Herzog up.
Yeah, time to do is lefty on lefty. You have righty on righty here. Do have Boudris, who potentially would bat in this inning. A lefty. Here's the pitch. Popped him up and add a play back behind us. Count goes to 2-2 on Nick Herzog. He's taking big cuts. He knows exactly what he can do if he gets the pitch he wants from Grattan.
At the very least, get yourself a fly ball. They are playing the middle infield, really the corners as well. The entire infield back surrendering that fourth run on a ground ball.
2-2 the count. Grattan sets and delivers. That's outside for a ball. Huegi with a big lead at third there.
That's a great block from Stewart, who's had a little bit of trouble behind the dish this inning. That gets away. Huegi can moonwalk home.
Grattan looks in, sets, and delivers. Ball 4 low, and Nick Herzog is on for the second time. Or actually, the first time. He wasn't on base. He got to walk all around and go back to the dugout under the covering away from the rain. Now he'll have to run the bases as it's first and third with one out for Josh Lopez, the second baseman. Lopez singled and scored back in the first inning.
And Josh Lopez, somebody who knows what to do with runners in scoring position this year, now with 11 RBI in just 14 games coming into play and a slugging percentage of .680.
The pitch shows bunt, pulls it back. That's a strike, and Herzog's going to get down to second. We'll give him the stolen base on that without the throw.
And for Nick, that is his team-leading 19th in 21 attempts.
And it takes away the conventional double play, so a ground ball has a chance to score a run. Here's the pitch. That's low and away for a ball. Count goes to 1-1.
And for Grattan, it's the early portions of the inning so far he's really struggled on. He got that line out from McCormick on a 3-2 count, but since then, the Huegi single, a couple of steals, and then a Herzog walk, and the Beacons are in business.
The 0-1. That is grounded to short. Should bring a runner home. Bailey on to first. Gets it in time, but an RBI ground out for Josh Lopez. And the Beacons go up 4-0.
Good hitting from Lopez. Don't have to do too much to get that 12th RBI of the year. Gets the bat head on the ball, just grounds it back up the middle with the defense back. And the Beacons are up 4-0 here early on in a game that they desperately need to win if they hope to host the Little East Conference Tournament.
So now it is just Herzog on third. The only runner for the Beacons is Boudres. Takes ball 1 low and away. He doubled back in the first. Would be driven in by Nick Catraro. The pitch. And that's in there for a strike. Count goes to 1-1. Grattan now up over the 40 pitch mark. Throw an inning in 2/3. That one's in there for a strike. Count goes to 1-2. Doesn't look like Castleton has anybody up in the bullpen right now. Of course, in a doubleheader, you got to save those arms as much as you can. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got Boudres looking at one away, a little too tantalizing. And that retires the side. 1 run on 1 hit. There were no errors. There was 1 man left on base through 2 full innings from Monon Park. It's UMass Boston 4, Castleton nothing on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
The University of Massachusetts Boston, with its scenic oceanfront campus, easily accessible to downtown Boston, is recognized as a model of excellence for urban public universities. 16 NCAA Division III sports are part of the more than 100 student organizations that create an engaging campus life in America's biggest and best college town. UMass Boston, Boston's urban public research university for the 21st century.
Back here in Monon Park, more man work. They now have a trash can full of dirt out there. Are they taking dirt out or are they putting dirt in?
Taking dirt out. The wet dirt that's on top of the dry dirt they're going to remove to try to take some of the humidity out, or rather the moisture out of the mound as the rain continues to fall here from Monon Park. We just can't win here in Boston, in New England, in
No.
baseball season, can we?
Nope.
It's either freezing cold in the early months or it's raining. I thought April showers were supposed to bring Mayflowers, not more showers.
Yeah, it's been brutal here. We haven't seen the sun in, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? And even when we got to the ballpark today, I think I said to you, the blue sky was poking through a little bit, and I thought, oh, maybe we'll get some nice baseball weather. Nope.
Yeah, I didn't say anything back because I know you jinxed it.
No, that was smart.
Yeah.
That was smart of you to not say anything. It'll be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up for Castleton when we get going. The catcher, John Stewart, the left fielder, Pat Mumford, and then the leadoff hitter, Deegan Pollard. If anybody reaches Davis Michael will get another chance. It's been 7 up, 6 down for Burgos, the lone runner reaching on an error. That was last inning on an error by the shortstop. And Burgos hasn't even warmed up yet, as he now takes the mound as they've gotten some of this dirt off. So they've stopped putting dirt on. They're now taking dirt off. A change of strategy.
Yeah, so Burgos gets his opportunity to warm up. He'll go 8-9-1, much like Grattan did in the the bottom half of the second. So Stewart, Mumford, and then Poland, as you said. So you went to Ithaca College.
I did, yes, sir.
The most I know about Ithaca College was that it was the setting of Road Trip, the movie.
It was not.
Well,
that is a common misconception. I knew you were going to say that. They go to Ithaca University, which does not exist.
To play on Ithaca College, I suppose.
I suppose. No, we're best known for being, say, I go to school in Ithaca. Oh, you go to Cornell? No, Ithaca College, because they're right across the lake from us there in Ithaca. But, no, we were not in the movie. We did have Gavin DeGraw went to Ithaca College for a semester.
Okay.
Lindsay Lohan's brother went to Ithaca for a little bit.
Wow.
We have had a couple of MLB players, which is pretty cool. No, I can't think of any from any other sports, although the all-time NCAA assist leader in basketball for any level went to Ithaca College. Sean Rossi was a senior when I was a freshman. He had more assists in college basketball than anybody ever has, and he set that record when he was a senior there. So, people don't realize there's all these prolific D1 records, and as a D3 guy, I'm a big proponent of D3 sports. You go down to the D3 level where guys actually play all 4 years, and you see some numbers. You see some really impressive numbers at this level.
You certainly do, and we are just about set for the top of the third. When I was in high school, our quarterback went to Ithaca, Max Islinger. He played there for a few years as well. That's also what I know. Road trip and quarterbacks, Ithaca College, as we're set for baseball.
As Burgos delivers a first pitch strike, where'd you go?
BC.
Okay, so a little more well-known.
A little bit, a few more athletes there, but lately it doesn't seem to matter. Playing in the ACC, we might as well be at Ithaca College's level.
That one is chopped down the first baseline and foul. And you had a heck of a hockey run a couple years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the men's hockey team has seen better days. They were solid before. The women's hockey team's still very good. Do some of their broadcasts in the
Popped
spring.
up into left field under it and making the catch is Catraro for the first down.
Soccer team is good. Lacrosse team is good.
The
but
women's lacrosse team actually just had a big win over Syracuse the other day, I believe.
Yeah, the football team, the basketball team, they've seen better days.
Pat Mumford will step in, the left fielder. The 9-hitter for Castleton. Hitting .271. He has played in all but one of Castleton's games this season. Here's the pitch. Fouled right back at us.
Mumford, one of the few players at this level that I've seen, at least, in the LEC from Alaska. He's a native of Fairbanks, Alaska.
You talk about having tough field conditions in the spring for baseball up here. I can't imagine. They don't have daylight up there for this. The 0-1. Outside for a ball.
Well, he's probably used to not seeing the sun.
Yeah. This has been, summer for him. This has been tropical for him these last couple weeks. Here's the 1-1. Hit into center field, fading to the right. Brown coming over. He will get there in time to make the catch. And there are 2 down. So far, another very economical inning for Fernando Burgos. That's 2 outs on 6 pitches. And bring his total for the afternoon to 35 through 2 2/3. Deegan Poland steps in. He grounded out to short to get things started. Back in the top of the first. He'll get his second look at Burgos. All right, he peers in over the top of the mitt. Winds and fires. Breaking ball just misses for a ball the way that Pitch swept back in from the inside part of the plate. A lot of movement on it. Almost moved too much. The 1-0. That one misses as well. Count goes to 2-0 on Poland. Here's the pitch. Inside for a ball. Count goes to 3-0. First time Burgos has really struggled like this. He's averaging just 4 pitches per batter faced thus far.
And with Davis Michael, their leading hitter on deck, not the most opportune time to do it.
And that one misses, so a 4-pitch walk issued by Fernando Burgos, and Castleton has their second base runner of the game. Still without a hit here through 2 2/3, trailing 4-0 as Michael steps in. Davis Michael, the first baseman, he flew out to center field back in the first inning, came in hitting .479. A dangerous bat if there ever was one.
You see Burgos having some issues with that rubber, but also moving into the stretch for the first time in the last 6 hitters.
The pitch. Outside for a ball, and Kitey's quickly up out of the crouch. They have to worry now about Poland on first. He has stolen 12 bases this year. He's been caught 3 times. Comes to the set, the 1-0 pitch. That one's in there for a strike after 5 consecutive balls. I feel like Fernando just needed to see that one get across. Now we'll see if he can lock in with 2 outs and still get out of this inning relatively easily. 4 runs on 5 hits, 1 error committed by the Beacons. No runs on no hits, no errors for Castleton. The pitch. That one misses, and the count goes to 2-1.
See if they decide to do it with the runner pull. And as you said, 12 stolen bases, pretty good number. You don't want to take the bat out of your best hitter's hand. And Nico Cadiz has have a pretty good arm. Opponent's base stealer's only 5 of 20 against him.
Just gets a piece of that breaking ball, fouls it back into the mid, and the count goes to 2-2, 2 outs. Runner on first. Burgos looks in. Long look in here. Gets the sign he likes. Quick look to first. Now he'll throw over. And back in time is Poland. At the same time, you talk about what Castleton, how they're going to approach that runner on first. If you're UMass Boston, you have a 4-0 lead. You have 2 outs. If he steals second, it doesn't affect what you're doing too much. Just get this out, get out of the inning. Don't give Castleton any momentum. The last thing you want is to throw over to first to roll into the dugout or a wild pitch, this, that, or whatever.
I agree 100%. You see it all the time. A team's up 2 runs. There's a man at first base, and they continue to throw over. Just get the guy at the dish.
The 2-2. Low ball 3 just missed with the breaking ball, and the count will go full.
And so now Poland will be off with the pitch on a 3-2 count with 2 outs. And so anything in the gap or down the lines could put the first run on the board for the Spartans.
Burgos looks in, the payoff pitch. He struck him out, got him with the breaking ball, and the side is retired. Works around the 2-out walk, does Fernando Burgos. And with 3 innings in the books, it's UMass Boston with 2.5 innings in the books, it's UMass Boston 4, Castleton nothing on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
So the Beacons will finish up conference play today. They actually still have a non-conference game against Brandeis. I believe that's rescheduled from earlier this year. That will be tomorrow at noon. And then the conference tournament begins on the 8th, and there's a chance that could happen right here if things fall the way the Beacons want them to, and they do need some external help. But they do have to win still, regardless of what happens elsewhere, and they're taking care of business with that so far.
Yeah, we'll get you a look around the Lilies Conference in a little bit today. The Beacon's main eye, despite, of course, winning today, will be tomorrow when Southern Maine plays Plymouth State. Because Southern Maine would need to be swept and the Beacons would need to sweep for the Beacons to get it, just based outright on record. The tiebreakers are rather complicated, I'd say, is an easy way of saying
We
it.
could spend 3 innings going through them, but instead I'll tell you that Nick Contraro will lead off for the Beacons, followed by Eddie Riley and Danny Brown. If anybody reaches Nico Kites, Contraro drove in 2 back in the first. And he'll get another shot here against Joe Gratton on for his 3rd inning of work. Gratton at 43 pitches through 2. I can't get a thought out today. There was a first pitch ball. All of the numbers, so many numbers rolling around here. Here's the pitch. That one misses as well, and it's 2-0.
Contraro, as you said, had the big hit in the first inning with the 2-run double, one of the big hits. He's been a real revelation.
2-0 is grounded back up the middle past the diving glove of Jackson, and that will be a leadoff single for the Beacons, and Contraro is 2 of 2. So here comes Eddie Riley. He got a little too under a ball to left in his first at-bat back in the first. Skied it to left field. Catch was made at the wall.
Yeah, it was the first pitch swinging on a curveball from Gratton, and Riley, as he said, just got a little bit under it. That one reached near the warning track. See if he decides to pitch him backwards again here with a runner at first and nobody out.
Gratton comes set. Here's the pitch. Misses for a ball. 1-0.
That was another off-speed pitch. I think it was a changeup from Gratton. Doesn't want to give Riley the heater to begin these at-bats.
They're playing him very deep in left. Mumford almost back on the warning track. Everybody else playing him more or less straight away. Throw over to first. And Contraro dives back in time. So we hit the bottom of the 3 o'clock hour here in Boston. It's UMass Boston leading 4-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. Here's the pitch. Big swing and a miss from Riley. Swung out of his shoes, and the count is 1-1, and he'll kind of step out and catch his breath after that one. It's the pitch he was waiting for. He just couldn't get the bat on it. Gratton readies. And time is called. He'll throw over to first anyway. We saw this with Gratton earlier with that runner on. He will take as much time as he wants out there on the mound.
Contraro not a threat to steal. Just 1 steal on 3 attempts this year. Of course, then he goes.
The 1-1, the runner does go. It's a good throw. It's in time. They got him.
And that's why he shouldn't have been a threat to steal.
So bases go back to empty with 1 down now for Eddie Riley. He did not get a great jump on that one. A nice throw, too, by Stewart. Got that ball right out as this is fouled back. Count moves to 1-2. Here's the pitch. Runs in, almost hits him, has to turn the shoulder, does Riley. Count evens up at 2 aside.
Opposing base stealers are now just 11 of 30 against Stewart.
Blown away for a ball, and the count goes full. Gratton now up over the 50 pitch mark. After the Beacons came out aggressive early, they've really sat on some pitches here. It's the second time through the lineup as this is popped to the second baseman. Barely having to move is Jackson. He makes the catch for the second out. And here's Danny Brown. He popped out to the shortstop last time up. Brown, a junior from Hudson, New Hampshire, a transfer from UMass Amherst. This one misses inside for ball 1.
Beacons are going to be aggressive, as you saw there from Contraro. Not really a base stealer, attempting to steal a base to get a runner in scoring position, but
this one's inside for a ball. Count goes to 2-0.
At the same time, you really handicap yourself when it comes to putting together a big inning. At the worst, there should be 1 out right now.
Here's the pitch. That one misses for a ball, just missed. And it's 3-0 to Brown. And he takes ball 4, so 4-pitch walk. Second free pass of the game. Issued by Grattan, gives the Beacons a 2-out base runner with Nico Kides coming up. Kides struck out in the first inning.
The catcher, number 13.
Now we'll see. We saw how Grattan treated Catraro, who is not a threat to steal. Here you have Danny Brown, who is absolutely a threat to go. Although Grattan delivers a relatively quick first pitch. And it misses for ball 1.
Yeah, you said it, Danny. 7 for 7 this year on the base paths.
That one's in there for a strike. Count evens up. Doesn't have a very big lead at first. Brown staying relatively careful here early. And he'll stretch that out another step as Grattan looks over.
Ooh.
Oh, he wants to go. Oh, he started going. He stumbled as this is fouled straight down off the plate by Kides, 1-2. He started going, did not get a good read. Grattan hadn't thrown, but Grattan never noticed.
Wow. For somebody who's been so adept at throwing over, I'm not sure how he missed that. He was coming home with that pitch no matter what. And this is definitely a base-stealing situation with 2 outs in the bottom of the order, but boy, oh boy.
Now with 2 strikes, too.
Doing it again.
Running lead. He just started to go and stopped. And Grattan didn't know. He had to hear the calls.
Danny's got a huge smile on his face speaking with Jamil Moquette, the first base coach.
I think he's a little surprised there hasn't been a throw over at this point. There it is. Brown's back in time. And now this really turns into a game of cat and mouse here. I think Grattan is fine just taking Kides out of the equation. He wants that third out of the inning at first base. Brown with a good-sized lead. He goes. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. So the inning will end on the Nico Kides strikeout. I think he would have had it if that had been a ball. I think he would have. 3 innings in the books. It's UMass Boston with a 4-0 lead here on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
Welcome back to Monin Park. More mound work, and as we get ready for the middle 3 innings, I throw it over to John Skudris with the call.
Thank you, Alex. The Beacons up 4-0 as we head to the top of the 4th inning. And lost in all of this has been the cat and mouse game at first base. The Beacons 3 runs in the first inning has been Fernando Burgos, who has been outstanding here. It's through the first time through the batting order +2. Last inning, a couple of flyouts and a strikeout, surrounded by a walk from Deegan Poland. And as they continue to work on the mound, we'll take a look around the Little East Conference and see what's going on in LEC play. And Alex, as you take a look there, the doubleheader from UMass Dartmouth key, but nothing is as key as what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, that big game for UMass Boston, the Eastern Connecticut, Western Connecticut game. UMass Boston needs some help if they want to, or pardon me, that's not the game. I'm looking at the wrong game. The Southern Maine game, yeah. I looked at the bottom. Saturday, I keep forgetting what day it is. That doubleheader, UMass Boston needs some help if they want to host. Southern Maine with 2 losses right now, UMass Boston with 3. So they still need the sweep, and then they would need some sort of help from Plymouth State to get that done. And Plymouth State at 5-9, they would need to pull off an upset of the number 3 team in the nation.
It certainly would, but we've seen stranger things in sports, and certainly in baseball.
Absolutely.
And Plymouth State, despite the 5-9 record, technically not out of it to get into the top 6 here and make a run at the Little East Conference postseason. 7-8 EastCon, of course, has the battle against WestCon on Saturday. So still plenty to be decided up and down the standings in the Little East Conference, and plenty to be decided today as we move to the 4th inning here between UMass Boston and Castleton. It'll be 3, 4, and 5. Dylan Bailey, Mitchell Karen, and Dylan Benham. Bailey will step in first. He's 0 for 1, grounding out to short his first time up.
And it looks like, for what it's worth, the clouds starting to go away a little bit out over the Boston skyline. Supposed to rain until 5, but it may let up a little earlier, and that's good news for both pitchers who, as you can see them working on the mound right now, have had to deal with this, and good news for Game 2 as well, in that the teams will at least get one clean game in today.
Bailey came into play hitting .250, 22 driven in for the shortstop for these Castleton Spartans, as Burgos continues to work on cleat maintenance. Looks ready to go, I believe, now. As stepping in to the right-handed batter's box is Bailey. Getting the sign from Kides, the windup in the first pitch of the fourth inning is a breaking ball inside, 1-0. Fernando, one of the seniors being celebrated today, as the 1-0 is on the outside corner with a fastball, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, you mentioned the all-time program leader in wins with 23. Definitely has a good chance to put one more in that column here today.
1-1 fastball's grounded to second. Gobbled up by Josh Lopez. Fires over to McCormick at first, and there's a quick out number 1 here to begin the fourth inning. It'll bring up Mitchell Karen, who reached on an error to shortstop in the second inning. He's hitting .235, 2 homers, 15 driven in.
And they are going to shift the outfield well over towards left field. They're going to actually shift the infield as well, as you have Lopez playing back almost behind the second base bag. You have Brown playing over towards the 379 marker in left. And the shortstop, Huegi, playing on what would be the outfield grass.
First pitch, breaking ball, missed low, 1-0.
You see the alignment there, know where the center fielder is.
1-0 fastball carves the outside corner, 1-1. So they clearly view Karen as a pull hitter.
And that first time he did hit a ground ball to short.
Went around on an attempted check swing on a breaking ball, 1-2 now to the Castleton third baseman.
He's frustrated with himself that he went around on that, as he shakes his hands as he steps out of the box.
The wind up and the 1-2 pitch. Fastball down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Burgos to Karen.
And it's interesting they're pitching him away with that shift, giving him a chance to maybe get one off the end of the bat and send it the other way. We'll see if he comes back inside here.
The wind up. The 2-2 pitch. Another fastball just a bit low. And they say called strike 3.
Right.
A delayed call there from the umpire. That's the first called strikeout we've seen today, and so I wasn't prepared for that strike 3 call. 2 down.
Yeah, that was a little more than delayed, or it just wasn't loud, or I don't know. I couldn't tell until Kides threw down a third. But like you said, the first strikeout looking, the second strikeout of the game for Fernando Burgos. And he has now retired every hitter at least once in this Castleton lineup.
That brings up Dylan Benham, the right fielder. He flew out to right his first time up. Breaking ball misses, 1-0.
Mark Piantadosi behind the plate. It's been a little slow with those calls. Rather than get it right, take his time and get it right.
Everyone's got their own style behind the dish. The 1-0. That one grounded back up the middle. Lopez knocks it down. It's going to be the first hit of the day for the visiting Spartans.
And you know what they say about no-hitters. Every one of them has that one defensive play, and if Lopez makes that play, that's certainly when we're talking about the rest of the game. That would have been not just to get to that ball and snag it, but to turn and throw that ball from where he was. That would have been an absolutely outstanding defensive play by Lopez. You can't fault him much for that.
Not at all. I didn't want to mention that they had a no-hitter going here in the fourth inning. They know the curse,
No, that's fair.
Black cat.
I think I mentioned it in the second by accident and instantly regretted it.
That one's popped up from Matt Jackson, the second baseman. Calling it is the first baseman, McCormick, and he will squeeze it to the left of the first base bag to retire the side. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left. We head to the bottom of the fourth inning. It's 4-0, UMass Boston on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
The University of Massachusetts Boston, with its scenic oceanfront campus, easily accessible to downtown Boston, is recognized as a model of excellence for urban public universities. 16 NCAA Division III sports are part of the more than 100 student organizations that create an engaging campus life in America's biggest and best college town. UMass Boston, Boston's urban public research university for the 21st century.
Welcome back to the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Alex Barth along with John Scudras here. As we head to the bottom of the fourth inning, it'll be 8-9-1. McCormick, Huegi, and Herzog for the Beaks against Grattan, who settled down a little bit after a slow start, a rocky start to his day. He gave up the 3 runs in the first on 4 consecutive hits, 3 of them the extra base variety. Gave up 1 more in the second, thanks largely to that single and stolen base, a couple of stolen bases in that inning from the likes of Huegi and Herzog.
He's still looking for that 1-2-3 inning, as he'll go 8-9-1 here. And Huegi really battled against him last time, the second hitter due up this inning, and it'll be interesting to see how he adjusts going the second time through here.
Ryan McCormick will step in. He's 0 for 1. He lined out to third his first time up. Working quickly here, the 0-1 pitch from Grattan. The fastball right on the outside corner. It's 0-2. From the windup, the 0-2 pitch, that one in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And we're playing McCormick straight away here.
That one down and away, evened up at 2-2 to Ryan McCormick, who will look to be a table setter from the bottom of the order. He's got a great eye, as I said, 31 walks to just 15 strikeouts. Here's the 2-2. Off-speed pitch up and away, and another full count to McCormick.
Yeah, and you mentioned the eye to go down 0-2 and then come back and take some of those pitches he just took as a veteran approach.
Payoff pitch is lined foul off the screen. It stays 3-2.
And just like that, he turns a 0-2 count into a 6-pitch at-bat, 6+ pitch at-bat.
If I'm not mistaken, his first at-bat was full as well. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and that one lined to right center field. Coming on in is Poland. He'll make the play to his left for the first out of the inning. 1 down here in the fourth. It'll bring up Charlie Huegi, who, as you mentioned, Alex, singled, stole a base, and scored his first time up.
Yeah, and that last at-bat, he worked a full count, he battled through, ends up getting the single, steals a base, and eventually comes around to score. And it was just a masterclass in small ball and how you should approach things at the bottom of the lineup.
First pitch curveball, grounded to shortstop, gobbled up by Bailey, and one shortstop grounds out to the other. 2 down here in the fourth inning.
That time a little less patient, but got a good pitch to hit. Now this one will be interesting as well. Herzog homered back in the first, and then Grattan was very careful with him in the second before eventually walking him.
Now with nobody on, we'll see how Grattan attacks the Beacons' leadoff hitter. Breaking ball down low, 1 ball and no strike. Herzog now has 9 home runs, 42 driven in. Those marks both lead UMass Boston as he lines one right center field. That'll be extra bases for Nick Herzog. He's got a homer and a walk. Now he's going to have at least a double. They're going to wave him towards third. Herzog looking to get to third, and he will slide in feet first for a 2-out triple. And so Nick Herzog, one of the celebrated seniors, gets the 2 hardest portions of the cycle out of the way early here in the fourth inning. Follows up a homer with a triple with 2 down here in the fourth.
I was going to say, you got to put him on cycle watch. He's guaranteed at least 2 more at-bats. On top of that, he has the walk, too, so over the cycle plus.
So 2 down, a runner 90 feet away, and it'll bring up Josh Lopez. First pitch to Josh, fastball right down Causeway, 0-1. Lopez 1 for 2. He singled and scored in the first and delivered an RBI ground out in the second.
I'm told that is Nick Herzog's 12th career triple, and that is a new program record, so they're falling all over the place today.
Herzog, just an elite offensive player. The 0-2 curveball on the inside corner, called strike 3. He struck him out. So a strikeout looking, the first of the day for Grattan, his 4th strikeout overall. The Beacons go down here in the 4th inning. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on base. We head to the 5th, still 4-0 Beacons on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
The University of Massachusetts Boston, with its scenic oceanfront campus, easily accessible to downtown Boston, is recognized as a model of excellence for urban public universities. 16 NCAA Division III sports are part of the more than 100 student organizations that create an engaging campus life in America's biggest and best college town. UMass Boston, Boston's urban public research university for the 21st century.
Top half of the 5th inning here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. John Skudris along with Alex Barth as the Beacons look to get the doubleheader off to a good start. Right now leading 4-0 for Castleton. No runs on 1 hit. They got that last inning. No errors. The Beacons have 4 runs on 7 hits, just 1 error. Get a look around Beaconville shortly, the bottom half of this inning. But for now, we'll take a look at the lineup for these Spartans. Josh Farrow, John Stewart, and Pat Mumford are due up. And for this Castleton team, they're going to have to start putting together better at-bats against the Beacon starter, Burgos, who Alex has been outstanding today. He's only given up the 1 hit. He's only given up the 1 walk. He's not put runners on base, and that's a recipe for success.
And he's worked well with runners on base. The first time a runner reached an error, 3 consecutive outs, 2 flyouts and a ground out. In the 3rd after the walk, he followed up with a strikeout. And last inning after the 2-out single, only needed just 1 pitch to get Matt Jackson to pop out to first. So he's responded well when he's had to pitch with runners on. And it's really inhibited Castleton from getting anything going today.
Leadoff hitter is the designated hitter, Josh Farrow, hitting .350 coming in. He takes that one for a ball, 1-0. Farrow grounded out to first base in the 2nd inning. A 1-0 pitch. That one lined right back at the screen.
Got a couple flinchers up here.
Yeah. Despite a screen and glass covering us, we still got
it happens to the best of us, to be fair.
Here's the 1-1. That one right down the middle, 1-2 to Farrow.
See if he comes back with the breaking ball here. Gives him something low after raising the eye level there, 1-on-1.
Burgos continues to work swiftly. The windup in 1-2. There was the breaking ball, a hard breaker. That one low.
Yeah, tried the 58-foot curve ball and just couldn't get Farrow to bite. See if he comes back up again.
Farrow left-hander. See a couple of them in this lineup. Here's the 2-2, and he goes chasing at that one way outside. Would have needed an oar to hit it. And that is the strikeout for Burgos, just his 3rd of the day.
He's got 1 in each of the last 3 innings, and that was a great setup in that he's been attacking most of the day, and Farrow knew that. He knew 2-2. He was probably going to get a pitch to hit, so what does Burgos do? He takes it way outside, counts on Castleton getting aggressive, and knew that that pitch, if he somehow made contact with it, worst case scenario is just squib down that 3rd base line.
Here's John Stewart, who swings at a breaking ball, 0-1. Stewart is 0 for 1. He flew out to left his first time up. Another breaking ball as he continues to pitch backwards to the bottom of this Castleton order. It's 0-2.
There you go. Come back with the fastball up and in.
Stewart, the only hitter in the lineup below the Mendoza line at 192. Instead, he comes back with another breaking ball, and finally Stewart lays off.
Tried to do the same thing he did on the last at-bat, go well away and catch the hitter being aggressive.
There's the 1-2. That one came back inside, missed just a little bit in. It's 2-2.
And there's that fastball inside that I was looking for, and he's brought him outside, he's brought him inside. He can throw this one anywhere. Stewart doesn't know where to look.
Fernando trying to close it out here as the 2-2 is outside. So from 0-2 now to 3-2 to John Stewart, hitting 192.
And I think Burgos missed his spot on that one. Kites was set up inside. That came out outside. I think he was trying to work him on the hands.
Payoff pitch, breaking ball, just missed. That's ball 4. Stewart doesn't know it. Now he finds out that he walked, and he's on his way to first base with a 1-out base on balls.
A couple of awfully close pitches there from Fernando Burgos, but here we go again. Let's see how he can lock down after allowing the base runner.
That's the 10th walk of the season for Stewart to 37 strikeouts. And it brings up Pat Mumford. Mumford 0 for 1. The left fielder flew out to center back in the 3rd inning. As you said, they've been able to get runners on base. They've had they've had one runner on base every inning besides the first. They just haven't done anything with it. First pitch, and trying to bunt on one that cut back inside and barely avoiding getting hit with that ball was Mumford. As it's a foul ball, he's smiling, so he's in good shape, but he saw his life flash before his eyes there.
Interesting spot here to bunt with 1 out. In that Castleton has not had a runner to second base yet in this game, so they're just trying to get something jump-started any way they can.
Stewart, the runner at first, not a real threat to go. He's 0 for 1 in steals. Most catchers aren't. You look at his lead, my goodness.
Can we even call that a lead?
The 0-1 breaking ball's on the outside corner, so Mumford in a big hole here, nothing in 2.
Look for him to keep it low, try to get a ground ball, get the double play, get out of the inning quickly. This will be pitch number 70 here for Burgos.
Working from the stretch, the 0-2. Fastball jammed him, was able to get it to shortstop. And going the short way to second was Huegi. That's all they'll get. They retire Stewart, 6-4 on the putout. A fielder's choice. 2 down.
Now with the wet turf, you're just going to get a slow roller off of that one. Huegi didn't charge it. He wanted to make sure it didn't take a weird turn on him, get that one out. And still, Castleton has not had a runner reach second base.
Brings up Deegan Poland. Poland is 0 for 1. He grounded out to lead off the game and walked back in the 3rd inning. The runner at first, Mumford. Burgos takes a quick peek over, and then a pickoff move. Not in time to get Mumford. Mumford on the base pass this year. 10 for 10.
He's got a good-sized lead over there at first.
First pitch fastball's down low, 1-0 to Deegan Poland. You are watching the Beacons Broadcasting Network, 4-0 UMass Boston. The 1-0 ground ball into the hole. Huegi is going to go the short way to second and retire the base runner. Mumford to retire the side. So no runs on no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. It's still 4-0 UMass Boston on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
The University of Massachusetts Boston, with its scenic oceanfront campus, easily accessible to downtown Boston, is recognized as a model of excellence for urban public universities. 16 NCAA Division III sports are part of the more than 100 student organizations that create an engaging campus life in America's biggest and best college town. UMass Boston, Boston's urban public research university for the 21st century.
Welcome to the Beacons Broadcasting Network as UMass Boston heads into the bottom half of the 5th inning, and looks like we have a new pitcher for the Castleton Spartans. As I think that's 45. That'll be Charlie Stapleford making his first appearance in this doubleheader. Stapleford, 8 appearances, 6 games started, and for Stapleford, Alex, it has been a real struggle so far this year. That 8.46 ERA illustrates that.
Yeah, 1-2 in 8 appearances, 6 starts. So none of guys used to coming out of the bullpen in 28 innings. He's allowed 40 hits, 35 runs, 27 of them earned, 19 walks, 24 strikeouts. And we'll pull up the final line on Grattan here in a second.
So the Beacons will face another right-hander in Stapleford, as that'll close the book on Grattan. As you said, we'll get a line on him shortly. Stapleford is a senior, 6'2", 200, out of Vermont.
Yeah, 4 innings for Grattan. He allowed 7 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned. He struck out 4. He did walk 2. And he will be on the hook if this score holds for the loss. That would drop him to 5-4 on the season.
First man will face will be the left-handed hitting Kyle Boudris, the Beacons' designated hitter. He's 1 for 2, hitting about 400 now. Came in hitting 398.
Leading off of the Beacons in the bottom of the 5th inning.
And I wonder if Castleton going to a starter in Stapleford, even though a 4-run game is still relatively close, if this is them, saying they'll throw him out here so he can give them 4, maybe even 5 innings. They don't have to use much of their bullpen. They save it for game 2.
First pitch swinging for Kyle Boudris. Pops one to shortstop. Gobbled up by Bailey. 1 down. Let's take a look around Beaconville here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Of course, the softball team in the postseason, and they are continuing what will be hopefully an illustrious run. They lost 3-0 to East Con in Game 1. Game 2 will take place later today. Men's tennis beat the Corsairs of Dartmouth 5-zip, and lacrosse takes on the Panthers of Plymouth State in the LEC semifinals from Keene State later on tonight. What a run for Lax, who really had a lackadaisical effort for much of the season, but came out strong at the end of the season and is now making a deep run into the postseason, as the first pitch to Catraro is right down the middle, 0-1.
Catraro, talk about Herzog being halfway at its cycle. Catraro's got the tougher half ahead of him, but he's got a single and a double.
1 ball and 1 strike to Nick Catraro, who singled in the third, doubled in the first, 2 RBI. He also was caught stealing. First pitch misses, or third pitch misses. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Eddie Riley on deck. The 2-1. Ground ball up the middle. There's another base hit. So a 3-for-3 day for Catraro. 2 singles and a double. And the Beacons continue to swing a hot bat here today, as that is their 8th hit of the afternoon.
And they have at least 1 in every inning, 4 in the first and 1 in the second, third, fourth, and now 5th. So it hasn't necessarily been bunched together. They've been hitting, early in counts, deep in counts, early in innings, late in innings, and everybody in the lineup. I believe actually everybody has at least 1 hit. Let me run through this. Everybody but Riley, Kites, and McCormick has at least 1 hit.
The third baseman, number 3.
Brings up Riley, as you said, hitless, 0 for 2. Flew out to left on a deep fly ball in the first inning, and then popped out to second in the third. First pitch from Stapleford on the outside corner with a fastball, 0-1. Right-hander back on the rubber out of the stretch. Quick pick off to first. Catraro showed he's not afraid to steal last time when he was gunned down by John Stewart. So Stapleford will keep an eye on him. The 0-1. Another fastball low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Stapleford from the stretch. The 1-1. That one chopped to shortstop. Gobbled up by Bailey. He's going to have to hurry to get Riley just in time by maybe a third of a step to get him. As Riley continues to be snake bitten today. He didn't like the call, but he'll have to accept it. 2 down.
That's a tough one right there. And I think that was the right call. Got him by about half a step, although here comes a member of the UMass Boston coaching staff to talk about it.
We're going to take a look at the replay of that one, as Brendan Eigerbrode's going to go out there and discuss things with the base coach. As you take a look here, Alex, very close.
Now, let's see. I do think they got the call right by about half a step. But, maybe not.
Let's do it one more time. Let's take another look at it. It looks to me like he did beat it out on the second look. Let's take a third look.
Let's see.
We'll slow it down for you.
I mean, either way, just a nice job to get to this ball and turn and throw in one motion by the shortstop, Bailey. Let's see.
Yeah, he's safe.
He might have been safe, yeah.
Let's get the umps up here like Major League Baseball. Let's get a replay going. There's 2 down. Luckily, the Beaks are up 4 runs, so it's not going to hurt too much if they can hold on to the lead. Danny Brown stepping in. Danny reached base on a base on balls his last time up. He also popped out to short. Lost in all of that as they did advance a runner into scoring position as Cotraro is at second. Keeping a close eye on him is the second baseman, Jackson.
They got both the second baseman and shortstop pinched in.
And there's a line drive base hit, and they're going to get the job done. They're going to wave Cotraro home. Danny Brown will have an RBI single, his 25th ribby of the season. And despite maybe the bad call at first, the Beacons put their 5th run on the board. It's 5-0.
And if there's runners on first and second, that ball might not get through because the second baseman's going to be playing more his natural position. He may have a chance to jump. It's tough to tell without him standing there. He may have a chance to jump and at least maybe get his glove on it, slow it down, hold that runner at third. So Beacon's actually, in a way, sort of lucking out there. And again, I'm not sure why Castleton had both the second baseman and shortstop covering the bag for the pickoff throw. Pick one, have him over there, but they were just leaving so much room exposed in the gaps between first and second and third.
Here's Nico Kides. First pitch to Nico was up and in over his head. He was trying to bunt, and maybe a good thing as he was able to get down to one knee easily. Nico struck out swinging both of his at-bats today. It's 5-0 UMass Boston here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Pickoff move to first from Stapleford, not in time. Working from the stretch, Stapleford, the first reliever of the day. Another pickoff move is Brown, who has some excellent wheels, gets back in time. Still raining here in Boston, Massachusetts, as the 1-0 is up and away as Brown dives back on the snap throw from Stewart. Good news is it's also raining hits for the Beaks. They now have 9 and 5 runs to show for it. The 2-0 on the outside corner, 2 balls and 1 strike.
And these hitters, I think, are starting to figure out. The pitchers certainly have figured it out. That outside part of the plate is going to be fair game for these umpires today. And, you know, it's been a bit outside, but it's been consistent, that outer half of the strike zone. Setting up there again.
There goes Brown as there's a hit and run. That one lined to right field. Benham on the run. He'll make the play to retire the side as we head to the 6th inning. 1 run on 2 hits. No errors, and 1 man left. We head to that 6th frame. It's 5-0 UMass Boston here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
What separates UMass Boston from other schools is the fact that a large percentage of students commute. For me, it takes 2 hours each day to go to and from school, but every second has been worth it because the students that come here are serious about learning, they value their education, and understand where it'll take them in the future. This is what UMass Boston means to me.
Welcome back to the Beacons Broadcasting Network. John Scooters along with Alex Barth and Fernando Burgos still on the rubber. What a day it's been. Fernando here in his final regular season start as a UMass Boston Beacon. Certainly deserving of the accolades that he will receive between games 1 and 2 for Senior Day celebrations. He's not the only one. A lot of seniors putting together fine performances here in their final doubleheader of their careers.
There's still one more game to go, too, and there's a number of guys that we haven't seen yet. I'm assuming we will see Bobby Tramandosi at some point today. The question is, do they use him here in Game 1 in a non-save situation, or do they they're guaranteed to have a save situation in Game 2, but maybe wait and see if they can send him out with a save?
Brings up Davis Michael. It'll be 2-3-4. Michael, Bailey, and Karen. But Michael, their leading hitter, hitting .479, 5 homers, 32 RBI coming in, and he has not gotten it done against Burgos today. He flew out to center field in the first and struck out swinging in the third. One group that has gotten it done is the field crew, cleaning off that mound almost between every inning as the first pitch to Michael's outside, 1-0. From the windup, the 1-0 pitch, breaking ball, beautiful cut over the inside corner. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
That breaking ball's been his pitch today. He has had total command. We talked about if he'd have problems with the grip, given the conditions, he hasn't.
1-1 is lined out of play towards BC High. It's 1-2 now to Michael. Back into the left-handed batter's box is the first baseman for Castleton. From the windup, the 1-2 pitch outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That open stance from the first baseman, Michael. The 2-2 swung on, foul tipped and caught from Kides, and that is a strikeout again here for Burgos, as he now has 4 strikeouts and 1 in each of the last 4 innings.
And that's the second time he's got Michael, too, the best hitter in this Castleton lineup. He is certifiably in a groove, and at 77 pitches, we'll see how long they let him go, but he's been relatively economical here.
And if it wasn't for a ball that went off of Lopez's glove at second, might still have the no-hitter going, though granted it would have been an impressive play to say the least.
Yeah.
First pitch was on the outside corner to Bailey, 0-1. Bailey is 0 for 2, couple of groundouts, 1 to short, 1 to second. The 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1 to the shortstop, Dylan Bailey.
Bailey's grounded out a couple times, once to short, once to second. They're actually playing him, the second baseman, deep there on the outfield grass.
The 1-1. On the outside corner with a fastball, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And he's still got now up over 80 pitches, some good zip. You could hear that pop all the way up here.
And yet shaking his head on the mound as if he wasn't happy with the location of that one. Here's the 1-2. On the outside corner, called strike 3. He struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts. And now 5 on the day for Fernando Burgos.
That's the first back-to-back strikeouts for any pitcher in today's game. And that outside part of the plate, talked about it in the last half inning, that the umpires kind of been letting the pitchers live out there, and Burgos really taking advantage of it here as we enter the latter stages of this game.
There's Mitchell Caron, who's 0 for 2. He reached on an error and struck out looking. 0-1.
If Burgos strikes out the side here, do you have to take him out? Do you just kind of go out on that incredibly high note?
0-1 is down. 1 ball and 1 strike. I wouldn't take him out. That's why I'm up here.
Right, that's true. I mean, I think you defer to him at this point. See, it doesn't look like there's anybody in the bullpen.
The 1-1. Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike.
This will be pitch 84 coming up. And we talked about he is a workhorse. 6th most innings in all of D3 baseball.
On the outside corner with a curveball, and it's 2-2 now to Caron, who will look to extend the inning or be the victim of the 3rd straight strikeout. The 2-2 pitch on the inside corner, called strike 3. Striking out the side here in the 6th inning is Fernando Burgos. And on senior day, the senior right-hander making it Burgos' day as we head to the bottom of the 6th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and no men left. Almost time for the stretch, an inning away. It's 5-0 UMass Boston.
The University of Massachusetts Boston, with its scenic oceanfront campus, easily accessible to downtown Boston, is recognized as a model of excellence for urban public universities. 16 NCAA Division III sports are part of the more than 100 student organizations that create an engaging campus life in America's biggest and best college town. UMass Boston, Boston's urban public research university for the 21st century.
Bottom of the 6th inning here from Monin Park. Charlie Stapleford will stay out for his 2nd inning of work after replacing Joe Gratton. Gave up a run in the 5th inning. Beacons lead at 5-0. John Skudras along with Alex Barth. It'll be 8-9-1. This is the 3rd time that the 8-hole hitter Ryan McCormick has led off an inning.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for Nico Kites, 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. He's hitting 7th. But bottom of the lineup, Charlie Huegi has kind of been a catalyst. He had that one big at-bat in the 2nd that kept the momentum going. And it's been a theme for the Beacons all year to be able to count on the bottom of the lineup.
From the wind-up, Stapleford's first pitch, fastball way outside and up. McCormick's 0 for 2, lined out twice, once to third, once to center. 1-0 pitch. That one is sky to left field. On his horse is Mumford towards the wall. He won't get it, and no one will. It's up and over. You can write her a postcard because she is out of here. The first home run of the season for Ryan McCormick. And it is 6-0 UMass Boston here in the 6th inning.
You get that from Brockmeyer? That was a good one.
The
call, yeah.
That's been my call since 2012.
That's a hell of a call.
Thank you.
He got all of that ball, too. Again, out to left, no wind. That's certainly helping kind of the same spot that Herzog hit it. And we talked about it when he came in. Stapleford has not had the best season. The Beacons definitely had a chance to jump on top of him, and they have now 2 runs in an inning plus. As Huegi shows bunt here to start.
Huegi is 1 for 2. He singled, stole a base, and scored in the 2nd. He's grounded out to short in the 4th. That one line to right field, a base hit for Charlie Huegi. The bottom of the order is heating up. It's overrun out there by Benham, and Charlie's going to take advantage. A single and an error, and Charlie Hugi's in scoring position here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
And if you're Castleton, you can't just fall asleep at the wheel here. I mean, 6-0's tough. You got another game to play, but you can't have Stapleford throw too many pitches. You don't want to dig into the bullpen, and you still have regional rankings to worry about. This is a team that could very well still make it into the conference tournament, could make a run at the NCAA tournament. So just kind of a mental lapse error there after the home run. You got to lock back in here if you're Castleton out in the field.
The right fielder, number 34, Nick Herzog.
Brings up Nick Herzog, and if there's ever somebody you don't want to see with a runner in scoring position, it's Nick. He's 2 for 2 with a homer, a triple. He's also walked and stole a base.
Yeah, chasing the cycle here.
First pitch, the fastball high, 1-0, and this is his first time facing Stapleford. From the stretch, the 1-0. That one gets away from the catcher, Stewart, and moseying over to third is Huegi, and with nobody out, the Beacons are threatening to put up lucky number 7 on the board here in the 6th inning. That would most likely be a wild pitch. As Stapleford has seen that control erode a little bit. It's 2-0 now to Nick Herzog, who's in the driver's seat. The 2-0. Inside, almost got him on the front elbow as Nick turns away from it. Now 3-0, and they might just want to put him on.
They might. They've had some success against Lopez today. He did strike out his last time up.
The 3-0 pitch. Right down the middle, 3-1.
Red light all the way right there. That is a pitch that Nick can and does at times jump all over.
From the stretch. The 3-1 pitch. Inside corner for a strike, and it's a full count.
And that was a late strike call, as has been the case so far today, but Herzog thought he was going to first.
So now, 3-2 to Herzog. The runner at third, Huegi. From the stretch, Stapleford's payoff pitch, 3-2's fouled off, out of play.
Now working the pitch count, they have Stapleford up over 20 pitches.
There's not a whole lot in the barrel for this bullpen. Castleton's pitching has been a real issue this year. Here's the 3-2 again, and that's up and away for ball 4. So the second walk of the day for Herzog, and the bases now have runners at the corners with nobody out for Lopez.
And oddly enough, with what the Beacons have done today, Lopez and Boudreaux have not been a major part of it. They each had a hit and scored in the first, but since then, a combined 0 for 4 with an RBI on a fielder's choice from Lopez. They've each struck out once, so this is a part of the lineup that's looking to get going. They haven't really inserted themselves into this game, and it's already 6-0 UMass Boston.
Chance now for them to do just that. Runners at the corners. Herzog's got great wheels. We'll see if he tries to steal. There he goes. First pitch breaking ball called strike. Herzog is in there as the ball gets away. Huegi thought about taking advantage. Unable to field it was the second baseman Jackson, as sliding into his glove was Herzog, second and third.
Yeah, it looked like when Herzog slid in, he kicked the ball out of the glove, because if that ball doesn't pop out, he's out. That was a great throw. So good job on the contact slide to get in. It takes away the conventional double play. And there's a lot of options now if you're Josh Lopez at the plate.
Yeah, we've seen why John Stewart is their starting backstop. Despite hitting 192 on the year, he's got a real gun behind the dish. But just unlucky on that one. So it'll be 0-1 to Lopez. And the Beacons in business to put a couple more on the board, perhaps, with the middle of the order up to the plate. There's the 0-1. Fastball on the outside corner. Lopez didn't like it. It's 1-1.
And that was borderline. Normally after a walk, you see that pitch, call the ball. Not getting a little help there was Stapleford.
The 0-2 pitch up high, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
If you're Lopez here, you know you're probably going to get something you can at least get the bat on. Even a ground ball scores a run. He has one such RBI that way today.
From the stretch, the 1-2. Ground ball to third. Gobbled up the hot corner by Caron. Throws over to first in time. It's the second RBI ground out of the day from Lopez as Huegi comes home to score. 5-3 in your scorebooks. 1 down. 7-0 UMass Boston.
A good job by Caron to look the runner back. And unlike the previous one, which was a similar situation, runners in second and third, Herzog will stay at second. He does not advance. It's just Huegi coming home to score.
Here's Kyle Boudreaux. He's 1 for 3. He doubled and scored in the first. And since then, struck out and flew out. As that one's grounded to first, Mikel makes the play. Runs over to first himself. 3 unassisted. Advancing over to third, Herzog, but now 2 down. And as you said, the heart of the order for the Beacons hasn't been the catalyst today, for the most part. It's been the bottom of the order and the top of the order who's gotten it done.
They're here, the cleanup hitter, Nick Cotraro, who has gotten it done, a double and 2 singles. He's driven in a pair and scored one himself.
Right you are. Nick doubled in 2 runs in the first. He singled and was caught stealing in the third, and singled and scored in the fifth. This is his second time facing Stapleford, as the first pitch to Nick is grounded foul right into the Beacons dugout.
It looks like the rain is starting to make its way out of here. It's still coming down a bit, but it's definitely brightened up a little. And like we said, it's supposed to move out right around 5. Might be a little earlier than that.
Yo, 1 in the dirt. That one gets away a little bit, and Herzog takes advantage and scores! An alert and aggressive base-running play from the Beacons right fielder, and Nick Herzog, filling up the stat sheet, scores for the second time today. It's 8-0 UMass Boston on a wild pitch from Stapleford.
And Nick Herzog came to play today. You talk about making the most of your senior day. Comes out, lead-off home run to get things started. Has a triple as well, couple walks. He's now scored for the second time. And used the word before, catalyst. He's been the catalyst for what is now turning into a UMass Boston blowout.
Beacons with the 8-0 advantage as Cotraro sees a 1-1 count. Outside, 2-1 to the Beacons left fielder. Stapleford now able to work out of the windup, the 2-1 pitch, outside, 3-1. If you're just joining us, just getting off work on a Friday, the Beacons have a doubleheader here against Castleton. With a sweep, they have a chance to win the LEC regular season championship and host the tournament. The 3-1. Ground ball to first base. Nice snag by Michael. And the first baseman will meander over to the bag to retire the side. But the Beacons do score 3 runs. They do so on just 2 hits. They have 1 error and No men left on base. We head to the 7th inning. It's now 8-0 UMass Boston on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
The University of Massachusetts Boston, with its scenic oceanfront campus, easily accessible.
Beacons lead at 8-0 heading to the 7th inning. And before the play-by-play here in the 7th inning, I hand it over to my partner in crime, Alex Barth. Alex?
Thank you very much. Fernando Burgos back out there on the mound for what will be his 7th inning of work, and he has been absolute nails through 6, allowing just 1 hit, 2 walks while striking out 6. And Castleton has yet to get a runner into scoring position against him, as he will face the 5, 6, and 7 hitters, Dylan Benham, Matt Jackson, and Josh Farrow here in the 7th inning. If anybody reaches, the catcher John Stewart will get a chance. Benham has the lone hit for Castleton. That came back in the 4th inning. Besides that, combined, he's going up against a group that has severely struggled, as has most of the Castleton lineup, including Farrow, who has struck out. As Benham gets ready, he will step in from the left side against the righty Burgos. And it looks like the rain has stopped here. The umbrellas have gone away. The puddles have stopped rippling, so perhaps finally some dry baseball as we hit the top of the 7th inning of Game 1 of this doubleheader. Burgos digs in, looks over the top of his mitt. The righty kicks and deals. And misses high for ball 1 with the fastball.
Benham 1 for 2, as you said, that's single. And normally you'd say, oh, that's okay. Well, the single's all they've been able to get today against Fernando.
That one's outside for ball. 88 pitches now for Burgos. 52 of those have registered as strikes. There is now action in the Beacons bullpen. Tough to tell who that is, as that one misses for a ball. Again, I would assume at some point today we will see Bobby Tramondosi, but I wonder if they hold on to him for a potential save situation in Game 2. If not, you can always throw him anyway. The 3-0. That's in there for a strike.
And also, we've seen Brendan Igerbrod over the course of Bobby T's career use him in both halves of a doubleheader, assuming he goes pretty smoothly in the first.
The 3-1. That's in there for a strike. A late strike call as Benham was about to toss the bat. And Burgos fights back from down 3-0 to go 3-2. The pitch. Fouled straight back. And Benham 1 for 2. He is the lone hit. That was a single back in the 4th. Just the 3rd time through the lineup here for Castleton. They've had 4 base runners total. The pitch. Popped foul and out of play. That will head back towards BC High lacrosse practice over there on Cotter Field. Here's the payoff pitch from Burgos. Flailed into left, but that ball is hooking foul and out of play.
That's got to be jarring if you're playing lacrosse over there. They play a white ball, all of a sudden,
yeah,
there's another one flying at you. Wonder if that's ever happened where it's affected a game. Goalie makes the save, but it's the wrong ball.
Simultaneously, when you have UMass Boston lacrosse over there and UMass Boston baseball playing here, I know I've called lacrosse games where that's happened and they have to stop play. Here's the payoff pitch. It's grounded right to short. Huegi was playing slightly towards the bag. It works out well. He fires to first for out number 1. Continuing to add to that assist total that is among the best this school has ever seen. Here comes Matt Jackson, the second baseman. He has flown out to left and popped out to first. He has seen just a combined 4 pitches from Fernando Burgos, a 3-pitch out in the second inning on an 0-2 count, and then he popped out on the first pitch he saw in the 4th. Burgo's first offering is outside for a ball. It skips off Keide's glove. No harm, no foul, nobody on base. 1 out, top of the 7th. UMass Boston leading 8-0 here at Monin Park in game 1 of a Little East doubleheader. Burgo shrugs the shoulders, kicks, and deals. Breaking ball cuts back towards the inside, but it ends up low. And the count goes to 2-0, so second time in a row, Burgos has fallen behind of a hitter. Here's the pitch. That one is fouled back. Count goes to 2-1. And bring in some fresh baseballs for the umpire, some dry baseball. As the turf, I'm sure, is still quite wet. The 2-1 pitch. And that's in there for a strike, and the count evens up at 2-2. So Burgos goes down 2-0. Comes back to even it up 2-2, and here comes the 100th pitch of his outing. Winds in, delivers. And it hops away from Keides, and the count goes full again. Back-to-back full counts for Fernando Burgos, and he kind of slaps himself on the leg. He's not happy that one got away from him.
Well, Fernando's a competitor. Even in a day like this where he's given up 1 hit, nobody's reached beyond first base, he's still going to show the emotion.
The payoff pitch. Popped straight up in the air. That'll stay in. Burgos looking. Now Riley comes over, and he'll make the catch from third base for the second out of the inning. And that's now 13 hitters in a row that have failed to have a ball leave the infield against Fernando Burgos. You have to go all the way back, or pardon me, 15 hitters. You have to go all the way back to the second out of the third inning when Pat Mumford flew out to center field. That is the last time an outfielder was involved in a play, as this is hit towards second, knocked down, gobbled up by Lopez. He fires to first to retire the side. We have played 6.5. It is stretch time at Monin Park. It's the Beacons cruising up 8-0 on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Bottom of the 7th here is the Beacons get ready to go. I believe, yep, that's still Stapleford out there, and UMass Boston will send up the 5, 6, and 7 hitters, Riley, Brown, and Keides. But I just want to revisit here real quick, John, something that just occurred to me at the very end of that last inning. You got to go back, what was it, 15, 16 batters. The last time a ball left the infield, I mean, you had the base hit, but that was on a ground ball. You have to go back 15 hitters for the last time the ball left an infield from a pitch from Fernando Burgos, and that is just exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Herzog, Brown, or Cotrero, all three of whom who have significantly contributed with the bat, when you're in the outfield, be picking dandelions if there were any in the turf out there.
And I would think, now up over 100 pitches, his day is done with action in the bullpen, but we will see. Here's Eddie Riley. He is 0 for 3. He is flown out, popped out, and grounded into a fielder's choice. Trying to right the ship here in the 7th inning, as that one is up and in for ball 1. We got underway at 2:30. We're just over the 2-hour mark here at Monin, 2:02. This is hit into center field. Stepping over is Poland, moving to his left, has it lined up, and he'll make the catch for out number 1.
Tough day for Eddie Riley. Began with that ball that was launched to the warning track in left field on the first pitch he saw, and since then, pop out, ground out, fly out.
Danny Brown is 1 for 2. He's walked. He's driven in a run. That came on a single in his last at-bat in the 5th. Dealing quickly is Stapleford, and he delivers a first pitch strike. Again, we hope you'll stay with us for Game 2. That will start approximately 20 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. This one's inside for a ball. And in between, I believe we will stay live for the Senior Day festivities. We will, yep. So no need to type in another address, I guess would be the modern equivalent of touch that dial. 2-1 the count here from Stapleford. No need to go to your bookmarks, I guess. Here's the pitch. Fouled off, looked like maybe off the foot of Brown and towards the Beacons dugout. 2-2 the count to the UMass Boston center fielder, Danny Brown. Stapleford looks in. Kicks and deals. Fouled right back at us, and we'll do the 2-2 count again. Beacons 8 runs on 11 hits. They've committed 1 error. For Castleton, no runs on 1 hit. They too have committed 1 error. As we sit here in the bottom of the 7th with 1 out and nobody on. Here's the pitch. Grounded towards first. Michael has it. He's going to have to flip. It's going to be close, but Stapleton gets there in time to record the second out of the inning. Goes as a 3-1 ground out. And Stapleton is a big guy at 6'2". Those long strides, he needed him to get over to the bag in time as Brown really made that a close play.
The catcher, number 13.
Here's Nico Kides, the catcher. He is 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts. Flew out to right his last time up, and you got a feel for him at this point as the first pitch is popped up. He's ended 3 innings already. This could be 4. Will this drop? It does! It drops into center field. Kides on his way to second. He slides in safely. They're going to give him a double on that. So can we call that a reverse announcer's jinx there? He had ended 3 straight innings for the Beacons. He ended the 1st, the 3rd, and the 5th. Almost ends the 7th, but that ball pops in between the center fielder and second baseman, and he's standing on second with a 2-out double. Sometimes for the Beacons, when it's your day, it's your day.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking right as you were saying that, Nico Kides might be for the 4th time he's going to end an inning, and Ryan McCormick's going to have to lead off for the 4th time next inning. But how about that? Drops in between the second baseman and the center fielder, and like you said, every dog has his day, and the Beacons right now have been some pretty good ones.
Chop between first and second. They're going to pull Stapleford off the mound again. He gets the bag in time to retire the side, so it's only 1 more pitch. But the Beacons are set down in the 7th. They get 1 hit. That was the Kides double. No runs, no errors. 1 man left on base. 7 innings in the books. It's UMass Boston 8, Castleton nothing on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
We have a new pitcher jogging in for UMass Boston. That is the senior Joe McGuire, the righty from Peabody, Massachusetts. He will take over for Fernando Burgos. We'll get you his line momentarily. It will be McGuire's 4th appearance on the year. He has a 4.50 ERA in 2 innings. He's allowed 2 hits, 1 run it was earned. He's walked 2. He is yet to record a strikeout. Opponents are hitting .222 against him.
It's actually Joe McGuire, not Pat McGuire, who...
I heard 25, pardon me. Yeah, yeah. Did I say Pat?
You were reading Pat's stats.
Oh.
Joe's 1-2 with
That's
a
my bad.
6.33 in 13 appearances. 3 starts, 27 innings, 39 hits, 28 runs, 19 of them earned, 25 Ks, and 14 walks. He'd want Pat's stats, although Pat's only gone 2 innings, but Joe here...
Yeah, I thought that seemed a little weird. I just saw McGuire. That's my fault for not reading all the way through the name.
Hey, when you have 2 McGuires, Whose fault is it really? His brothers. And now an opportunity for one to finish off his Beacons career here on the mound, or at least his regular season career. As you see, Joe, big right-hander from Peabody.
Meanwhile, for Burgos, through 7 innings, allowed just the 1 hit, no runs, struck out 6, walked just 2, and he would be on the hook he is on the hook for the win and would extend what is a program record, would be his 24th of his career. He is also 3rd in innings pitched now. He passes that Seth Seath Bedard and is now just shy of Steve Howard, who has 233, and he could potentially pass that in the tournament.
I don't know if that's a typo or a very strange
That's what I was
spelling.
trying to figure out. You never know.
S-C-I-T-H.
Anyway, due up for Castleton will be the 8-9-1 hitters, John Stewart, Pat Mumford, and Deegan Pollard, if anybody reaches Davis Michael. And I wonder if we see here with 2 innings left, if McGuire is in to finish this, or if we will see Trey Mendozi. It does not look like anybody is throwing in the Beacons bullpen right now. Stewart steps in. He is 0 for 1. He walked in his last at-bat. That was in the 5th. McGuire comes to the set, kicks in, delivers. And that's in there for strike 1 to Stewart. And now there's an adjustment, a visual adjustment to make. If you're Castleton, you go from facing Burgos, who's 5'10", to McGuire, who's 6'2", and a very different release point as that is grounded to second, handled by Lopez, and there's 1 down.
So Stewart is 0 for 2, and they'll bring up Mumford, who's also 0 for 2, though he did reach on a fielder's choice.
One of just 5, 6, pardon me. One of just, nope, 5, got it right the first time. One of just 5 Spartans to reach today. Here's the pitch. And that one misses for a ball. 1-0 the count to Mumford. McGuire sets, kicks, and delivers. And that's in there for a strike, 1-1. The pitch. Outside for a ball, 2-1 the count to Mumford.
I just want to throw strikes here if you're McGuire. He's had command issues over the course of the season, led to that inflated ERA, but with an 8-run lead.
And he misses again. The count goes to 3-1.
The last thing you want to do is put a couple of men on base before Michael steps up.
Here's the pitch. Got that one in their lower half of the plate, and the count runs full. We've seen Beacons pitchers do this a number of times today. Burgos certainly did it, where he would get down 3-1, 3-0 in counts to come back to work the full count, and in some cases strike the hitter out. McGuire trying to do something similar. He does not there, though, as he issues the walk and a big kick to the dirt. As there's a man on for Castleton with 1 out in the top of the order coming up. Here's Deegan Poland. He is 0 for 2, and he walked back in the 3rd. That is now 3 walks for Castleton batters. Outside for a ball, they check back down to first. And the throw was not in time as McCormick was playing off of the bag. Looking in from the stretches, McGuire, he comes set. That pitch gets the outside part for a strike. Mumford, who stands on first this year, he has stolen 10 bases. He has not been caught. So somebody worth worrying about over there at first. Gets himself a healthy league, and that ran in and hit him. Clips Poland, so it's going to be runners on first and second. The first time Castleton has had a runner in scoring position today, and it comes at the perfect time with Davis Michael, the first baseman, coming up. Although Michael has not been his usual self today. He is 0 for 3, struck out his last time up. That was back in the 6th.
Yeah, that was against Burgos. McGuire right now struggling with his command, and you'd hate to see him serve one up here for Michael. We'll see what he's got.
The pitch. That's in there for a strike, and an important first pitch strike there for Joe McGuire.
Oh, the curveball, too. Usually when somebody walks a batter, then hits a batter, they'll come back with a fastball. Not the case.
Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. So 2 big pitches for McGuire here with 1 out and 2 on. We'll see if he tries to get Michael to chase or if he goes right at him. McGuire looks in, gets the sign he likes, comes to the set, kicks and delivers, and tried one outside. Michael not falling for it. See if he comes back in here.
I would come back with another curveball. You're up 1-2 in the count. Came back with a couple of fastballs.
Coyote sets up right in the middle of the plate. Here's the pitch. That is grounded to second. Double play ball. The flip to the shortstop for 1. On to first. Double play. 4-6-3. Lopez, Huegi, McCormick. And just like that, the Spartans' biggest threat of the afternoon is extinguished. We've played 7.5 at Monon Park. It's UMass Boston 8, Castleton nothing. Keep it here. You're watching Little East Baseball on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
New pitcher for Castleton is number 35, Zach Marlowe. The freshman lefty stands 6'3", from Plattsburgh, New York. He is making his 8th appearance. They've all come out of the bullpen. 1-0 with an ERA of an even 12. In 12 innings, he's allowed 18 hits, 17 runs, 16 of them earned. He's walked 6, struck out 7. Of those 18 hits, 6 are doubles, 1 is a triple. 3 are home runs.
And opponents are hitting .346 against them. That's highest on Castleton's beleaguered bullpen.
So that 10 of 18 hits have been extra base hits. The final line we'll get you here on Stapleford. Through 3 innings, allowed 5 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned. 5 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned. He did walk 1. Did not strike out any, faced 15 batters and threw 44 pitches. So, I suppose now is a good time to make note of the fact that there is a 10-run slaughter rule in conference play after the 7th inning.
I love the verbiage of that rule, too. The slaughter rule.
Well, a slaughter rule, mercy rule is another popular one.
Neither's very. I mean, mercy is, I guess, more PC these days than slaughter.
I've heard it referred to as the white flag rule.
White flag, sure.
The we should be done with this already rule.
The let's move on with our lives rule.
It will be 9-1-2 for the Beacons. Trying to make that happen here. Charlie Huegi, Nick Herzog, and Josh Lopez. If anybody reaches Kyle Boudris, Huegi has a pair of hits and a 2-for-3 effort. He has scored both times he has reached. He is also currently, let me make sure I get this right here, 1 stolen base shy as he takes a first pitch ball. 1 stolen base shy of tying Drew Tambling for a top 5 spot in stolen bases in UMass Boston history. Would be his 55th if he can swipe another one. He already has one stolen base in this game. That came back in the second as he fouls this one off. And the count goes to 1-1. I will say this for Marlowe out on the mound. He's a big, imposing figure out there at 6'3", 220. The freshman just has to sort of find himself here, not the debut season I'm sure he was hoping for. He still has a lot of time to work on it. And they've clearly trusted him enough to throw him out there a number of times. 8 appearances in 33 games. That's in there for a strike. Count goes to 2-2. Marlowe sets, kicks, and delivers. Grounded to third. Karen down on it. And Huegi is retired for the first out. So back to the top of the order in Nick Herzog. And Herzog has been the puzzle Castleton has not been able to solve today. He has reached in all 4 plate appearances. He homered in the first, walked in the second, tripled in the fourth, and walked in the sixth. He has scored twice. He's driven in one. He's stolen a pair of bases as well. Just filling up the stat sheet every which way here on senior day. Here's the first pitch, and it's well outside for ball 1.
If it wasn't for those walks, Nick might have had a chance at the cycle.
It got to the point where they just didn't want to throw him anything to hit. Marlowe does. He cracks this one into center. Heading back is Poland, still running back towards the wall. That ball is going to get down in the triangle. He's going to try for his second triple. Already set the program record today. Sliding in without a throw is Herzog, making a lucky 13 triples in the career of Nick Herzog as he gets the Beacons their first base runner here in the 8th.
Any chance any of his professors could fail him? We can hold him back next year? Or? I mean, my goodness.
Look, we still got another game here today. They still got a game against Brandeis. There's still a tournament. I wouldn't rule anything out. Josh Lopez steps in. He singled and scored back in the first. He's also driven in a couple of runs on fielder's choice plays, so he has a run scored and 2 RBIs.
Somebody fudge the paperwork. Let's get him another year of eligibility.
At that point, just fudge him another triple, though. Here's the pitch. And that's high for a ball.
Now that's sanctity of the game stuff I will not sign off on. Sanctity of education, I will.
I mean,
Lori Laughlin as well will do that as well.
Yeah, that's a hell of a reference right there.
Too
good
soon?
Job.
Too
no, that's good. He's local too, right? That trial's happening here. So that's outside for a ball. 2-1 the count. You know, I mean, this is the NCAA. We're all about educational integrity.
They may be. I graduated a long time ago.
Here's the pitch, 2-1. Skips in low for a ball. As long as he doesn't pay anybody to fudge those numbers.
Of course not. No money exchanges hands. Just triples. He's got plenty of it.
Meanwhile, it counts 3-1 to Lopez. Here's the pitch. High ball 4, and the Beacons will have runners on the corners with 1 out, and Kyle Boudris coming up. And I know it's a logical fallacy to say somebody is due, but Kyle Boudris is due. He did double in the first and score, but since then, a strikeout, a pop out, and a ground out. He has not made much solid contact outside of that opening double. He would love a chance to drive in 1, maybe 2 runners here. Marlowe comes to the set with 1 out, runners on first and third. The lefty delivers, and that pitch is outside, ball 1. Marlowe kicks and deals. Evens up the count with a strike. So it's Herzog on third. He got there with a triple. Lopez on first. He just walked. There is 1 out. Charlie Huegi started this inning out with a ground out to third. That one is hit hard, but well foul and out of play. And the count goes to 1-2. Marlowe sets, kicks, and delivers. Boudrich just kind of waves at it for strike three, and he'll walk back to the dugout after a half-hearted swing, and there's two down. And we have a pinch hitter stepping up here. That will be number 33, Kyle Penny, the junior catcher from Tallinn, Connecticut. He will hit for Nick Catraro, who had driven in a couple of runs and scored one himself. The pitch. Penny cracks this one to left field. Way back. You can call that. Oh, no, it's off the wall. It just gets off the top of the wall. One run's going to score. Into third is Lopez, who was watching that one like the rest of us. That's my second false start of the game. I have to apologize. But a pinch hit monster double for Kyle Penny, and that almost ended the ball game. If that had gotten out, we would have had that mercy rule. And they are going to pinch run for Penny. Or no, they're going to send him to third for Lopez. Be Ryan Leung will run for Lopez. And here's Eddie Riley. Riley hits this one back up the middle, falling fast. And folks, that is the ball game at 8 innings. UMass Boston takes the first half of the doubleheader by a score of 10-0 on the RBI single by Eddie Riley. And for Riley, he puts out his first hit. He finishes 1 for 5, but it comes. Can we call that a walk-off?
I think we can.
All right,
walking off.
A walk-off single for Eddie Riley to end game 1 of this doubleheader.
And good for Eddie Riley, because he had been snake-bitten going into that 0 for 4. He hit the ball hard almost every time, with the exception of his second at bat. And he gets the job done to finish it off with that single. But really, from top to bottom, everybody ended up getting a hit, if I'm not mistaken, looking at my score sheet here.
I believe so.
Yeah, every single player got a hit.
I have to double check, because there's 11 on the scoreboard. Did they count the run from Leung too? Who scored on that?
I would assume so.
All right, so we're going to call it 11. We'll make it 2 RBIs then for Eddie Riley. I didn't know if it was the kind of thing where the game stops as soon as it's over. You let the play run out. So 11-0, the Beacons win despite the 10-run slaughter rule. There's still some discussion. Okay, they won by 10 or 11 at this point. I think it's kind of minutia, but a hearty win for the Beacons as they close out game 1. The winning pitcher in this one is Fernando Burgos, allowing just 1 hit in 7 innings while striking out 6. Joe Gratton will come away with the loss. He allowed 4 runs, 3 earned in 4 innings on 7 hits. He struck out 4 and walked 2. We will step aside. We'll be back in approximately 20 minutes with the start of Game 2. We will talk to you then. Actually, there will be Senior Day festivities, so keep it here for those, and then the first pitch from Game 2. And Herzog, Dan Mantoni, and Sal Froscino. Although Herzog ties Froscino today, so now tied for seconds. He hits this one into left, way back. That ball is gone. In his 173rd game, he starts it with a homer. Nick Herzog puts the Beacons up 1-0.
And he did not wait long as he takes the first pitch all the way out to left field over the monster here at Monin Park. What a deliverance from Nick Herzog as the right fielder hits it to left field. And the Beaks are on top 1-0. Talk about getting your senior day started.
Yeah, I mean, one to remember right away, and it is worth noting a rarity here at Monin Park. There's really no wind today, so you have the rain, but nothing to stop that ball from going out. That can be a tough spot, as tough a spot as any in this ballpark to hit the ball out, but Herzog got all of that one and then some. As stepping in and briefly showing bunt is Josh Lopez, the senior second baseman.
Lopez, Alex, has been quite a revelation since returning from that long-term injury where he missed almost 2 years of play. He is hitting .500 with 11 RBI in just 14 games since coming back and missing the first month or 2 of the season. What a pickup he was mid-season for Brendan Eigerbrode's club.
Oh, misses for a ball. Here's the pitch to Catraro. And he swings at the first pitch, hits it into the gap in left center field. That ball's heading back, and it will hit off the base of the wall. That's going to score 2. Cotraro into second standing, and the Beacons have opened it up to a 3-0 lead before Castleton can record an out.
When it rains, it pours. No pun intended, team, but Brockton's not an easy trip.
Grounded to first. It eats up McCormick initially, but he stays in front of it and will take it to the bag himself to retire. Second, Beacons leading 3-0. Here's the pitch. Huegi lines that right back up the middle off the pitcher's mound, and it's a base hit. He will hold at first, but the Beacons have a man on with 1 out.
Steals and then a Herzog walk, and the Beacons are in business.
The 0-1. That is grounded to short. Should bring a runner home. Bailey on to first. Gets it in time, but an RBI.
The men's hockey team has seen better days. They were solid before. The women's hockey team's still very good. Do some of their broadcasts in the
Popped
spring.
up into left field under it, and making the catch is Cotraro for the first out.
Of course, then he goes.
The 1-1, the runner does go. It's a good throw. It's in time. They got him. And then send it the other way. We'll see if he comes back inside here.
The wind up. The 2-2 pitch. Another fastball just a bit low. And they say called strike 3.
All right.
A delayed call there from the umpire. That's the first called. Those marks both lead UMass Boston as he lines one right center field. That'll be extra bases for Nick Herzog. He's got a homer and a walk. Now he's going to have at least a double. They're going to wave him towards third. Herzog looking to get to third, and he will slide in feet first for a 2-out triple. And so Nick Herzog, one of the celebrated seniors. Herzog just an elite offensive player. The 0-2 curveball on the inside corner, called strike 3. He's Farrell left-hander. See a couple of them in this lineup. Here's the 2-2, and he goes chasing at that one way outside. Would have needed an oar to hit it. Close eye on him is the second baseman, Jackson.
From Sandy Hook, Connecticut, number 29, Charlie Huegi, with members of the Huegi family. And our ninth and final senior to be honored today is number 34, Nick Herzog. The 2017 NCAA New England Regional Tournament MVP, Nick is currently having the best season of his career as a Beacon. In 174 career games played, which is third most in program history, Nick has compiled an impressive stat line of 167 hits, which include the 3 he had earlier today, 124 runs scored, 27 doubles, 13 triples, that's a program record, 12 home runs, 126 runs batted in, 61 walks, 49 stolen bases, actually make that 50, and over 250 total bases. He enters today's doubleheader hitting .387 and has a career best .739 slugging percentage, ranking him second in program history. Hailing from Riverhead, New York, number 39, Nick Herzog, with his parents here today. Ladies and gentlemen, how about one more round of applause for the Beacons class of 2019.
Good evening and welcome to the Beacons Broadcasting Network. I am John Skudris, along with Alex Barth here on the BBN, ready to bring you the second half of the doubleheader between your UMass Boston Beacons and the Castleton University Spartans. Earlier today, the Beacons got the mercy rule enacted in the 8th inning when they scored 2 runs in that frame to win 10-0 over Castleton. Senior Fernando Burgos earned his 6th victory of the season to 0 losses as the Beacons were able to beat Joe Grattan and the Spartans and improve to 25-10 overall. Now the Beacons set their sights on a doubleheader sweep, and with it, an opportunity at least to host the Little East Conference Tournament as regular season champions beginning next week. And Alex, as we turn the pages to Game 2, the Beacons are hoping that they can continue the momentum that they've built up, including in that victory over Castleton earlier today.
Yeah, certainly, and I think the way they ended that last game, that last inning, they know they have something left in the tank. They know they're still going, and the postseason, the way the postseason sets up, kind of like you touched on, it's huge right here, just to kind of go back through that. So UMass Boston has to win this game if they want a chance to host. If they do, then Plymouth has to take at least one from Southern Maine tomorrow for Southern Maine for UMass Boston to have a chance to host. If they split, it comes down to a coin toss. If Southern Maine loses both, the Beacons just get to host, no coin toss, no nothing.
So the Beacons know that despite the games tomorrow between Southern Maine and Plymouth, at the very least, they need to win tonight to set up an opportunity to potentially host the LEC tournament beginning next week. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for Castleton here in Game 2. Very similar to Game 1, in which they only managed 1 hit against Fernando Burgos and Joe McGuire, a couple of seniors. Leading off and playing center field, Deegan Poland. Batting second and playing first base, Davis Michael. Batting third and playing shortstop, it'll be Dylan Bailey. The cleanup hitter and third baseman is Mitchell Caron. Batting fifth and playing right field, Dylan Benham. Batting sixth and playing second, Matt Jackson. Batting seventh, the lone insert into the lineup, the designated hitter, Jackson Millette. Batting eighth, the catcher, John Stewart. And batting ninth, the left fielder, Pat Mumford. The Beacons' defense behind their starting pitcher tonight. From left to right, it'll be Nick Cotraro, Danny Brown, and Nick Herzog. Ditto on the infield, Eddie Riley, Charlie Huegi, Josh Lopez, and Kyle Boudris. Ryan McCormick moves from first base to catcher. And Tyler Aruda will be the starter for your UMass Boston Beacons. And Alex, when you take a look at the defensive changes, the only change made was at first base and catcher. Nico Kaides is going to have a chance to rest his legs after playing 8 in the Game 1. Ryan McCormick will move from first back to catcher, a position he hasn't played a whole lot this year, but he is still very familiar behind the dish.
No, but it makes sense, and he hit well. He had that home run in Game 1, and everybody was hitting well, so you keep that same group together. And you know, it's 2 games, but it's 1 game. This is essentially, a rain delay, 1 long inning. These guys are still locked in. They're still ready to go. So
it's going to be Garrett Moran for Castleton, 3-3 and 9 starts with a 7.02 ERA. His full line later on, and the aforementioned Tyler Aruda, 5-1 with a 2.81. We'll get his full stat line once the players take the field. Speaking of Tyler Aruda, he got a chance to catch up with the Beacon spotlight on learning how to pitch and stepping into a bigger and more consistent role this season for Brendan Eigerbroth's club. Let's talk to Tyler Aruda behind the scenes here on the pregame show on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
So after high school, I didn't tour the school when I first came here. I just came here based off of, I heard the success they had. I followed them during the World Series run. So when I played summer ball my junior year, I played with one of the coaches, Ryan McDermott, and he heavily recruited me to come here. It was between here and another school. And seeing the World Series run and the baseball program the school has built, along with their academics, it was a pretty easy choice to come here. The LEC championship game coming in, it was wet and rainy. I was a little nervous going into it, but luckily, my team was behind me. Yeah, that was huge. I mean, for the team to be able to depend on me like they did, and for me to come through, that was huge. It's definitely a lot easier last year, but that was also the stepping stones to get me to where I am now. Over the summer, I played with the Bay Sox, and I learned how to pitch rather than throw. So last year, I was able to get away with some pitches, or be able to get away with a couple missed spots. But this year, if I'm facing the conference teams, they're going to make me pay. So I have to be on my game every game, make sure I'm ready to compete, go out there, and just do my job. I was really fortunate enough to get the opportunity. I mean, I took advantage of what I had. So coach came up to me after JT went down, and he said, "You're going to be able to start this game, and it might not be for long term, but just make sure you can get us by." And so I took advantage, luckily, of the opportunity, and it's paid off. Coming into it, knowing when I'm going to pitch is actually like huge, because I get to plan the whole week accordingly, and I get to like mentally prepare myself. And being able to watch the first game, I get to pick up on trends and notice things that hitters are doing, what they can and what can't hit. So it's really big.
Back on the Beacons Broadcasting Network pregame, the starter for the Beacons is going to be right-hander Tyler Aruda. In 11 appearances, 6 starts. Tyler's 5-1 with a 2.81 ERA. He does have 1 save as well. 41 2/3 innings pitched, 35 hits, 14 runs, 13 of them earned, 31 strikeouts, and 19 walks. So the right-hander Tyler Aruda will start things off for UMass Boston, and he will be greeted by Deegan Poland to begin the afternoon.
Leading off for the Castleton University Spartans here in game
Poland in game 1. He did reach a couple of times, although he did not record a hit. He walked, and he was hit by a pitch, throwing a couple of ground balls to the shortstop to complete his day.
First pitch is right down the middle, 0-1. 5:35 first pitch here from Monon Park, along with Alex Barth. I'm John Scudras here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. It's 1-1 to Deegan Poland. Beacons looking to sweep the doubleheader and set up a chance to win the LEC regular season title. Aruda from the windup, working quickly, the 2-1. A little bit high, 3 balls and 1 strike.
Of course, you've got to adjust to a new strike zone, too, now as the umpires switch plate and bases. So it's now Joseph Peters behind the plate. Mark Piantadosi is out there in the field.
3-1 was fouled up the third base line. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
So just worth noting, in that first game we saw, especially with right-handed hitters, the outside part of the plate was fair game for pitchers. We'll see if that carries over.
The windup and a payoff pitch from Aruda. Breaking ball swung on and missed. He struck him out. First strikeout of the day on the leadoff hitter of the day as Poland goes down swinging. That'll bring up Davis Michael, the first baseman who had himself one of the worst days of his season. Came in hitting .479, Alex, and the Beacons starter Fernando Burgos neutralized him with flying colors. First pitch is down low, 1-0.
Yeah, just a rough day that culminated in that double play when Castleton finally had a chance. It was the first time they had a runner in scoring position all game, and he promptly grounds into the 4-6-3 in the 8th.
Breaking ball, grounded to second. Lopez gobbles it up, and one senior finds the other. 4-3 on the putout, 2 down.
Just kind of like we saw in game 1, making quick work. And of course, you had Aruda face that full count in the first inning. In the first batter, pardon me, but a quick job retiring Michael, which is huge because, like you mentioned, they have just held him completely out of character today.
2 down, and Dylan Bailey, the hitter. The shortstop hitting .250 on the season. He was 0 for 3 in game 1 as he fouls that one out of play. Right-handed hitter against the right-handed chucker as Aruda's 0-1 is down low, 1-1. Only a couple of changes here in game 2. We mentioned McCormick behind the dish, the battery mate with Aruda, the 1-1. Popped up to second base, Lopez out, Herzog in, and Nick will call off Josh and make the play. And so UMass Boston goes 1-2-3 against the Spartans in the top half of the first inning. Strikeout, ground out, pop out. We head to the bottom of the first. No score between the Beacons and the Spartans.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Garrett Moran, the starter today for Castleton in Game 2. 3-3 with a 7.02 ERA. And Alex, those numbers don't tell the whole story, but they show that Moran has struggled at times this year.
Yeah, certainly. He is making his 10th start. He's thrown 50 innings on the dot, allowing 72 hits, 41 runs, 39 of them earned. He's walked 19, but he has a team-high 49 strikeouts. You talk about some of those struggles, though. Opponents are hitting .343 against him, and that's not with the small sample size. Of those 72 hits, 16 doubles, 2 triples, and a team low 4 home runs allowed. Team low, team high, however you want to phrase it. Nobody's allowed more balls to leave the yard this year than Moran.
For a Beacons team that left the yard early in last game, let's take a look at the man who did hit the home run and the rest of the Beacons starting lineup. Brendan Eigerbrot's lineup here in Game 2, very similar to Game 1. Leading off, it will be Nick Herzog, the right fielder who did lead off the game with a home run in Game 1. Batting second, the second baseman, Josh Lopez. Batting third and hitting .398, the first baseman, but today he will be first base, Kyle Boudris. In left field, it's Nick Catraro. Third base, Eddie Riley. Batting sixth, the center fielder, Danny Brown. Batting seventh, the DH, Anthony Cesare. Batting eighth, the catcher, Ryan McCormick. And batting ninth and playing shortstop, Charlie Huegi, as they will look to solve this right-hander who has been up and down, as he said, Garrett Moran.
I mean, you put that first lineup back up there because they just played so well. It's worth looking again for good luck.
Nick Herzog will start things off. And in Game 1, as I said, he hit the home run. That's not all he did.
And paired triples as well. And, I mean, he had the hard half of the cycle. Maybe he can finish it here in Game 2. They did only play 8 innings. So let's say he gets 2 at-bats here in the first and has a single and a double. Do we count it?
I'd count it, but why not? I don't think that Sports Information Director Dave Wahlberg would consider it legitimate. And Seth Orensky would certainly not consider it legitimate because I know he's a stickler for officiality.
I mean, look, in 9 innings, he did all of the things. That's what it is. Although you do score, I guess you do score a 7-inning complete game counts as a complete game, so the intricacies. A 5-inning complete game could count as a complete game.
Here's the 1-1 from Moran, and way out in front of that one was Herzog, and it's 1-2 to the Beacons' leading hitter, or at least when it comes to power and run production. 9 homers, 42 driven in. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball, chopped in front of the dish. Comes to shortstop, gobbled up, fired across, not in time by the shortstop. As this one is going to be an infield single. That was Dylan Bailey attempted to make the play. And And with another hit from Nick Herzog, as he's a double short of the
doubleheader cycle.
The doubleheader cycle. I mean, not many people can do that.
Yeah.
So there's no doubt it would be an impressive accomplishment. Brings up Josh Lopez. Lopez came into play hitting .500. Went 1 for 4 in Game 1 with 2 RBI. As the first pitch is up and away, 1-0.
I think it is worth noting that, you know, as the rain stopped and it's calmed down here a little bit, the wind is blowing slightly out. So the Beacons had 2 home runs in Game 1 without any help from the wind. Now, and I suppose you could say the same for Castleton, too. They're going to have a little bit of help.
The 1-0 pitch from Moran. It's on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Runner at first, Herzog has outstanding speed. And the Beacons would love to put up a crooked number here in the first inning. There goes Herzog. Breaking ball, good pitch to run on, and Nick has another stolen base. You talk about a career here in Beacons Blue. Nick had a stolen base in Game 1. He now has one in Game 2, and that brings his total on the season up to an even 20.
And just an absolute threat at the top of that lineup. And now you have somebody like Lopez who's on this insane hitting streak, who base hit, brings him home and get an early lead again.
Misses away with a fastball. 3-1 now to Lopez. Beacons 10-run ruled Castleton in Game 1. looking to get off to a fast start here in Game 2. They scored 3 in the first in the opener of this doubleheader. Here's the 3-1. Ground ball, base hit, left side. They are going to hold Herzog with nobody out at third, and runners will be at the corners. Back-to-back singles for the Beacons against Moran.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Lopez go here. We did see them do something similar in Game 1 in a similar situation and take away that conventional double play and take the force off at second base with Boudreaux at the plate too. He didn't have the best Game 1. He didn't have the Game 1, one of the few Beacons you can say that about. You think he'd hope to have despite the early inning doubles. So we'll see if they let him be patient and let Lopez do some work at first base.
Boudreaux is the hitter. First pitch is fouled out of play.
Or none of what I just said. No, Boudreaux is a good hitter, and one of the signs of a good hitter is even when they're having a tough stretch, whether it be 4 at-bats or 4 games, whatever it is, they'll stay aggressive, and you see Boudreaux doing that here. He's trusting his ability, he knows what he can do, and he wants to get these runs home.
From the stretch, the 0-1. Change up on the outside corner, nothing in 2.
I think he was looking for the fastball there because that was a very hittable pitch, and you could see he started to pull the trigger and stop and got crossed up. Good pitch selection there from Moran.
Moran takes a peek over at first. He gets set. Lopez leading a little bit. Does not go. 0-2. Lofted into center field. That's a base hit. Herzog could crawl home. Lopez to second. And it's 1-0 UMass Boston. An RBI single for Kyle Boudreaux, who continues his prolific senior season and Beacons career. That is now 32 RBI.
And Herzog comes home, and he scores yet another run after scoring 3 in Game 1. And there you go, that stolen base, right, comes up so huge as the Beacons, for the second game in a row, get a lead in the first inning.
Here's Nick Cotraro. He had himself a fine debut earlier today as he came up in the first inning and delivered a 2-run double, scoring Lopez and Boudreaux. He's in a similar potential situation here with Lopez at second and Kyle at first.
By the way, that is the 48th run scored on the year by Herzog. Far and away best on the team. Nobody's within 10 of them.
The 0-1. Outside corner, nothing in 2. Cotraro overall in Game 1 had himself a heck of a day. 4 for 5. He had himself the 2 RBI, 2 doubles, and scored a run as well. The 0-2. That one's going to be lined for a base hit to left center field. And they continued around the bases as holding up at third base. They'll go station to station, in fact, as Lopez had to hold up to make sure it wasn't caught at short by Bailey. But the bases are full of Beacons with nobody out in the first inning, and this is a dangerous situation for Moran.
And this looks a little familiar, too, from what we saw in Game 1. That's just a tough bet there for Lopez. He scores if the shortstop's not that close to that ball, but being in double play depth, it was within reach, and he has to hold up to make sure that ball's not caught. But still plenty of chances to drive him in, like you said, with nobody out.
Brings up Eddie Riley. First pitch to Eddie on the outside corner, 0-1. Eddie was a bit snake-bitten in Game 1. Had himself a deep fly ball to left his first time up. Ended up going 1 for 5. Here's the 0-1. Swung and missed. Nice placement of the fastball off the outside corner.
Yeah, Riley's going for all of these at once. He's not just trying to drive in Lopez. He's trying to drive in everybody.
Eddie has 4 homers, 16 RBI on the year. A ground ball gets you at least one more run. They're playing back up the middle. It's breaking balls in the dirt, unless it's hit to the corners where they could come home with it. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Garrett Moran gets his sign from Stewart. Takes a peek back at Boudreaux. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. He struck him out, and a huge strikeout for Garrett Moran.
A much-needed first out there. And he does it without allowing a run to score. Fly ball scores a run. Even a double play probably scores a run if you go 6-4-3, 4-6-3, what have you.
And now he has a chance with a double play to really get out of this inning. But with the speed of Danny Brown, we'll see if they could even turn it. First pitch to Danny is a fastball. Cut on and missed, 0-1. Danny knows he went out of the strike zone on that one.
Beacons are being very aggressive here against Moran. It paid off early in the inning, but you saw it with Riley and now with Brown. He's picked up to it. He knows they're going to swing. He's going to throw them pitches they can't hit.
The 0-1. Swung and missed. Another one in the dirt. It's 0-2.
And if I'm Moran, I test this here. I go right through the zone and think, okay, I just threw him 2 junk pitches. He swung at both. He's going to be in his own head. I give him one to hit and dare him to hit it.
The bases are full of Beacons. Lopez at third. Boudris at second. And Cotraro at first. It's 1-0 UMass Boston. From the stretch. Moran's 0-2 pitch. That one is low. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And good on Brown to lay off there.
Danny Brown, the batter. Garrett Moran, the pitcher. Here's the 1-2 coming. From the Spartans' right-hander, that one is fouled up and out of play. Brown in game 1 went 1 for 3. Did drive in a run in the 5th inning. Made it 5-0 at the time. 25th RBI of the year for the Beacons center fielder. Moran with a big pitch coming. The 1-2 up and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Not a lot has been in the strike zone the last 2 batters for Moran, but he is 1 strike away from getting 2 outs. Brown back in. Here's the 2-2 coming. Line back up the middle. Going to be a tough play. It's a base hit for Danny Brown. They'll go station to station again. Lopez will score. Boudris to third. Cotraro to second. It's RBI number 26 for the Beacons center fielder. And Danny Brown makes it 2-0 UMass Boston.
And the Beacons keep getting bit by the fact that there aren't 2 outs. And you saw there Lopez having to hold up again. And not just Lopez, too. Pardon me. Boudris having to hold up going second or third. He potentially could have scored.
The ball was not hit hard, and so they had to hold up. Here's Anthony Cesare, the first man who did not play in Game 1, who is in the lineup. Anthony is a senior, and so he's getting his opportunity. Hitting .303, 1 homer, 18 driven in, is Anthony Cesare. And a guy who's got some pop in that left-handed batter's box. Bases still full of Beacons, the 1-0. That one's launched out of play up the third baseline. And it's 1-1.
You've got Ryan McCormick on deck who went bridge in the last game.
Moran is ready. The 1-1 pitch. Outside, 2-1. Beacons have some speed where they need it. Cotraro's got okay wheels at second. At first, they got the great wheels in Brown. The 2-1 pitch. Down low. Ooh, no, they're going to say just caught the bottom of the plate. 2-2.
They're getting antsy out there at third base. Kyle Boudris is jumping around. He wants to run. Just looking for a reason.
They play in at the corners, especially at first base on the pull side. Back up the middle and double play depth. 2-2's outside, 3-2. And now a big payoff pitch here for Moran because he doesn't want to walk in the third run of the game.
And this is kind of a minute detail right now, but with that first baseman playing in, it gives Brown a chance to get a very good lead. And if there is a potential double play ball, he'll have a good chance to slide and break it up at second.
Moran is ready from the stretch. The 3-2 pitch. Down low and in, ball 4, and he walks in the third run of the inning. Boudris will mosey home as Cesare gets an RBI, and it's 3-0 UMass Boston. That'll bring up Ryan McCormick, the catcher, here in Game 2. He played first in Game 1. As you said, Ryan had a long one back in Game 1, an opposite field bomb, as he takes a mighty hack at the first pitch fastball and fouls it off the screen. 0-1.
Ending a double play, Beacons are going to bat around here in the first.
The 0-1 pitch. Low and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Yeah, despite scoring 3 runs in the first, in game 1, the Beacons only sent 7 to the dish, so McCormick didn't get a chance to bat. In fact, McCormick led off 3 separate innings in game 1, including the one that in which he hit the home run, the 6th inning. 5 hits here for UMass Boston. A walk and a strikeout as well as the 8-hole hitter McCormick waits a 1-1. That's on the inside corner. Nice pitch. 1-2.
And a good job by Moran to battle back here after the walk. You're down 3-0. There's 1 out. It'd be easy to lose your head, but he's hanging in here mentally. He's got to make this pitch, though.
The 1-2 pitch. Inside, almost hit McCormick to drive in a run as McCormick has to do his finest to get out of the way of that one.
Stewart catching his 2nd straight game, slides over and gets to that. If he doesn't, that's another run home.
Here's the 2-2. That one's launched into left field. That should get at least 1 home. Cotraro tags up, gobbled up by Mumford. His throw is cut off, and that is a sacrifice fly and an RBI for Ryan McCormick. And it's 4-0 UMass Boston. So the Beacons will bat around as Charlie Huegi steps up to the dish. The senior shortstop had himself a nice day in game 1. He had 2 singles, 2 runs. Also stole a base. Runners at first and second. Pickoff move. Nice play. They got him. Oh, yes, they do. Getting picked off at second is Danny Brown on a nice play from Moran. And, of course, now they won't bat around after I say it here in the first inning. But the Beacons do score 4 runs. They do so on 5 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We head to the second inning. It's 4-0 UMass here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
We head to the second inning here from Monon Park. Beacons leading 4-0. They scored 3 in the first in game 1 en route to a 10-0 win. Now they score 4 in the first here in game 2. And the first time Castleton faces UMass Boston has not been kind for the Spartans.
No, it has not been, and it's been huge for the Beacons that they can get out to these leads and help their pitchers out. And now it's up really for Arudins. We'll see what he can do.
It is Tyler Aruda facing Mitchell Karen. The 1-0 pitch just missed low. 2-0 to the third baseman, Karen, who came into play hitting .235.
And this is a longer wait for Aruda, as that one's high in game 2 here than you saw for Burgos in game 1, because remember, a lot of those hits were first pitch hits. That was a long inning time-wise. And we'll see how he bounces back. He starts off with 3 balls, gets a strike there, but clearly, I mean, you can tell he sat for a minute.
3-1 is up high, ball 4, and so reaching base for the second time in the doubleheader. First time via the base on balls is Karen. He reached on an error back in game 1. And so he's a leadoff base runner for Dylan Benham. Benham, the right fielder, hitting .244 coming in. He was 1 for 3 in game 1, one of the few players to reach base and the only player to get a hit, and it was a ground ball to second base off the glove of Josh Lopez to the second baseman's right. It's 0-1 to Dylan Benham. The 0-1 off the end of the bat, 0-2, and we haven't talked about it much at all. 1 hit against Burgos, and McGuire combined, they had a real opportunity going into that end of that game to have a no-hitter.
Yeah,
if it wasn't
absolutely.
for that one play.
Absolutely. That one hit, an infield single, and just dominant pitching all around by the Beacons. You love to see it, especially on senior day.
And it continues here in game 2 as Denham goes down looking. Struck out by Aruda, 1 down. So Dylan Benham goes down. The backwards K. It brings up Jackson Millett, the designated hitter. 245, 1 homer, 11 driven in. Line drive caught by Huegi. Fires across the diamond, a double play! And the senior connection from Huegi to Boudris. A twin killing to retire the side. 6-3 on the putout. We head to the bottom of the second inning. Still 4-0 UMass on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
Bottom of the second inning, 4-0 UMass Boston. A phenomenal double play. We'll take a look at the replay of that effort from Charlie Huegi. That ended the top half of the second inning with a man at first base and 1 out. Beautiful effort from Charlie.
Absolutely, and not just the physical effort, but the wherewithal to get right back around and wheel that ball to first. Had half a second to make that play, and he made it. And we'll see now. That's clutch for the Beacons. We talked about Aruda having to sit for a little bit. Now Moran has to come right back out after a rough inning. He barely got any time to clear his head, and he'll face Huegi, and then it's right back to the top of the Beacons lineup.
Has the first pitch to Huegi. So they say he went around on. Charlie looks at the umpire, says, did I really? As he attempted to bunt, it's 0-1.
I think he was so focused on getting out of the way of it, and rightfully so, that he didn't pull the bat back. It wasn't on the forefront of his mind. He'd almost hop over that ball.
It'll be 9-1-2. Huegi, Herzog, and Lopez as the 0-1 breaking ball hits the outside corner. 0-2.
And with Huegi, when he bunts, I mean, he stands almost right on the plate, so he's going to get some that come in on him in that situation.
The 0-2. Fastball outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Huegi was at the plate when Brown was picked off to end the first inning. Here's the 1-2. Chop foul. The lights are on here at Monin Park in anticipation of nightfall. Wind has begun to pick up a little bit from left to right, blowing out towards right field. See how that affects play. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball. Line back up the middle. That's a base hit, and the hits keep coming. The Beaks now have 6 through the first 9 batters, and it's a leadoff base runner for the top of the order.
And now everybody on the Beacons outside of Eddie Riley has either gotten a hit or driven in a run. Eddie Riley with the strikeout, the lone exception. A lot of players have both, frankly.
The right fielder, number 34, Nick Herzog.
As Herzog steps in, he has a hit. He scored a run to get things started.
He singled, then stole a base, and eventually came home to score on the single from Boudris. Is back in time on the quick snap throw from Stewart is Huegi.
Castleton very concerned with these Beacons base runners, and I understand why. That's how they've gotten their outs, but it's 4-0. They got to focus on getting the guy at the plate before they can worry about getting outs on the bases.
Here's the 1-0. That one is launched to deep left field. On the run, the left fielder, Mumford. It's off the wall. Another extra base hit for Herzog. He had 3 in Game 1, and now he has a double here in his second hit of Game 2. And the Beacons are cooking again. Second and third, nobody out.
It missed it by that much as that ball tailed quickly If he gets under that a little more, that is long gone. He saw that pitch very, very well. And there we go, I think, right? That's the cycle. That's the cycle. The single and the double in this game and the triple and the home run in game 1. He's done it. He's done it.
Of course, it would have been in 9 innings if Brown wasn't picked off last inning because Huegi singled and then the double from Herzog.
So
he would have been prolific.
I mean, you got to bend the numbers a bit, but yeah, 9 innings he hit for the cycle.
We're already bending the numbers. We're bringing him back next year, 5th-year eligibility. Lopez singled and scored back in the 1st inning. Here's the 1-0 to Josh. That's down low. No, they're going to say it's on the outside corner. These umpires today.
You know what? But that was a strike in the last inning, too. And I will say that. Every umpire has different strike zones, and some are better than others. But all you can ask for is consistency. As long as you can identify early on what's a strike and what's a ball, that's really as much as you can ask for as a player.
Way out in front is Lopez. It's 1-2. To be fair, we are behind both the catcher and umpire, so seeing the elevation of a pitch is difficult.
They have a better view than we do, certainly.
And we don't have a center field camera today either. I'm looking at Dave Wahlberg.
Yeah, Dave.
Here's a 1-2 coming to Lopez, and then that one's launched foul into the parking garage.
And that is why I park on the other side of the garage.
Yep. Those blue-white bars do not do a whole lot.
Well, the one I don't get is a little further down. You have the holes in the wall that a baseball could, I mean, it'd be impressive, but a baseball could, in theory, get through. It's just random holes in the wall.
Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball. Lopez swings and misses. Second strikeout of the day for Moran, and there's one down.
And that's a big strikeout. He had to get one. Getting bounced around. One of those outs, you remember, was the pickoff, so that's really just the third batter he's retired. Got to see that. Sometimes, as they say in basketball, you got to see it go through.
Brings up Kyle Boudris. Kyle's 1 for 1. Singled in a run and scored back in the first. First pitch way outside, 1-0.
And that outside part, to go back to the strike zone, we've talked about how it's been in play. Not as much for left-handed hitters. It's really just been a thing for righties. With lefties, that strike zone's come in a bit.
Moran's 1-0 pitch. Up high, 2-0 to Kyle.
And with Kyle with his stance, not that he can't go out and hit that outside pitch, but he really has to reach. You see where he lines that right foot up almost outside the batter's box.
The 2-0. That one's lifted to right field. Coming on in is Benham, and he won't get there. Fields it on one hop. Coming on in to score is Huegi. Over to third is Herzog. It's an RBI single for Boudris. His second of the day. It's 2-0.
And if the Beacons were running on everything, which would be irresponsible, but if they were, they might have 3 or 4 more runs right now, because there's been cases where guys have to hold up like there to see if it's caught, and then they end up not scoring. They left the bases loaded. They left 2 guys on in the first, but guys who maybe could have had a couple more bags if they were running on contact.
5-0 Beaks here in the second inning, as after they 10-run ruled them in the 8th inning, Beaks trying to do it a little earlier today, as it's going to be 6-0. An RBI base hit up the middle for Cotraro. His second hit of the day, his first RBI of Game 2. And overall in the doubleheader for Nick Cotraro, that is hit number 6. My goodness.
I mean, filling up the stat sheet, end of the year, why not? You got those all-conference awards coming out soon. You got to show off somehow.
He came in hitting .358. He might be setting up Ted Williams to be looking bad by the end of this season. It's 6-0 UMass Boston. And they are a 3-run shot from Eddie Riley away from being 1 run away from getting at least to the 3rd inning. Of course, they have to get to the 7th to do it with the 10 runs, but with the way the Beaks have pitched today, certainly legitimate possibilities. That's lined off the screen.
That was a rip, though. He saw that ball well. He saw it too well. He got a little anxious and was a little early on it.
It's been the case a little bit with Eddie today. I think he sees his teammates getting all these hits, and he gets a little bit over-anxious.
He is, as it stands right now, the lone Beacon without at least a hitter and RBI. Everybody else has at least one.
Go 1. And it's now 0-2 as he fouls that one off the end of the bat. From the stretch, the 0-2 from Moran, as that's a foul tip. Stays 0-2.
He's seeing it well. His timing's just not there right now. If he can time one of these up, he's going to send it. They're playing him deep. The left fielder playing all the way back, almost near the warning track, taking some practice swings out there.
The 0-2. Just off the outside corner.
That's a good take. He's been a little quick to the trigger today as he's struggled, but a good take on that outside pitch.
Riley awaits a 1-2 from Moran. The 1-2. Swung on and missed. Riley is down swinging for the second time as Moran has solved the bat of Eddie Riley.
It came back to him with that exact same pitch I talked about, how he showed the patience to lay off of it. Comes back, same thing, fastball outside. That time Riley can't hold up.
The center fielder, number 7, Danny Brown.
Danny Brown steps in. Danny in his first at-bat singled in a run. He was then picked off at second. That one is down low, 1-0.
Because of that pickoff, you can say that the Beacons technically sent everybody to the plate in the ninth because Charlie Huegi did dig into the box, and there's a chance they do it again here.
The 1-0. Gets away from Stewart, a wild pitch from Moran, and runners advance to second and third.
With 2 outs, that doesn't do much. Again, if you're on the mound, if you're Moran, you just got to be focusing on getting the batter, getting out of this inning with minimal damage.
A 2-0. That one's lined out of play, 2-1.
And I will say this from Moran. When he's gotten them, he's gotten them. 5 outs, 3 of them by way of the K. Then you have the pickoff and the sac fly to left. So at times he's had the Beacons' number.
Here's the 2-1. I think a breaking ball may have been a two-seamer. It's outside nonetheless, 3-1.
Yeah, that had a little bit of tail to it.
Yeah, some wicked tail away from the hitter. Nonetheless, tail too far outside. Now a big 3-1 coming up. Risk loading the bases for Cesare, the 3-1. On the outside corner, 3-2. The payoff pitch coming with 2 outs. The 3-2 to Brown. Off speed pitch cued to third base. Firing across the diamond, not in time, and a run will come home to score as Karen might have been smarter just to try to go after the base runner, that being Cotraro. Nonetheless, Boudris scores, and it's 7-0 UMass Boston on an RBI single, the 10th hit of the day for the Beacons by Danny Brown.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not really sure why he didn't just tag the runner. He shouldn't have been going in that situation. Essentially gifted a free run here, the Beacons. It was an odd circumstance.
I'll bring up Cesare, who walked in a run for an RBI in the first inning. That one is on the outside corner, 0-1.
Because it was runners on second and third. Contreras did not need to go. That ball was grounded right to third. He could have held up. And Karen even looked at him almost to look him back. I wonder if he didn't know how many outs there were.
The 0-1. Outside 1-1. The only other thing I could think of, short of not knowing the outs, is knowing that if he got into a rundown with the runner, Cotraro, then the run would have still counted.
He was running right at him. And he kind of gave up, too. He kind of pulled up like, oh, you got me. I shouldn't have gone. Tag me.
Here's the 1-1. Off the end of the bat, 1-2. Well, when you're standing out there for what has to have been at least 35, 40 minutes
Something
just
like
on
that.
defense here since this game started around 5:30. Sometimes your mind can wander, your focus can wane.
Those 2 Castleton innings, 3 up, 3 down each.
A stolen base now as that one misses outside. The steal by Danny Brown. What else is new? And now second and third And a chance for Cesare to put a couple of more runs on the board. 2-2. Swung on, I missed. He struck him out. And so Cesare becomes the third strikeout victim of the day. And the inning is over. The Beacons scored 3 runs on 5 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We head to the third inning, 7-0, UMass Boston on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
Paris changed my life, and I got there through UMass. Those very specific seminal moments in Paris. The subway. A man in a tuxedo walked in, and a woman in a long gown. And it was stunning. It all hit me. It was like a lightning bolt. There was this world of beauty and style that I wanted to be a part of. That was the beginning of the journey. And that all came through the University of Massachusetts. And that was really a key moment for me. It's one of those moments you never forget.
Welcome back to the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Tyler Arruda has gone 6 up, 6 down, including the double play in the second inning.
It really is a tale of two score sheets. You look at the Castleton one, it's nice, it's clean, everything still looks crisp. Then you go to the UMass Boston one, and it's just all over. It looks like a toddler got to it with all the writing.
There's the 1-0 to Jackson. That's down low, 2-0. Jackson, the second baseman, has had himself a solid day, 245 on the campaign, solid day in the field. At the dish, he was 0 for 3 in game 1, couple of pop-outs. There's the 2-1. Ground ball at third base. Riley fields it chest high, fires across the diamond. 1 down here in the third inning.
Another long wait for Arruda, but he pops right back, gets that first out quickly. Now he's into the bottom of the order, a part that struggled in game 1 and has struggled throughout the day for Castleton. Stewart did manage to reach on a walk in game 1. He was over 2.
First pitch, grounded back up the middle. Lopez fields it. Forehand, fires in a nice scoop at first by Boudris. 4-3 on the putout. Good play.
And nice play on both ends. Lopez gets to that ball. It was not quite hit where that single was in game 1, the lone hit in game 1, but it was close. He's able to stay on his feet, fade back, put it a little low, but Boudris with the scoop and the reach to get there on a bang-bang play at first. And that's, 3-4 pitches in this inning with 2 outs already for Arruda?
Just a couple of pitches and 2 down. It brings up the 9-hole hitter, Pat Mumford. Mumford hitting .271 coming into play. In game 1, he was 0 for 2 as that one's popped foul and out of play. 0 and 2 to Mumford, the left fielder.
Just 13 pitches now for Arruda, including that last foul ball.
The windup, the 0-2. Down low. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Or pardon me, I was off by 1, so that's 15 there.
We were talking about the potential for rain starting around 8 o'clock Eastern time, and Aruda's doing his best to make sure that's not a problem. Beacons offense, too, if they can get to 10 runs.
As you said, in game 1, when it rains, it pours, and that's certainly the case for the Beacons. They did not let up. They scored essentially, if you want to call it 11 from game 1, because 2 runs would have scored on that final play. They scored 15 runs in 9 innings and then tacked on another 3.
That one's outside. Full count to Mumford.
Right now, they're almost at 2. If you include 11 from game 1, they're almost at 2 runs an inning.
The 3-2. That one's launched left center field as the Beacons were playing him to play Oppo, and instead he pulled this one for a base hit. First hit of the day, and it's the 9-hole hitter who gets the job done, turning the lineup over for Deegan Poland.
They finally get one, and that's a clean hit, too. That's the first ball in a long time that has even left the infield for Castleton. We talked about it a bit in game one, but I'll go. But this is going to take me a minute here while you announce the new batter. I'll go back.
It is Deacon Poland, the center fielder, struck out swinging to begin the game. Runner at first is Mumford. First pitch fastball is right there, 0-1.
You have to go back. Did one fly ball in 27 hitters. Bailey in the first inning flew out to right. 1 in 27, leaving the outfield going back to game one. That's like that's an entire game.
It is literally. And
the last one, matter of fact, was Mumford, by the way. Flew out to center in the third inning of game one.
It was clearly an issue offensively in game one, and it continued into game two. And now back-to-back singles against Aruda as Poland has a base hit to left center field. 2 men on base with 2 down, and now Michael will step up with an opportunity to do a little damage.
And this would be the chance, right? He has been ice cold all day, a volcano waiting to erupt, and this would be the spot. Could plate as many as 3. Could nearly cut this lead in half if he can get a hold of one.
First pitch is breaking ball right there, 0-1.
You could argue this is the biggest spot a Beacons pitcher has been in all day for Aruda with 2 outs. He can either end this or give Castleton some life.
Here's the 0-1 coming to Michael. Fastball, he got in front of him, foul tipped it. 0-2.
It's in his head. These swings are just way too big for the pitches he's seeing right now. He's trying to park this ball when a base hit scores a run. If I'm Aruda, I give him something off speed, see if you can get him on the front foot.
Big pitch coming here. Aruda trying to get out of it. The 0-2, and he just got a piece of it to stay alive.
So he came inside with the fastball. Maybe he goes with something low and away here. Try to get Michael the chase. Playing him very deep. Second baseman well out. You see there into the outfield.
Here's another 0-2. Grounded to the right side. Easy play for Lopez. And Aruda's out of the inning despite the first 2 hits of the day. No runs on 2 hits. No errors. And 2 men left on. We head to the bottom of the third. Still 7-0 UMass Boston on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
Paris changed my life, and I got there through UMass. Those very specific seminal moments in Paris. The subway. A man in a tuxedo walked in, and a woman in a long gown. And it was stunning. It all hit me. It was like a lightning bolt. There was this world of beauty and style that I wanted to be a part of. That was the beginning of the journey. And that all came through the University of Massachusetts. And that was really a key moment for me. That's one of those moments you never forget.
Welcome back to Monin Park here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Beacons lead at 7-0 as we head to the bottom of the third inning. It's going to be 8-9-1. McCormick, Huegi, and Herzog to face Garrett Moran. And Moran has had his fair share of troubles this season, but he probably hasn't faced many lineups like the Beacons, and it showed today. The Beacons have 10 hits and 7 runs, all of them earned in the first 2 innings.
And they've left 4 on. There's potentially room for more. You had Danny Brown get picked off at the end of the first with Charlie Huegi stepping in. That inning could have gone on a lot longer.
Got to have a short memory as a pitcher. As similar to a hockey goalie, you get teed up like Moran has to come right back out and have to keep throwing strikes. Can't be easy.
It's worth remembering. Last time McCormick led off an inning, that was in the 6th inning of game 1. He went yard.
That he did, the 1-0. On the outside corner, 1-1.
Now, wind's still blowing out just a bit, but it is.
1-1 pitch. Nice tailing movement. Swung on and missed. 1-2. Moran gets his sign. He shook off the first. Now finds something he likes from Stewart. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball in, 2-2. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for Castleton through 3 innings and threw 2, 7 runs, 10 hits, and no errors for the Beaks. Right back to the mound. Moran gobbles it up and underhands to retire McCormick. 1-3 on the putout, 1 down.
And that is the first out that he has recorded that is not just a strikeout. He had a fly out to left. That was an RBI. I'm trying to think of the right term to describe it. Fly out to left, but that was an RBI in a pickoff. That is the first batter he's gotten without allowing a run to score that wasn't a strikeout, I guess would be the way to phrase that.
Wait a minute. That was the first out he had that wasn't a...
It was the first ground out. It was the first ground out. All the other outs he recorded, it was 4 strikeouts, a sacrifice fly, and a pickoff. So even that sacrifice fly are unscored.
One swung on a miss, nothing and 2 to Huegi. Okay. I got lost mid-sentence
there was something there, and I struggled to put it together.
You weaved the web correctly on that one. So it's nothing and 2 to Charlie Huegi.
I guess the point, every out had, it was a fly out to left, but there was an RBI. That was the first time it wasn't a strikeout. He got the out, and that's it.
Well, the irony of it is that up until last inning, nobody in about a game had hit a ball into the outfield for the Spartans. Meanwhile, the Beacons had only hit the ball.
Right, yeah, that's probably how I should have phrased it.
Which is the reason why the Beacons have outscored the Spartans 17-0 in just 10 innings so far. Here's the 1-2. As Charlie goes chasing. Stays alive, though, as it's grounded foul. Wind still blowing out to right field. So we probably won't see as many home runs over the Monsters as we saw in Game 1. We saw 2. There's the 1-2. Breaking ball just missed outside. That was close.
Yeah, Charlie started to lower the shoulder. He thought he was going to get a pitch to hit, but recognized quickly that was going to be away and held up.
Go 2-2. That one's low. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The 3-2 pitch. That one's lined to left field. A base hit for Charlie Hustle. So Huegi thought about 2. And hold up at 1. It's the second hit of the day for the Beacons shortstop. And the Beaks have a 1-out base runner.
Back to the top of the order, Nick Herzog, the man they just cannot get out. He has not yet been retired. He's been to the plate 7. This will be his 8th time at the plate. A single, a double, a pair of walks, a pair of triples, and a home run. Anytime you can say a pair of walks and a pair of triples, it's been a good day. They finally get him? No.
It's 0-1 to Herzog, and really it's going to be interesting to see how pitchers will approach him in the LEC tournament with the dramatics and the importance ramped up. Every single pitch could be critical. And with the way he's swinging the bat, he's the last one you want to give one to. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball, and he was trying to send that one into orbit, but it's 0-2. Pickoff move to first, and just getting back in time is Huegi. As he was leaning a little bit. Seven 0 UMass Boston. As Garrett Moran, the starter, takes too long, and we get a timeout called from Herzog. Nick is behind 0-2. He's 2 for 2 today. Here's the 0-2 pitch. half-hearted swing from Herzog, but he made enough contact to stay alive.
That was a stinger. You could tell by the way he reacted. He might have actually gotten that perhaps off the very top of his hand. But like you said, fights for another pitch. And now you have Moran already up over 80 pitches here in the third. Castleton's going to have to roll through that bullpen.
They do have somebody up, a left-hander, as the 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Huegie's in trouble, and just gets back in time. Nice slide to the far side of the base as Stewart was snapping it down.
Yeah, the throw just picked up and carried Michael off the bag. If that throws down just a bit, they probably have him. See if he runs. He's been getting a big lead.
Continues to elongate that lead as Moran, the right-hander, comes home. 1-2, skied into right field. Benham is in his tracks to make the play, 2 down.
They finally got him. 8th time's the charm.
What a day for Herzog, and when you can go through a game in a third without being retired, it's quite an impressive feat. It'll bring up Lopez. Josh is 1 for 2 here in game 2. Scored a run after singling in the first. He also struck out in the second. There goes Huegi. Check swing foul by Lopez. Folks, a reminder, as always, you can check out all of your Beacons Athletics action at beaconsathletics.com. Keep up to date with live video, archived highlights and video, stats, box scores, and stories about your Beacons Athletics. Also, check out the Beacons on our social media avenue. The 0-1 pitch is high. You'll get back in time. At UMass Beacons on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube.
And remember, as you see Charlie leading out there at first base, he's 1 steal away from 55. That would tie him for a top 5 spot in program history.
Fake's going. Breaking ball in the outside corner, 1-2. You know, every time I say that social media read, which I've memorized basically by now, but I always screw up the social media avenues, like what they have. And I always want to say Snapchat, which we do not have a Beacon Snapchat, which is probably a good thing. I fear what some people may post.
I know a couple schools have it. I know UMass Lowell has it. They don't use it much, but they have it.
That one's in the dirt. Ball 2. I could just see somebody getting in trouble for that. I'm not going to mention any names. Some may be in the room. I'm, of course, speaking of Dave Wahlberg. You don't know what he's going to post.
And Seth. Seth Orensky.
Seth's going to be the one to yell at somebody, I would think. He's listening in his office. I kid, Seth, I kid. 2-2 is fouled back off the screen. It's going to remain 2-2, 2 outs. And we can joke about things like this in a 7-0 game when the Beacons have outscored their opposition 17-0 in a doubleheader.
We haven't had much tense baseball here today.
No, not really.
And in that first game was a one-hitter, but the one hit was relatively early, so it's not even like we were tracking that.
Here's a 2-2, and that one's lifted for a base hit to left field. Lopez's second hit of the day. He's 2 for 3. And then ranging over to third is Huegi. Lopez trying to get to second, and he gets in over the slide. They tagged him on the helmet, and he's going to stretch it into second base. And how about that hustle from the Beacons duo of Huegi and Lopez?
Well, Charlie going first to third on that. I thought he had no shot off the bat. He had to be 100% convinced what he was doing. There could be no hesitation. There wasn't. He gets in. And it wasn't the best throw to third because I think Castleton out there in left field, Mumford, I think he was a little surprised by that. Not a great throw. Lopez reads that it's going to be a bad throw. Again, he could not hesitate. He doesn't, and he just barely gets into second. And you love to see a team knowing what's at stake here between hosting the conference tournament, knowing you have regional rankings to worry about, and just trying to play your best baseball at the right time of year. They're up 7-0, but they are not taking their foot off of the pedal one bit. You love to see that.
Garrett Moran's 1-0 to Boudris, plunks him in the back. As Boudris didn't like it, he'll meander over to first base. He'll feel that tomorrow, and the Beacons will have the bases loaded for Nick Catraro.
You got him right between the shoulder blades. Not a fun place to wear one. There's worse places, though, certainly.
And Nick Catraro's had himself a heck of a day. Maybe the only person who can even rival Herzog for performance today. He's got 2 singles and an RBI here in Game 2. And he's got a gaping chasm between the first baseman and second baseman if he pulls the ball that way. With 2 outs.
That's going to be, if he can get it into that gap, that's going to be 2 runs because Lopez has some wheels at second.
I mean, they have to have the scouting report of him being a player who hits it up the middle a lot, but I am just amazed because he did have a couple of pulled hits today as the 0-1. Well, and then they pitch him outside. Or maybe they're just going to try to keep pitching him outside because it worked there, nothing in 2.
Well, they did this in Game 1, Castleton did, where they had both in the middle, it looked like, to both be available on a pickoff play. And with the bases loaded and 2 outs, you should not be worried about picking off the runner at second.
Here's the 0-2. And that's skied into center field. Poland hardly asked to move. Back a little bit to make the play and retire the side. So the Beacons load the bases again, but don't manage to score any runs. We are through 3 innings. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. It's 7-0 UMass Boston.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
We head to the 4th inning of play with UMass leading 7-0, and I turn the play-by-play over to my partner in crime, Alex Barth. Alex, what a game so far.
What a game for the Beacons, certainly, as Tyler Ruda is going to go out there once again with the 7-run cushion. Shortest wait he's had as the Beacons loaded the bases, but could not score. He will face the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for Castleton. Dylan Bailey, the shortstop, Mitchell Karen, the third baseman, and Dylan Benham, the right fielder. If anybody reaches, Jackson Millett, the designated hitter, will get a chance. Bailey is 0 for 1. He flew out to right field to end the first inning. Aruda peers over the top of his mitt, looks in, kicks and delivers, and that one is skied into right again. Coming in is Herzog. He will make the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out, and 1 pitch, 1 out. That's kind of been the theme here for Aruda early. The pitch counts are almost laughable to put side by side. That is just the 27th pitch thrown by Tyler Aruda through 2 1/3 innings. Through 3 innings, meanwhile, Moran threw 93 pitches.
Oh, my goodness.
And I would assume as they have action in the bullpen that we have seen the last of Garrett Moran for the evening. As Mitchell Karen takes ball 1 and fouls back the second pitch to even the count up. He walked back in the second, the lone base, or pardon me, one of 3 base runners in the game for Castleton. And yeah, you look at that, still going here, but 93 pitches versus what's probably going to end up being 30-something, maybe into the 40s in the same amount of time. That kind of tells you everything you need to know about both games today.
Yeah, pretty much. Right now it's been a tough day for Castleton. That one's up and in.
Just missed on the 1-2.
And a lot of it has been just their complete inability to put Beacon's hitters away. They've had a lot of situations where they're ahead 0-2 with Beacon set it full and then get on base.
And on the flip side, Beacon's pitching has had a number of chances where they've fallen behind 3-0, 3-1 and come back to retire the batter. It's been what each team has done late in the count that's been the difference today. Here's the payoff pitch from Aruda. That's going to be away. And for the second time in as many at-bats, Mitchell Karen is going to draw a walk. He's actually reached 3 times today. If you go back to Game 1, he reached on an error at his first at-bat, and now a couple of walks here in Game 2. Dylan Benham will step in. He struck out looking back in the second. One of 2 strikeout victims at the hands of Tyler Aruda. Ground ball to third. It eats up Eddie Riley. A tailor-made double play. Instead turns into an E5, and there's going to be runners on first and second.
It's been a tough day comparatively to the rest of his teammates' performances from Riley. He's had a couple of good plays in the field. He did have a hit late in Game 1, but that is an error for Riley, the first error for the third baseman today. Huegi had an error in Game 1.
Beacon certainly could use a double play. Jackson Millett steps in. He's already given them one. He lined out to Charlie Huegi, which turned into a 6-3 double play to end the second as that pitch scoots away from McCormick, but he finds it quickly. No advance from the runners. The count goes to 1-0.
There's a left-hander warming up for Castleton. We are about 390 feet away from him, so I would need Superman's eyes to be able to tell what his number is, but they do have 6 left-handed pitchers on their roster. You would think Marlowe wouldn't pitch again, but
I would assume so, yep.
So that leaves 5 guys.
As much as the Beacons would like to see him again.
Yeah, no kidding.
Count goes to 1-1 after the foul ball. Millett in for the righty versus righty matchup. Arruda comes to the set and delivers. Fouled back again.
I was just handed binoculars by Dave Wahlberg.
There you go, Dave.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's how you got to watch a game.
Arruda looks, and he's working quickly. I'll say this, up 7-0, even with runners on, he's not too worried about them. He's focused on the plate, which is a great trait to see in a pitcher. He knows the situation. This one is hit a mile in the air. Coming out is the shortstop, Huegi. Coming in for Whitfield. Huegi goes back. He dives. He makes the catch. It looked like Contraro called him off at the last second, but Huegi came back full extension and made the catch. Wow. That was something.
That was an impressive play from Charlie Huegi, who's all smiles afterwards as he looks out at his outfielders and nonchalantly signals, yeah, 2 outs.
With 2 outs, Matt Jackson will step in. He grounded out to third. His last time up, this is hit right towards second, and a leaping snag made by Lopez to retire the side. So the Spartans put a couple on, can't do anything with it. That's another efficient inning from Tyler Arruda with 3.5 in the books. It's UMass Boston 7, Castleton 0 on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
I think they still do.
I love that look, actually, in baseball. Back out on the mound, we have Garrett Moran, 93 pitches in, 7 runs allowed. He's going to come back out there for Castleton in the black jerseys with green trim. UMass Boston in their blue and white tequila sunrise jerseys. And a nice look for Castleton. The vest with the T-shirt or long sleeve shirt underneath, I think, is a criminally underrated look in the sport of baseball.
And it depends who you ask. Baseball purists will say, well, go back to the pinstripe.
Well, baseball purists want you to put collars back on the jerseys.
Listen, I think we can all admit that anything's better than the shorts that the White Sox wore back for 1 year in the 70s. And most things beat the flashy uniforms of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Otherwise,
the old Diamondbacks jerseys were great. As Eddie Riley steps in, it'll be Riley, Brown, and Cesare. A uniform grouping that's not talked about a lot in the 90s. The MLB did the throw-forward uniforms for a handful of teams. I don't know if you've seen those, and those are atrocious.
Yeah.
They got the big logo on the front, but it's like cut off.
I think that was only for like one night or something in 1999, right?
And actually, the Mariners brought them back last year. Tank tops and all, and you had D. Gordon out there playing second base, no undershirt, in a tank top. It was a wild look, but I guess if that's what the future has in store, so be it. 2-1 the count here to Eddie Riley, who has been twice a strikeout victim, both swinging.
2-1.
This time he gets the bat on it, heading out to right field. That ball is down. It will roll to the wall. On his way to second is Eddie Riley. He's in there standing with a leadoff double.
That celebration at second from Eddie. Good for him. You know, he's had himself a tough day.
Yeah, you finally break through. You might as well. They say act like you've been there if you haven't been there. You can't really do that. As we sit here in the bottom of the fourth, Beacons up 7-0, and once again looking to extend as Danny Brown steps in. He's got a pair of singles, a pair of RBIs. He's stolen a base as well. He will step in from the left side against the righty Moran, and that's the one thing I was wondering. Maybe they were leaving Moran in to face the righty, and they pull him for the lefty with the lefty out in the pen. He stays in there, wheels to second. A nifty little pickoff move, goes sidearm, but back in time is Riley. Moran comes to the set, kicks and delivers. Big swing and a miss for strike number 2. Or pardon me, strike number 1 to Danny Brown. Anthony Cesare on deck. Ryan McCormick in the hole for the Beacons. That gets the outside part for a strike. Brown turns around to ask where. Cesare and McCormick actually the only 2 Beacons without a hit, but both have RBIs. Cesare on a bases-loaded walk, and then McCormick on a sac fly. Everybody else has gotten hit at least once after Eddie Riley picked up that double. The 0-2 to Brown. Swing and a miss at a pitch outside, and he is retired. That is 5 strikeouts now for Garrett Moran, and again, when he's gotten them, he's really gotten them. Anthony Cesare steps in with 1 out and a runner on second. Like I mentioned, he walked, had an RBI. He struck out as well in his last at-bat in the second.
They've all been strikeouts swinging, too. I mean,
Yep.
He's got nobody looking. Everyone's been aggressive today.
I suppose if you're the Beacons and you're hitting as well as you are, it's worth striking out a couple extra times if you can get aggressive like this, as you see the big cut from Cesare for strike 1. 7 runs on 13 hits for the Beacons. They have committed an error. No runs on 2 hits. For Castleton, they have just 3 hits the entire day. That is 12 innings of baseball. 8 in game 1 and now 4 here in game 2. Moran comes to the set, delivers, breaking ball, misses low, and it's blocked by Stewart, keeps it in front of him. No advance from Riley at second. Beacons have actually, believe it or not, been held scoreless in both third innings. 3rd, 4th, and 7th are the only runs they have not scored in today. Here's the pitch. That one misses for a ball. Count goes to 2-1. Sun's starting to set as the stadium lights take a bit more of a presence here at Monin Park. We hit encroaching on the top of the 7 o'clock hour. We got started today at 2:30. Was 5:35 for game 2. Is swinging through that one is Riley. And the count goes to, or pardon me, Cesare, and the count goes to 2-2. Righty on lefty matchup. Moran on the Beacons designated hitter Anthony Cesare. Did not play in game 1. Getting his first chance here in game 2. And he steps out.
I'm still pretty amazed that they're sticking with Moran here in the 4th inning with how he's pitched so far, where the game is.
This is going to be pitch number 105. Here it is. And it's a ball away. Just for a point of comparison, in game 1, Fernando Burgos threw, I believe it was 106 pitches through 7 innings of work. We're through 3 1/3.
They play again on Sunday at noon at Middlebury, but it's not like they play tomorrow if they have to use some arms. The problem has been their bullpen this year has been so atrocious that really, what are you going to do? As
strike 3, looking first, looking strikeout of the game. Sets Cesare down. It's his second strikeout.
It's right after I said that they've all been swinging.
Naturally. And here comes Ryan McCormick. He is 0 for 1. He does have an RBI sac fly. Charlie Huegi hoping to get a chance. He's on deck. Beacons trying to do something with this Eddie Riley leadoff double. Somebody trying to pick him up. It's been back-to-back strikeouts since. For Danny Brown and Anthony Cesare, McCormick in game 1 did leave the park. He had a home run over the left field wall, and the wind's starting to blow out a little bit that way. That's going to be a tough one against a righty pitcher for the lefty. Here's the pitch. And that catches the lower part of the plate for a strike. 0-2. long look to second. Kicks and delivers. That one misses for a ball. Riley jogs back to second. I wonder with 2 outs if they get aggressive and send him here. 2 outs, 2 strikes. Moran comes to the set. Here's the pitch. Popped him up, and that one should get out of play, and it does. That's going to be into the seats in front of us.
Souvenir for a lucky fan. Of course, very little effort made to get that ball.
Riley has stolen 11 bases this year. He's been caught just once. He stands on second. 2 outs, 1-2 count. Ryan McCormick at the plate. Beacons leading 7-0 in the bottom of the 4th, trying to extend it.
I wouldn't give it back.
Here's the pitch. Fouled back.
Did you see the Dodgers fan who lost a slice of pizza and French fries the other night trying to get balls?
I did see that. My all-time favorite one is the guy who's holding the baby in one arm.
Oh, yeah, the Phillies
goes
game.
up to get the ball, yeah, only in Philadelphia. And
Absolutely.
I know I say that because I know Seth is listening.
Oh, I'm a Phillies fan as well, so
Are you?
yeah.
Are you from that area?
We better watch out. Might be a one-man broadcast soon.
Would you be willing to boo Bryce Harper if you were at those games? As this is lined into center, heading back on his horses. Poland reaches up and makes the catch to retire the side. We'll have to get that answer on the other side. The Beacons get a leadoff double from Eddie Riley, but strand him at second. 4 in the books. It's UMass Boston, 7 Castleton, nothing on the broadcast network.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well. But it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that. And it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
Back for the top of the 5th. Tyler Root is still out there. He will face the 8, 9, and 1 hitters. Stewart, Mumford, and Poland through 4 innings. He has given the Beacons just about everything they could ask for in follow-up of a fantastic start by Fernando Burgos. 2 hits, no runs, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. He's only thrown 40 pitches through those 4 innings. All right, we were talking, John, before that inning ended. Philadelphia Phillies, Bryce Harper goes 0 for 3, gets booed. He's not having a bad season. He's going through a little bit of a slump, as players do. Would you boo him if you were in Philly at a game?
How many beverages have I had prior to that? It's booing. It's booing.
No, that's fit. Look,
I would probably boo a few of the guys in front of me right now if I was a fan. I'd boo my own kid if he booted a ball. It's called inspiration. It's called motivation.
I appreciate that answer.
You don't want to get booed? Don't do it again.
No, I appreciate that answer, and I think Harper handled it beautifully.
He's also making $25 million a year.
No, I was in the camp that, when the Red Sox came back for their home opener and their ring ceremony, and they were, 2-6, 2-8, don't boo them during the ring ceremony. I said that because that's celebrating when they already won the World Series. But as soon as that game starts, and it's about the 2019 Red Sox, that team at the time, and kind of still, had been awful. They deserve every right to be booed. This one's cracked down the right field line. Only question is fair or foul, and it is very foul.
That's a shame for John Stewart.
Yeah, he hit that ball. He might have hit that ball 400 feet.
John Stewart didn't have a home run all year. He's hitting 192, and he misses by 5 feet at the most.
No, but I am all for it at the right levels booing in sports and in the right situations. And I'll double up on it. The thing I can't stand, and I say this as a fan of the Boston Celtics, when Gordon Hayward came here a couple years ago, when Kevin Durant comes here and they cheer him when he comes out on the floor, he's not here yet. Don't cheer him, because he might not come here as this is grounded to first, and that's 1 down.
Well, I could see the arguments both 2 and 4.
I can't stand it.
Well,
personally,
the problem is you have 25,000 people at least in a stadium. A few people do one thing, and why did Phillies fans do this? Why did Red Sox fans do this?
But it's not
my fault that 5 vociferous idiots did one thing, when 25,000 others didn't.
It's not a small number of people as Pat Mumford steps in. He's 1 for 1 with a single. It was the majority of the people at the game that were cheering Gordon Hayward and Kevin Durant. There's other examples I can't remember.
It's also Celtics fans.
It is. That's true. It's the Green Teamers as this one is hit into left field. It will hang up, and there's 2 down. The other thing, just kind of while we're on this tangent here, what is it, the videos they play? Why can't the term's escaping me? The tribute videos, right?
Oh, yeah, like for Isaiah.
The Isaiah one, it was nice at first, but when he asked them to put it off and they put it off again and again, it became too much. And to me, the final nail in the coffin was the Red Sox giving Clay Buchholz a tribute video. There's no coming back from that. As Deegan Poland, the leadoff hitter, steps in, he's 1 for 2.
Clay Buchholz threw a no-hitter.
And he
won a World Series.
And then it was all downhill. And he was a mess 90% of the time when he was here, and that's in there for a strike.
Clay Buchholz pitched maybe 1 game for the Phillies in his career, but I will always cheer on a man who literally went on the disabled list for getting hurt while holding a baby.
That is true. He did do that.
He fell asleep with his baby on his shoulder, missed 2 months.
Which is the peak Clay Buchholz thing to do, and I think that's a nice way. We started this conversation talking about holding a baby, and we ended talking about holding a baby. The 2-1 pitch is low for a ball, and the count goes to 3-1 on Deegan Poland, and it's been another kind of, while we're chatting here, efficient inning for Tyler Aruda, trying to finish it off here, avoid the walk, although he cannot do that, and Poland reaches for the 2nd time in this game. As that is now, I believe it will be 50 pitches. It is 50 pitches, 30 strikes for Tyler Aruda through 4 2/3. Davis Michael steps in, continuing his rough day. Every time he steps up, you kind of feel like this is the one he snaps out, but an 0 for 4 in game 1 and 0 for 2 here his last 3 at-bats. He has grounded out to second, including at the end of game 1, a 4-6-3 double play, and he takes that pitch inside for ball 1. And it's kind of tough to explain at this point. Again, a guy, when we say good hitter, not a guy who's hitting over 300 or anything like that. 473 coming in. This is, you can assume, as cold a stretch he's had all season. I think mathematically it might have to be. The count goes to 2-0. It's not like there's a walk mixed in there. It's not like there's a fielder's choice. They are all just offers, I believe.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
Now, pair of strikeouts, lines this one foul. 2-1. You do hate to see it, Jared Carabas.
I'm just saying. You hate to see it. I mean, he's a great hitter. 479, 5 bombs.
Maybe it's the rain, maybe it's the ballpark, whatever it is. But, yeah, it has not been his day today as he lifts it one out of the zone, and the count goes to 2-2. Again, he came in hitting 479 in 119 at-bats. That included 10 doubles, 2 triples, and 5 home runs.
Maybe it's the defending Little East Conference champions.
It may be. The pitching overall has been outstanding for the Beacons. This just kind of encapsulates it, as they've held a guy whose on-base percentage is over 500. 586, again, in 33 games, all of them starts, and they have not allowed him to reach through 6 at-bats, and Aruda here trying to make it 7. 2-2 the count, runner on first, 2 outs, top of the 5th. Beacons lead 7-0, and the throw over to first as diving back safely is Poland.
Well, the walls of Monin Park echo with the muffled screams of hit streaks gone to die against Beacons pitching. And Davis Michael is just another casualty.
Comes to the set, the 2-2. Up and in, brushed him back to throw to first. And they had him with a big lead, but the throw sort of skips in. And we will have a full count here on Davis Michael. Dylan Bailey on deck, hoping to get a chance. He's one of the few Beacons who's hit the ball to the outfield one of the few Spartans who's hit the ball to the outfield consistently his last 2 at-bats. He flew out to right. Here's the pitch on the 3-2. He struck him out. Got it by him with the breaking ball, and the inning is over. No hits, no runs, no errors. 1 man left on base through 4 1/3. It's UMass Boston 7, Castleton 0 on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Here we go for the bottom of inning number 5 between UMass Boston and Castleton. And again, the Beacons need a win here to have a chance to host the conference tournament. They've certainly taken care of business thus far. And then all eyes turn tomorrow to Southern Maine and Plymouth State. All the Beacons need is Plymouth State to win 1 to have a chance to host. If Plymouth State wins 1, it would be a coin flip. If Plymouth State wins 2, then the Beacons would just host, no need for the extra drama. The reason it's going down to a coin flip is the first 4 tiebreakers are all ties between UMass Boston and Southern Maine. They split the regular season series. They have the same record against other opponents in the conference and against non-conference road opponents. We have a new pitcher on the mound here for Castleton. That is number 30. It's going to be Max Olmstead, a sophomore from East Montpelier, Vermont, by way of Landmark. A lefty, stands 6'5", 205.
And Olmstead will make his 8th appearance, his 5th out of the bullpen. He's 0-1 with a 5.31 ERA. And 20 in the 3rd innings, giving up 23 hits, 12 runs, all of them earned. He's struck out 17, walked 6, giving up 7 extra base hits, 6 of them doubles. And opponents are hitting .295 against him as Olmstead will have an opportunity to face 9-1-2.
The final line for Moran. He threw 4 innings, allowed 13 hits, 7 runs, all of them earned. He did strike out 6, walked just 1. He faced 26 batters while throwing 112 pitches, 73 of those for strikes. Just for a comparison, in 4 innings, Moran threw 112 pitches. In 5 innings, Aruda has thrown 57. But that's baseball. Here's Charlie Huegi. He's 2 for 2. He scored a run back in the 2nd. And the first pitch he has to duck out of the way of. Fastball for ball 1. And when it gets away, it's going to be ball 2. You mentioned with Olmstead, 17 strikeouts, 9 walks, so perhaps not going to have the same control issues we've seen from other Castleton pitchers.
Well, he's the classic crafty lefty. He doesn't strike a lot of guys out, doesn't walk a lot of guys.
And one's high for ball.
And right as we say that, it's 3-0.
And, you know, it's going to be interesting to see. You mentioned that crafty lefty and the whole idea of the lefty specialist. As the 3-0
the loogie
gets the outside part for a strike. Is that position and that whole role could be going extinct with the proposed rule of pitchers have to face at least 3 hitters before coming out of games. And there's guys who have made a living off of coming in, facing 1 batter coming out as Huegi draws a walk.
The dumbest rule changes I've ever heard of are proposed in sports these days, and that's probably the tip of the iceberg, the cherry on top of the rule change Sunday. People aren't watching because it's too many pitching changes. What are there, 3 or 4 pitching changes in a single game?
Well,
people aren't watching because there's no personalities, because baseball isn't as interesting because less people are playing. It's not because of that.
Well, I will say this about the pitching changes in the length of game. Where it does get very tedious is in September, especially when a lot of these games don't matter because the playoffs are so small and you have the 40-man rosters. I think a solution that I really haven't seen anybody talk about this, as this one is inside for a ball 1. How about instead of having expanded 40-man rosters in September, have it in April, come out of camp with the big roster, let people compete for roster spots, and that makes April baseball very interesting. You essentially get an extended training camp as that's in there for a strike, and then you cut the rosters down in May, and in September, when the games don't mean as much, you're not going through all these monotonous pitching changes. Well, on the same hand, the teams making playoff runs, they don't get this extra random roster boost. That's what I would do. I would move the 40-man rosters to April and then just shift minor league baseball back a month.
It's not a terrible idea for a solution to a problem that I'm not sure exists. Now, and if that is a real
to be
problem,
fair, I think it would fix some other problems as well, not just that
one. It
fixes
the loogie problem and the problem with the 3 batter rule. So there's another pickoff move.
Right.
My concern is they're acting like, people aren't watching because the games are too long. People aren't watching because the same 6 teams every year are good. You need to institute a salary cap or else you'll never get anybody to go to games in certain areas.
And on top of that, you need a salary floor so the Marlins can't do what they're doing, and you have these garbage teams as a strikeout from Herzog, these teams that are purposely not trying. 1 on and 1 down as Josh Lopez comes up. No, salary cap and salary floor are absolutely necessary. Look, pace of play is part of it, I think. I don't think it's as big of a part of it as they want you to think. And the whole thing, like the intentional walks, oh, you don't have to throw 4 pitches. Oh, boy, 1 game a week. Nobody intentionally walks anybody anymore. That's such a dead concept after the steroids era, right? And, oh, boy, 1 game a week is now a minute shorter. Fantastic. I'm all in now. Like, there's other ways to fix it. And you look, college does it. They get through a game. We got through game 1. And granted, we played 8 innings. We got through it in about 2 hours, right? We have essentially the same inning break in between. They don't need 2.5 minutes in between every inning. Maybe if there's a new pitcher, sure. But part of the reason that whole thing exists in the taking ground balls in between innings is way back in the day. And as any baseball traditionalist will tell you, that's the only thing that matters when you consider the rules, is these guys, they weren't full-time employees. They played together on the weekends. They didn't have time to practice. They got their practice in during the games. They don't need to practice during the games anymore.
Well, nowadays it's all about commercials,
right?
And they need that commercial time.
This is lined back up the middle. This could be a double play. Stepping on the bag, throwing to first in time to get him is Bailey. A 6-3 double play to retire the side. And how about the nice job to get out of the way of that ball by Olmsted as well. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base for UMass Boston. We've played 5 full. It's 7-0 Beacons on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Back for the top of inning number 6. Tyler Ruda back out there. 57 pitches through 5. He's allowed just 2 hits. He could get another first pitch out here. Huegi across the diamond. 1 up, 1 down. There goes Dylan Bailey. Before I can even announce him, it'll be Mitchell Karen stepping in now. Dylan Benham, and if either one of them get on, Jackson Millett. And Aruda, just a picture of efficiency here. And we still haven't seen Bobby Tramandozzi in this game. And Aruda's pitching like he doesn't want him to come in. As there's a strike to Mitchell Karen, who has walked twice in both his plate appearances.
We'll probably
see him. Tramandozzi will get in. Let me throw that qualifier on there.
There's a possibility he doesn't if we get to like the 7th or 8th inning and the Beacons get 3 runs and then it's over.
I would assume worst case scenario they pull a Steve Witkowski and pinch hit him.
Bring him in to hit?
Steve did that. Steve pinch hit last year.
Well, it's Witkowski. He's done everything.
Where he was around here somewhere.
He's meandering around.
I think I see
making
him
the
down
rounds.
in the dugout. 2-1 the count to Karen. Here's the pitch. Grounded to third. Riley barely has to take a step. Fires across the diamond, and there's 2 down. They finally get Karen for the first time in game 2. Here comes Dylan Benham. He struck out looking in the 2nd and reached on an error in the 4th.
Error on Riley in the 4th inning. One of 2 errors today for the Beacons in the doubleheader. They've actually committed more errors than Castleton, and yet have outscored them 17-0.
First pitch is swung on and missed, and the umpire's going out to talk to Aruda. Brings him out the ball. I think that's because that ball might have hit McCormick oddly. He's given him a minute to recover.
Aruda was smiling, so.
Wonder if it got McCormick between the twigs. The way he was walking. Cup helps, but doesn't completely stop any pain. Aruda looks over his mitt. 0-1 count, 2 outs, nobody on. In the top of the 6th, and that's fouled off the foot of Dylan Benham. The pitch from Aruda. Flared over and foul behind the third base bag out of play. 0-2 the count again. If Benham reaches, it would be Jackson Millett, who has been victimized by Charlie Huegi twice. Once on a line drive he turned into a double play, and another on that pop-up to left field that Huegi had to dive back for on a confusion, as that one is high, and the count goes to 2-2. We're just past the top of the 7 o'clock hour here in Boston. Here's the pitch. Line to first, not even having to take a step is Boudris, and he makes the catch to retire the side. 3 up, 3 down in the Castleton half of the 6th. We've played 5.5 at UMass Boston, 7, Castleton nothing on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Bottom of inning number 6, Max Olmsted back on the mound here for Castleton as they trail 7-0, and it will be the big bats, 3, 4, and 5 for UMass Boston. Kyle Boudris, Nick Cotraro, and Eddie Riley. If anybody reaches, Danny Brown. Boudris has reached all 3 of his plate appearances, as a couple of singles, couple of RBIs, couple of runs scored, and then he got hit by a pitch in the 3rd. That was his last at-bat. It's been rare today, forget just in this game today, that a Beacon has gone multiple innings without batting. It's only happened a handful of times. Boudris hasn't hit since the 3rd as we stand here in the 6th. I actually don't believe it did not happen in Game 1. Every Beacon hit at least every other inning, if not in back-to-back innings, as this is fouled back, which is impressive. I can't remember the last time I saw something like that. And now here you have Boudris and Cotraro, the first 2 that they didn't hit in back-to-back innings. They both hit in the 3rd and will come to the plate for the first time since here in the 6th, as that one's in there for a strike, and the count goes to 2-2. All these kind of weird, I don't know, call them random observations here in this one. You had the, 27 batters not going to the outfield. You had the consecutive strikeouts that weren't really consecutive. This is, no, it's not foul. That's going to come back and play off the bat. It sounded like it was going to be a dribbler off the plate. It rolls out to Olmsted, and he throws to first for the out. That is another assist for the Castleton pitcher. Olmsted had one earlier in this game on Ryan McCormick, and there were a few in that first game as well. Here's Nick Cotraro. He has reached twice. He's singled both times, has an RBI, a run scored. He's also flown out to center field, a loud fly out to end the 3rd inning.
First time they were able to retire Cotraro in Game 2, and in Game 1 it was much of the same. Cotraro was only retired once.
He fouls this one out to play third base side.
I'd been saying, I said earlier Cotraro was 4 for 5. He was 3 for 4. Forgot that Kyle Penny came in and hit that double in the 8th inning.
Yep.
So I don't want Kyle to hate me, so I will remind him that he did in fact get a double.
I mean, that was a big double. It set up the slaughter rule.
It was. It was a big play from a pinch hit. And to come off the bench cold like that, and I believe it was the first pitch he saw, he absolutely demolished it into left. It's impressive.
Here's the pitch. Checks his swing. They're going to say he went around. Petraro down by way of the K. 2 up, 2 down for Olmsted. And here comes Eddie Riley. He has struck out twice, but more recently he doubled. That was in the 4th.
The third baseman, number 3, Eddie Riley.
Here's the first pitch to Riley. Breaking ball misses high. That one hung up there. It's okay if it's the first pitch of an at-bat. He throws that later. Riley's going to turn that one right around. Oh, it's inside for ball 2. Meanwhile, it looks like Tyler Aruda is going to get a 7th inning, much like Fernando Burgos did earlier. Beacon's bullpen appears to be empty. Here's the pitch. Misses for ball, and the Beacons will have a chance to have most of their bullpen available tomorrow against Brandeis and the Judges as they wrap up their regular season with a non-conference game. That's in there for a strike 3 and 1 to Riley.
I don't know about that nickname, Alex.
Well, you know why. You know where it comes from.
Yeah, but
I look, if a school's named
Brandeis,
after somebody or something, I think that works. So, full disclosure, my dad went to Brandeis. I was drilled on why that was a great nickname from the time I was like 5.
Inherited biases.
You know what Brandeis' biggest sport is? Like their most successful, like multiple national titles?
Crew.
Fencing. Big fencing school, Brandeis.
No, it was one of those two. One of those
two that are
fancy,
commonly linked together.
Yeah, those fancy sports.
Well, I mean, you could have gone.
You need like a hyphenated last name to do it.
Yeah, you could put squash in that category. You could put water polo in that category. I don't know that rowing. A lot of schools have rowing teams. I don't know that I'd even put rowing there.
Croquet.
Is there NCAA croquet? Is there college croquet?
If there isn't, we're starting it, buddy. We're doing it.
There's like a surprising amount as Riley draws a 2-out walk here with Danny Brown coming up. There's like a surprising amount of sports you don't think are sponsored by the NCAA. They are. There's rifle, which is only like 6 schools, but they're all amazing at it.
Yeah.
Right. West Virginia, obviously the military academies. Bowling's one.
Bowling.
There's NCAA bowling as Danny Brown steps in. He's got a pair of singles and a pair of RBIs.
I got a full ride in bowling.
Cool, bro. This is grounded back to the pitcher. There's no play. And how about an infield single for Danny Brown?
You ever been to a bowling pep rally? Those things are wild.
Well, you know who made his name in bowling before he made it in his other very notable sport? I don't know. Yeah, no, it's not Tom Brady. I heard that down the line. Tom Brady was drafted by the Montreal Expos. I know Mookie Betts is actually a world championship bowler, and there was a third sport he was all-state in Tennessee in high school: baseball, bowling. I'll give you a hint. It also starts with a B. So there's ball 1, throw down a second.
Baseball, bowling, and I'm assuming basketball?
Nope.
Badminton.
Yes.
Really?
Mookie Betts is a aces badminton player. So there's that.
How about that?
So I don't know that there's NCAA badminton, but Tennessee High School Sports certainly sponsors it. Grounded to short, diving, stop. The throw to first is in time to retire. Cesare Beacons get a couple on, but they can't drive them home. 6 full in the books. UMass Boston 7, Castleton 0 on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Welcome back for the 7th inning. And to take us through the final 3 here is John Scudrick.
Thank you, Alex, as the Beacons continue to send out Tyler Aruda here in the top of the 7th. And what a day for Beacons starting pitchers. 3 hits combined between Burgos and Aruda. We got the notification from Seth Orensky that beach volleyball, also a strange sport. Yeah, I was going to say that.
Well, they have their tournament going on right now.
Yeah, in Alabama, there's a big tournament going on. LSU taking on UCLA. My friend is an LSU alum, and she...
LSU or FSU?
LSU.
Oh, LSU, UCLA. Yep, I was looking at USC.
And she was a cheerleader there, and so I was looking up their sports randomly, and I saw they have both volleyball and beach volleyball. And I'm like, enough of a good thing.
I mean, if you're UCLA, like, you can. Actually, let me pull up that bracket again. Let me see, because there's going to be like Iowa has beach volleyball. You're going to have to figure out why.
Iowa?
I'm just saying, like, that would be something that would happen. No, these are all schools with beaches. Let's see the full list here. Let's see the rankings.
That one's chopped to second base off the bat of Millett, and overrunning it is Lopez. Josh can't make the play. It should be an infield single for Millett. And it's going to be just the third hit of the day. It's the first hit for the DH Jackson Millett, and it's a leadoff base runner.
So, yeah, there are 20 schools that play beach volleyball, and most of them make sense, I will say. TCU, not sure where that beach is. Is
That's in
TCU
Dallas.
Are they on the Gulf?
It's
No,
in
it's in
Dallas.
Dallas. Yeah, I thought so. Georgia State, you got a bit of a trek to get to the beach. And, I mean, this school plays every sport because they have such a large endowment, but Grand Canyon.
And Arizona, too. I mean,
yeah, and not like Southern Arizona. But you know what? For the most part, decent fits.
Matt Jackson's the batter. It's 0-1 from Aruda. In the dirt, good block from McCormick. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. We could probably find some even stranger ones. I think Rifle's right up there.
So here, you want the Rifle national rankings? At the end of this year, it's a winter
I'll
sport.
tell you what, if the military academies aren't up there, I'm concerned.
So West Virginia's number 1. Air Force is 4th in the nation. Navy is 7th, right behind Alaska Fairbanks. Army is 11th, right behind Akron and ahead of Ohio State.
I'm shocked.
So there you go.
I'm shocked UMass is not up in the top 20. I'm shocked. There's the 2-1 from Aruda. That one grounded through the hole on the right side, a base hit. So perhaps a last-ditch effort here to try to get a run in this series for the Spartans, as it's back-to-back singles from Millett and Jackson. It'll bring up John Stewart.
You know, if there's a sport we start teaching young here in Massachusetts, I'll tell you what, it's rifle.
Yeah. I mean, rifle, wrestling,
skiing.
Water polo is
skiing.
weird to me.
How much you want to bet, like, I don't know, Arkansas has a skiing team?
South Florida. It's 0-1. That's a good one. Water skiing would be a good collegiate sport.
That's the next one. Let's see. Here's the list of
ski
skiing
teams.
schools. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a
Green
lot of
Bay.
just D3 schools on here. Plymouth State, Little East team is D1 in skiing. There you go.
The 0-1. That one's popped up. See if it's playable for McCormick. He's got it, and he makes the play for the first out. Nice play for Ryan McCormick. 1 down.
And not easy fighting the lights there.
Or the twilight, which is what has enveloped the sky here in Boston, Massachusetts.
The left fielder, number 26, Pat Mumford.
There's gymnastics, of course. Golf.
Let's see those fencing rankings. Golf's college golf's actually a lot of fun to watch. It really, because most people who play college golf do end up with at least one shot on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, but the PGA Tour is not fun to watch unless you're 65 years old.
No, you're not watching golf right then. By the way, for the record, because we could mention men's and women's, both skiing and rifle are co-ed sports, so we weren't leaving one of the genders out. That's cumulative.
It's 2-0 to Pat Mumford. Mumford, 1 for 2 today. And now we're going to get a meeting on the mound. Aruda's been out there a long time tonight. And they're just going to discuss things with him with runners at first and second, 1 out.
78 pitches through 6 1/3 for Aruda. Number 1 fencing team in the nation, Columbia.
Ah, those Smarties.
And Notre Dame, Harvard, Penn State, Princeton. See, this is that sport with the hyphenated names. Duke, Ohio State, Yale, Penn, St. John's.
Yeah, like Winchester, Jones, Thompson.
Exactly.
He's the national champion, I think.
Let's see, with rowing.
Winchester,
like
Jones,
Washington,
Thompson, the
Stanford,
fourth.
California. Those are just Pac-12 schools. Does Syracuse have a rowing team? There's no water in
A lot of
Syracuse.
Big Ten teams in there for rowing as well, as that one's on the outside corner. 2-1 to Mumford.
Indiana, there's no water in Indiana. There's no water in Syracuse. There's no water in Oklahoma.
Where do they do the rowing?
That's
then?
what I'm saying. Like, how do these schools, they must have, like, in a pool.
Or maybe it's like at the gym with the rowing machine.
Maybe. There was this one, it is a non-NCAA sport, but they had it as an intramural sport at my school. It was one of the most fun things I've ever done. So they put a bunch of canoes in a pool, and it's 2 people per canoe, and you don't have paddles, you have a bucket. And you have to take the bucket and try to dump water into other people's canoes and not let them dump water into yours. Oh, it's called Battleship. That's what it was. And if your canoe sinks, you're out. You lose.
2-2's granted a second. Lopez goes the short way for a 1. Over to first, a double play to end the inning. And Tyler Arruda is through 7. It's stretch time here from Monin Park. Still 7-0 UMass here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Welcome back to the Beacons Broadcasting Network. John Scooters with Alex Barth. Beacons at the plate here. It'll be Ryan McCormick to lead it off, Charlie Huegi, and then Nick Herzog.
So we hit an interesting crossroads here for the Beacons in this 7th inning. I was just talking to Dave Wahlberg about this. There is some rain on the radar. It's a bit of the ways out, but there is some rain on the radar. And the Beacons, you know, they want to get Bobby Trent-Mendoza in the game, but I think they'd rather have him for the tournament.
There's a base hit to left field. I'm waiting for you to finish your
No.
sentence.
So I didn't know if you were going to jump in. See, this is the thing. Like, people think play-by-play is easy, especially jumping on with somebody you've never called the game for, somebody you've never met before. If we have good chemistry, that's a total fluke.
I honestly, no, we've had good chemistry.
No, I think we have too.
I was just honestly, I was confused. Save him for the tournament. The tournament's not till next week, right?
Well, so the point being, it was raining earlier, the mound's in weird conditions. You never know.
You think fluky.
Right, they might pitch him, but would he rather pitch on senior day or would he rather contribute in the tournament?
Huegi pops this one up.
And this inning's going to be over before I make this point.
Second baseman Jackson makes the play, 1 down.
All those things considered, the Beacons would love to come out and end this game right here. And they can with 3 runs. And maybe we see them get aggressive. Now, they've swung at a couple early pitches, and here comes the top of the lineup. But I wonder if the Beacons kind of lock in a little more if they get that speech in dugout like, hey, this ends right here. Let's not even worry about having to deal with the bullpen. Let's not have to worry about dealing with rain. Let's just get this done. Let's get this over with. Let's TCOB take care of business and go home happy.
As Herzog launches one into the night, deep to left field, just looking is Mumford. That one is gone. You can write her a postcard because she is out of here. A 2-run home run from Nick Herzog, his 2nd dinger of the day, and UMass Boston leads it 9-0.
And right on cue, right? Get aggressive, go with it. His 2nd home run of the game, and after a two at-bat stretch where he did not get on a fly-out and a strikeout, it must have felt like eternity for him given how today has gone. He absolutely jacks that ball out to left field.
An absolute rocket again for Herzog, and as you said, the Beaks now just 1 run away from wrapping this one up lock, stock, and barrel as Lopez takes a breaking ball in the outside corner, 0-1. Olmstead came in last inning, and he's done a fine job since entering in relief. The 0-1. Swung on and missed as another off-speed pitch gets Lopez way out in front.
Yeah, the Beacons clearly getting very aggressive here. They are they're going for this. They're trying to end this right here, right now.
0-2. Fastball fouled out of play behind the press box.
And they are at this point 1 run away with 16 hits. I believe that ties their total from last game. Yeah, it does.
The 0-2. Outside. 1-2 to Lopez.
The Beacons actually had a hit in every inning in Game 1 and every inning except for the 5th here in Game 2. Although they did have a walk and then a double play, so they've had a run of reach in every inning.
1-2, lifted into right center field. That's going to drop, and off the glove of the diving right fielder, Benham. Lopez thought about going for 2. A hold up at first.
More than
it's
thought
a base
about
hit,
it.
And it's the 17th of the day.
He more than thought about it. He was halfway around. Talk about getting aggressive, but he will stay at first with Kyle Boudreaux coming up. And Boudreaux started strong, a couple of hits, a couple of RBIs, was hit by a pinch and ground out since, but this is a guy who certainly with one swing can send everybody home.
He's going to try to do it. Lefty on lefty battle. First pitch to Kyle's high, 1-0.
And you know, you wish you could go back, take that 11th run that didn't really score on that single and, you know, pass it forward, have it hold over.
The 1-0. Inside. 2 balls and no strikes to Kyle.
Looking for that walk-off.
The 2-0. That one's launched into center field. Moving back is Poland. Still going back, and now he makes the catch over his left shoulder for the second out of the inning, and it'll bring up Nick Catraro. No, will it bring up Catraro? We're going to perhaps see a pinch hitter here, and it looks like we will, as Kyle Penny, who doubled late in last game when coming in for Catraro, will look for deja vu all over again as he pinch hits for the Beacons left fielder.
Attention, please. Pinch hitting for Danny Colazzo, number 33, Kyle Penny.
First pitch is high, 1-0 from Olmsted. The 1-0 swung on and missed. And advancing over to second base as the ball got away a little bit from the catcher, Stewart, is Lopez. And so now the winning run the clinching run, I should say, in scoring position. It was Danny Colazzo who came in last inning for Catraro in the field, and so he's being replaced by Penny. Here's the 1-1. That one is just a bit outside. 2-1. In the dirt, blocked by Stewart. 3 balls and 1 strike. As Eddie Riley waits on deck. Here's a 3-1. Ball 4 high, and there's a walk for Penny. It's a meaningless run at first base, as Eddie Riley will step up looking to deliver the big hit.
And he's come on strong as of late. 2 strikeouts to start, but a double and a walk since. And after him, you get Danny Brown, who's 3 for 4.
2 down here in the bottom of the 7th. 9-0 UMass Boston. First pitch to Riley, breaking ball high and away, 1-0.
I wonder if the Beacons try to run here with Lopez and Penny on. Just get that winning run over to third base.
The 1-0. High ball 2, and Olmsted has run into some severe command problems here. And you have to begin to wonder, motivation-wise for Castleton, they know they're going to lose this game.
Right.
You're a hit away from the game ending. As this one misses away 3-0, it can't be easy on the psyche of a pitcher like Olmsted.
I mean, a walk-off, Mercy Rule walk-off walk, is that in play here?
It would be if another ball occurs. That one hits the inside corner, 3-1.
It's the beauty of the Mercy Rule. We're talking about walk-offs in a 9-0 game in the 7th inning.
Don't give Major League Baseball, any ideas. Here's the 3-1. That one is skied into shallow left. Watch out with the twilight. Mumford is in, and he makes the play to retire the side. So the mercy rule will have to wait, but one more inning at the least. We head to the 8th. It's 9-0 UMass Boston.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
We head to the 8th inning. Mike Doherty's the new chucker for UMass Boston. See Mike on your screen. He's 1-0 in 10 appearances with a 5.93 ERA. He does have one save. 13 and 2/3 innings, 16 hits, 9 of earned runs, 15 strikeouts and 7 walks. Defensive changes. Moving to left field is McCormick. And Kyle Penny remains in the game behind the plate. So Penny is catching, McCormick to left. Nice little day for McCormick. He played first base, catcher, and left field. I tell you what, I wouldn't have hated to see him pitch.
No, I mean, we still got a chance, right? Final line, by the way, for Tyler Ruda, 7 innings, 4 hits. He did not allow a run. Struck out 3, walked 3, faced 27 batters through 81 pitches. And you mentioned maybe seeing him pitch. And it's kind of a ludicrous thing to say, but in some ways it isn't, because I think bringing Doherty here makes it clear the Beacons are not using Bobby Tramondosi today. He's going to sit out senior day. They want to avoid anything fluky. You never know what's going to happen, this, that, whatever, with the playoffs coming up. So Doherty comes in here in the 8th, and maybe he'll pitch the 9th. Maybe he'll go to somebody else. But, a tough move, but it kind of shows the kind of leader that Bobby Tramondosi is. This was supposed to be his day. This was supposed to be his moment. And he's putting it off for the betterment of the team. And you just love to see something like that in that kind of understanding of what's better for the greater good instead of what's better for the self. And that's what sports are all about right there. And you see all these things about, so-and-so having this great game on senior day. And take, for example, Nick Herzog. What's sports all about? On one hand, it's about hitting 2 home runs and having this major day on senior day. On the other hand, it's also about not playing on senior day because you understand that there's a bigger picture in play going forward, and you want to make sure you can help your team when you're needed. Not saying that Nick Herzog should not have played today. It's 2 completely different situations, but you kind of see both ends of the spectrum. And if that is the case with Tramondosi, if he has been told, you're not going to throw today, we need you down the road, good for him for rolling with that. And I would assume they gave him the option to pitch if he really wanted.
So Mike Doherty is the new pitcher. Doherty has pitched well of late after a slow start to the campaign. He'll face 1-2-3, beginning with Poland. From the stretch, the first pitch from Mike is up and in, 1-0. Yeah, and I think, hearkening back to what you were just saying, if this was a 9-6 game, it'd be a different story. 9-0. You don't need your closer out there with the fact the mound's been chopped up more than New Year's confetti. Nonetheless, it's not over. We've seen crazier things. It's 9-0, but it could be 9-4 before you know it. Here's a 2-0. 2-1.
Yeah, and the reality is, if Castleton does get something going, the Beacons do need this game to have a chance to host the Little East tournament. So, as it stands right now, I would think they ruled him out. I don't think they told him, you can go take a shower. We're done with you. I think they still want to have him on standby. Of course, it's all just speculation.
That one is up and in. It's 3-1. Doherty is ready from the stretch. The 3-1 coming to Poland. Strike two. Poland on a delayed call.
He did not agree with that.
Yeah, no, he did not. It's a full count.
He was getting ready to toss the bat.
The 3-2 pitch. Fouled back off the screen. And we will do it one more time. Doherty from the stretch. Payoff pitch once again. Swung on and missed. He strikes out Poland. That's one down here in the 8th inning.
It's a great comeback from Doherty where he struggled early in, and we talked about this a number of times tonight. The Beacons pitcher's ability to maybe fall behind a little bit early but battle their way back and retire hitters late in counts. Just another example right there. Now, here we go again with Davis Michael.
Yeah, brings up Michaels 0 for 3 and 0 for the day. The big first baseman chops that one to first base. Gobbled up by Boudris, and Michael, who came in hitting .479, goes 0 for the doubleheader.
And look, I understand regression to the mean, and hitting .479 for a season is an absurd thing. Normally that regression doesn't all occur over the course of 17 innings.
Sometimes it's just not your day. Maybe you didn't get much sleep last night. Maybe he didn't have a good breakfast. Certainly didn't eat his Wheaties, I'll tell you that.
Certainly.
As Michael is retired, 3 unassisted. It'll bring up Dylan Bailey. Bailey is all for 0 for in game 2, 0 for 3. The first pitch to Dylan, swung and missed. Around the out-of-town scoreboard in the Little East, there's only one other baseball matchup, a doubleheader between Rick and UMass Dartmouth. They split, with Game 1 going 10-5 to the Anchormen and Game 2 going 5-3 to the Corsairs. That means Rick is 9-7. UMass Dartmouth's 8-8, as that one is on the outside corner, 0-2 to Bailey.
And by the way, just to go back to Davis Michael real quick, as we're poking fun at him, he's still hitting .448. He still had one heck of a season, even with the 0 for.
You just
and that
did the
shows
math,
you what he was
didn't
doing. I did. Even at 0 for 8, he's still only down to .448. That's not bad.
That's that Ithaca College work effort, putting together
the
numbers.
Not quite. That's just an inquisitive mind. I was a sport media major. We didn't do math.
9-7 for Rick, 8-8 for Dartmouth, 7-9 for Castleton right now in the LEC. So Castleton will fall right in line with EastCon, who of course plays WestCon tomorrow.
And they lost themselves some ground today. We've been talking about what this game means for the Beacons in the standings, but Castleton fighting for that potential easier seed in the first round, and they certainly hurt themselves, and now they're going to have to play their way in potentially just to a playoff spot.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if Plymouth State gets the job done tomorrow and finishes 7-9,
then we go back to the insane tiebreakers.
And Plymouth State was swept by Castleton, so I'm not sure.
I believe then it would still go to Castleton.
As that one misses high for ball 3, 3-2.
But, sorry, UMass Dartmouth won out today?
They split 1-1 with
okay,
Rick.
so that's not in there.
So right now they're both ahead of Castleton. They'll both finish ahead of Castleton. And Castleton sits in the 5-hole. Well, now they're 6th going into tomorrow. If EastCon wins, they'll finish 6th. I think Castleton's pretty much locked in.
You could have hypothetically, you could have 3 9-loss teams.
Yeah.
For 2 spots. Or for 1 spot. You could have 3 9-loss teams for 1 spot. Eastern Con, Plymouth State, if they win out tomorrow, and Castleton could all have 9 wins, vying for that 6th spot. And then you got to go into the 3-way tiebreakers, and we just don't have time for that tonight.
The 3-2, and that one's popped up to second. Lopez is there, and Josh will squeeze it to retire the side. We are through 7.5 innings from Monin Park. It's 9-0 UMass Boston on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
New pitcher on the mound. He's got a great mustache. That is the right-hander, number 18, Jacob Nadeau. Nadeau, a senior at 6 foot 175 from Hampton, Virginia. He's 0-2 in 9 appearances. This will be his 10th with a 9 ERA. 16 innings, 19 hits, 16 earned runs, 16 strikeouts, 11 walks. He's given up 10 doubles and 11 extra base hits in 16 innings.
This could be it here. All these pitchers for Castleton have had immaculate mullets, and some of them have paired with great mustaches. The final line for Olmsted, 3 innings, 4 hits, allowed 2 runs, including the home run by Nick Herzog. He struck out 2. He walked 3. So just a correction from the last inning, because we actually went through and figured out you could potentially have 3 9-loss teams in a tie, but it would be for 2 spots, not 1. So 2 of those 3 teams would get in. So we have Danny Brown and Anthony Cesare and Ryan McCormick due up. I mean, Brown's 3 for 4. It's a good start. Beacon's trying to avoid a 9th inning here. It's 1 less inning you have to throw a pitcher.
So as you said, it'll be Danny Brown to lead it off here in the 8th inning. The Beacons 1 run away from wrapping this one up and sending everybody home. Nadeau is winding in the first pitch inside, and I almost plunked Danny right on the front shoulder.
I'm surprised I didn't get a little bit of his jersey. That was awfully close.
From the windup, 1-0 pitch, right down the middle. It's 1-1. The 1-1, breaking ball on the outside corner. Good pitch, 1-2. The 1-2. Breaking ball, staying alive is Danny Brown. Another 1-2 pitch. Fastball. Just staying alive. Fouled back off the catcher, Stewart.
It doesn't look like there's anybody warming up in the Beacons bullpen, so as far as Trent Mendoza goes.
Still 1-2 as Brown continues to foul balls off.
Actually, now it looks like maybe there is somebody up out there.
Another 1-2 pitch. Back up the middle, through the legs of Nadeau. What a diving effort by Bailey, but he would have needed a rocket of a right arm to get the base runner Brown, and that might have not even done it. It's an infield single with a good effort by Bailey. And there is your winning run at first base with nobody out.
They got a righty warming up out there, the Beacons do. Can't tell if it's Bobby because he happens to be standing right behind that light tower. So even with the binoculars, it's not doing much.
Brings up Anthony Cesare. First pitch to Anthony is up and away. 1-0 pitch from Nadeau. Another breaking ball missed high, 2-0. Working from the stretch, sidestep as well. There's a line drive, just foul to right field, as that would have been an extra base hit. They probably wouldn't have scored Brown despite his speed, but it certainly would put the Beacons in serious business with second and third.
Just stayed up a little too long. For all you Beacons lacrosse fans, 12-3 game. They trail, but Dara Faye just scored.
12-3 with 5.5 to go in the first half, huh?
I believe that's what that said.
It's an uphill climb for the lacrosse team in the semis of the LEC tournament. What a run it's been nonetheless, even if they aren't able to complete the comeback. Trying to complete this one is Anthony Cesare. He's ahead 3-1. And a mighty hack at that one. He was trying to end it, but he missed. It's 3-2. From the stretch, the 3-2 swung on and foul tipped into the glove. The first out of the inning for Nadeau and the Spartans.
Rough go of it for Cesare after a walk and an RBI to lead things off. 3 strikeouts and a ground out.
The left fielder, number 16, Ryan McCormick.
So here's Ryan McCormick. He's got 1 hit today, 1 for 4, RBI and a run. First pitch to Ryan, right down the middle, 0-1. Charlie Huegi on deck. Then Nick Herzog, the 0-1 breaking ball up, 1-1. Pickoff move to first, gets away. Brown pops up, and he'll be in scoring position. He might be able to go to third. He's going to try it, and he's going to get there. From first to third on a ball thrown away on a pickoff move, and there's the winning run 90 feet away. Or the clinching run, that is, 90 feet away with less than 2 outs.
Yeah, so here you go. If you're Ryan McCormick, just hit the ball to the right side. So all you need to get one into the outfield.
Now you bring the infield in here, down by 9. I think you do, right?
Yeah, you got to fight to the end.
That's exactly what they're saying. Do we bring it in?
They're bringing everybody. Oh, nope, now the shortstop comes in. So they'll bring everybody in. Shortstop stays a bit deeper. Everybody else in on the cut.
1-1's on the outside corner, 1-2.
They brought the outfield in as well. No doubles defense.
This is going to be interesting.
Nothing over their heads.
Here's the 1-2. Fouled back off the screen.
Who'd have thought a 9-0 game and a 0-0 game? You have the same strategy here.
You gotta love Little East baseball.
No, and honestly, you got to appreciate what Castleton's doing. They're playing with some pride. They still want to win this game. They don't believe they're out of it.
The 1-2 popped up, foul, out of play.
And there's something to be said for that. Down 9-0. That as a team, you're still going to go out there and do what you need to do to try to come back and win the game. And there's a lot of people out there who probably wonder, why are they doing this? Why don't they just want to get done? That's the mentality you have to have. And look, maybe tonight's not the night, maybe this year's not the year, but going forward, you instill that kind of chemistry, and it means a lot.
Another foul ball up the first base line.
Reminds me of the story Ed Reed, former All-Pro safety for the Ravens. He used to yell at his teammates for not picking up after themselves in the locker room. And they said, why does that matter? And he'd say, well, because if you're not going to do everything perfect in here, why are you going to do anything perfect out there? You got to be perfect everywhere to truly be perfect, and it's kind of the same thing.
The 1-2, ground ball through the hole, base hit, and this ball game is over. A walk-off single from Ryan McCormick here in the 8th inning triggers the 10-run mercy rule. It's 10-0 UMass Boston. Ditto in Game 1. Back-to-back 10-zip victories over Castleton, and the Beacons have swept their conference rivals in a doubleheader by a combined score of 20-0. The win goes to Tyler Aruda. What a day for Tyler. He was outstanding. He improves to 6-1 in what has been a banner year for the right-hander. And the loss goes to Garrett Moran, who gave up 7 runs in the first 2 frames in a forgettable day for he and the Spartans.
I hate using that term forgettable because kind of like I was just talking about, this is a Beacons team that is perennially among the top of the conference in the Little East. Castleton is new to the conference. This is who you're going to have to beat. If you want to accomplish your goal, and every team comes into the season with the goal of winning the conference, if you want to accomplish that goal, now you know what it takes, and you know you didn't have enough to do it. And this is a good learning lesson for Castleton. First time through the conference, first time against the Beacons. They know now. They know what it takes, and they'll come back next year, and they'll certainly remember this one.
The Beacons win it 10-0. They got offensive production all throughout the lineup, but Nick Herzog overall in the doubleheader has to be your player of the game. Not only in Game 1 where he had the 4 hits, the triple, the 2 triples and the home run, but then coming out in Game 2, he has a single, a run in the first on a stolen base, a double, and then after finally getting out twice, including a strikeout, comes back and hits a 2-run blast in the 7th inning. He capped off a very, very memorable senior day. For all the seniors who played, they all performed and contributed some way, including Anthony Cesare, who got an RBI walk in the first inning.
Absolutely. Yeah, you love to see the seniors come out big and to go back to Herzog, and I kind of talked about this before, but what's the dream? Come out on senior day and have yourself a day, and that's exactly what Herzog did.
He certainly did. The Beacons win it 10-0. They win the doubleheader and sweep it 10-0 in Game 1, 10-0 in Game 2, and they improve on the campaign to 25-10. And now it all comes down to Plymouth State tomorrow. If Plymouth State can at least get 1 against Southern Maine in the doubleheader, then the Beacons will have a coin toss to determine whether or not Moden Park hosts the LEC tournament next week. If Plymouth State, surprisingly, admittedly, upsets and sweeps Southern Maine,
you never know.
The Beacons will clinch the LEC regular season championship. I want to thank our production team for helping us out in what is a long Friday here in Boston, Massachusetts. Our producer, Seth Orensky, our fantastic directors, Allie Crawford and Mary Jo Murphy, our camera operators, Stevie Bryant, Casey Shea, Sarah St. Cyrian, Casey Adamy, Shea Anwar, Bree Colucci, and Ellie Falieris. And, of course, Dave Wahlberg as well for sticking it out and helping throughout the entire production. The Wizard of Oz behind the curtain, if you will, Dave Wahlberg. For Alex Barth, I am John Skudras. Good night, good luck, and good baseball. We'll see you next time right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.